Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. We got ourselves a lot to discuss, man. It's like a little celebration right now, to be honest with you. We are hours away from preseason play. Charlotte Hornets, you already know, Buzz City is up in Boston. The boys have flown out, to Boston, Massachusetts to land in. The whole Hornets, the whole Triple Bs, the whole fan base, everybody will be descended upon TD Garden at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Eastern time, when the Hornets take on the Boston Celtics. I want to break down what's going on with the Boston Celtics tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Lamelo Ball, I'm telling you, he will lead the troops I'm telling you right now, there's a couple of teams, in the preseason that really don't have no BSing around to do. There's a lot of teams. I'm looking at Sacramento. I'm expecting them to be all business in the preseason. I'm expecting the Charlotte Hornets to establish, a level of sustainability. There's going to be a lot of things that, tonight, when everybody approached the panel, also in the chat, I want everybody to give me 3 keys to success this season for the Charlotte Hornets. That's what I want to hear tonight from everybody in the chat and also in the panel. All night long, I will be asking everyone, what are your 3 keys to success for the Charlotte Hornets and Lamelo Ball this season, ladies and gentlemen, because we right here, we at the doorstep. From here on out, it will be basketball. With preseason sparks, it goes straight into the regular season, right into the 19th, descended upon San Antonio, Texas. We will be having coverage for that. We will be documenting everything from now until then. So preseason is very pivotal for these Charlotte Hornets, who didn't have the best off season, despite other teams making serious moves. The Charlotte Hornets have brought on Lamelo Ball, G3, G Honcho, ladies and gentlemen. He will electrify. You understand? You mark my words. Tomorrow night, if given any opportunity, a sliver, he will deliver the goods. He will let everybody know that he should have been here sooner. He will show everybody that this guy is the truth, man. And everything that people have been saying is about to be validated, because everything that we've been saying has been coming to pass. I told everyone, we told you that G3 would be on the Charlotte Hornets. When people said it was other places that he should go, he should venture off to. No, he's sticking straight to the script. And everything is going according to plan. History will be made. History is being made right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charlotte Hornets will be taking on the Boston Celtics, tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Steve Clifford, is doing a good job, I would say so far, until proven otherwise. He's also assistant. He's got a lot of things that we need to look out for this season involving Lamelo and the Charlotte Hornets. Different ways he wants to, play. Ways that maybe he want to evolve from the previous regime. He has stated some things that he might not be coming in and make just a complete overhaul here. Maybe just revamping a few things. And that would be very successful for Lamelo Ball. He spoke on Lamelo going to the free throw line a lot more. I would like to see what are some of the implementations in the preseason. Guys are trying to implement things, so it's going to be very key to see, What sets are they going to run? How are they using people? The different ways they may have used them from last season. Guys coming in with a spark, the rotations. A lot of things will be pivotal, to evaluate. The preseason is huge, especially for teams like this. If you're the Golden State Warriors, maybe the fan base is not up in the hoorah about the preseason. If a perennial threat, you're not focused so much, you're not going too crazy. But Charlotte knows they have to be competitive this season in a loaded Eastern Conference. So I don't expect them to coast, even though I don't expect them to go super duper hard either. But I do expect us to see more than we may see from other teams, that are out there, and I'm expecting to see Lamelo Ball get, a lot of minutes, this preseason. This is going to be a great situation for them. The Boston Celtics have a young core themselves. I know that we're all caught up, with the Charlotte Hornets because they have so many young pieces here with Boston. Obviously, they're veteran-led. They got guys that got years in. You got the Marcus Smarts. You got what you got over here, Al Horford. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, still young players. But they've had their levels of success being members of the Boston Celtics, experiencing final success, Eastern Conference final success. Even you got Derek White out there. They have people to look out for tomorrow. You have Peyton Pritchard, Grant Williams, Sam Huser, Luke Cornett, Broderick Thomas, J.D. Davidson. So they have some young pieces here as well. Robert Williams III. So they got people that people may want to see. Also from the young core. Am I expecting a Tatum or Brown to get, if they do play, to get astronomical minutes? Probably not. But these are the young players that I'm telling you guys that you must look out for the Boston Celtics tomorrow afternoon. Excuse me, is a matinee. It's Flight Sports TV. We got all access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the cacophony coming out of the conclave of the chat. The chatter is going to be crazy. I'm bear witness to that. And shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV on this Saturday evening or nightcap, Flight After Dark. Shout out to you for rocking with us. Big ups. Salute. Let's get it cracking, Flight. The Boston Celtics, baby.
Yes, yes.
Mean Green. The Lucky Leprechaun. Listen, Boston Celtics have a historic franchise. They are legacy. We know that Bill Russell just passed in recent months. So everybody's wearing the number 6 on their jersey into remembrance and reverence of the legendary, iconic Bill Russell, who was a leader on and off the court, who took up issues that a lot of people ducked, dodged, and evaded because they didn't want that smoke. Bill Russell accepted that smoke and accepted in Beantown. Can you imagine that? He accepted in Beantown, Boston, Massachusetts, a historical city in itself, connected to the Revolutionary War, all that. And he was our Crispus Actus on the front line, fighting for justice and equality in sports and even outside of sports. And so it behooved those individuals that partake in professional sports and get a nice check from it to look at the life of Bill Russell and don't be coward, don't kowtow to the system. When the system is displaying injustice, upset the apple cart. Don't be a participant in the conspiracy of silence. Use your voice, use the platform to correct the crookedness that plagues sports, even right now today, although a lot of the athletes today are receiving astronomical pay. But what good is the pay if you can't really play? If you're being sectioned off, if you're being adjudicated in a way where it's unfair. So big ups, shout out, salute to the life and legacy of our brother Bill Russell, who fought the machine in some cases, where if you go search Bill Russell history, you can see once he came out of San Francisco University, he was a rebel with a cause. And he stood up to ownership, and he was stern. His disposition was constituted. And right down to the day he died, Bill Russell, life and legacy on and off the court, was reverenced, even amongst those who somewhat disagreed with his stance with Muhammad Ali, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and company. Learned and turned to accept what was good and what was right about the man, our brother, one of our leaders, good-hearted man, fair, equality, and stood up for justice for all, not just for black people, but for all people. So don't get it twisted, because a lot of people tend to shake their head when somebody's standing up for black people, like it's a bad thing, and try to treat them as a pariah. But Bill Russell stood up for us, and he stood up for others, and he did it in a dignified way. Like,
Right. Good call, Dax. We got my man No Panic in the building. We ain't even get started yet, y'all. We will get everybody prepped and prepared, for tomorrow's matinee between the Charlotte Hornets and the Boston Celtics. Everyone will be descended upon TD Garden tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's Flight Sports TV. My man No Panic, what's good?
What's going on with you?
What's good? What's your thoughts on the Charlotte Hornets rolling into Lamelo Ball's third year campaign? Is the preseason? What's some of your thoughts to look out for tomorrow?
I mean, I think they have a pretty good season, to be honest with you. A couple of weeks ago, I didn't think so. I thought they would have been one of them bottom barrel teams, but it seemed like the coach about to give Lamelo the reins. So I mean, if he let him do his thing, I think it'll be pretty good. Tomorrow, I mean, shit, it's just the preseason. I don't really put too much stock into that. So I mean, I don't really got too much to say about the preseason.
Yeah, I was just saying there's a lot of teams that that don't have time to play around in the preseason. I think this is one of them. What are some? Give me three keys to success for Lamelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets throughout the whole season entirely, not just tomorrow. What do they have to do to be a pretty good team, like you just said? Give me three keys to that.
Put the ball in Lamelo hand mostly. Give him I put his usage rate or whatnot.
That's one.
Trade away going ahead with try to get some get an impact play off the bench. Try to get I mean, like I said, to me, honestly, I feel like Terry Rozier need to come off the bench to be that scorer, but I mean, they ain't gonna do that. So get a trade in there to try to get impact play off the bench and go get a big.
Okay. And so I got you. So definitely you feel like a trade needs to be made.
Yeah. I don't think this roster built to win nothing. The roster kind of built to get kind of what they've been the last couple of years, right up into that 10th, 9th seed and play in.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get back to the playing, you know. If not the playing, definitely secure themselves, for the postseason. I don't know how it's gonna get done, but I think it's gonna get done. They were one of the teams that's been competing for that spot for the last couple of years. So I kind of find it hard to believe that they just gonna fall out entirely. I think some of these teams that has made some moves may have to deal with guys like Lamelo getting better. Nobody's adding that process to everything. Everybody's talking about what the Hornets lost and what they don't have, and nobody taking the fact that they're gonna have to deal with a much more improved Lamelo Ball. Lord knows the things that he's gonna be looking better and sharper at. He could be even more efficient. Picking and choosing the spots better. I'm telling you, there's a lot of different things. We're hearing the free throw line will be emphasized. Things could get reckless out there in a good way, for LaMelo Ball, in the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, like I've been saying, last year, this ain't but no knock towards LaMelo Ball, but LaMelo Ball already good, but like when he start to learn how to actually play the game of basketball, like that's a wrap. And I feel like with Miles Bridges not being there, as good as they are together as far as the transition game, I feel like Miles Bridges' game don't really complement Melo game as much as far as he stopped the ball a lot. Like whenever Miles Bridges get the ball in his hand, it's like, he's stopping the ball up. He ain't a free flowing type of player once you put the offense in his hand, as opposed to, just getting him out on the wing. So shit, he might have a good season. He got control of the locker room. He done been in this a third year. Everybody kind of knows his vibe. Only way is up, to be honest.
Can you agree that he's the undisputed face of the franchise? Because I know last season and the year before it looked, you didn't know. People was kind of having, second thoughts. Don't you think it's undisputed?
Anybody that followed the Miller Ball, like, shit, since day one, we realized he been getting drafted by the Hornets. In my eyes, he been a face of the franchise. But as far as like the organization treating it like that, I think this year he may not be 100% the face of the franchise of them, but I think he a lot closer to 90% now. I think
100.
I don't know, because I think they still gonna try to force feed Terry Rozier the ball. I think they still gonna try to get.
I don't mean anything. I don't mean anything. Force feeding Terry Rozier. That. Listen, I wouldn't go as far as no panic as saying force feed. You follow what I'm saying? I would say that they will highly feature Terry Rozier, especially in the absence of Miles Bridges, due to the fact that scoring output from Miles have to be compensated for. And I believe it's going to be by committee, no panic. I believe it's going to be LaMelo, it's going to be Terry, and it's going to be Gordon. And everybody else got to get it how they live. And if they don't, Cliffy ain't playing with these people, man. If they don't get out there and get it how they live, and they trying to play like scrambled eggs as we've seen them in the past, they're not going to last. And this don't refer to Gordon Hayward, and it don't refer to Terry Rozier. But the other cast and crew of the Charlotte Hornets, you ain't going to be disrupting LaMelo, Gordon, or Terry Rozier in that matter. You're going to play your role, whatever role they assign you, and Cliffy expect you to execute that role, or he will get somebody in there that probably will. That's what I feel that's going to happen with the Charlotte Hornets through the duration of the season. Now, far as this preseason, I think LaMelo and company will probably play a good quarter and a half, and then let the game dictate who plays more the next game. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the starters and outside of probably the I give it outside of the eighth man. Everybody else is scrambling for minutes, and depending on how they display, and execute what Cliffy wants them to do will determine how many minutes they get the following preseason game. I think that's how Cliffy going to roll this out, and I'm not even upset if he do roll it out that way, because you got to create no panic in flight. You got to create a doggy dog world, some aspect of your team, and that challenges their mental fortitude, and it challenges their physical stamina and their emotional intelligence. If you create such an atmosphere, everything shouldn't be lovey-dovey. You know what I mean? Let's compete for minutes. Let's compete for status, and let's compete for depth on the depth chart, or climbing the depth chart for the eighth man on down. We already know the upper echelon of the Charlotte Hornets is solidified, but the eighth man on down, it's deserving that they compete and have a doggy dog mentality, so they can develop some type of a dog in them and carry that into the season if they make the team.
Good call. I definitely think Lamelo Ball is going to make the team. There's definitely some other younger players to look out for Charlotte too. You got the Bryce McGowans. Of course, you got my man Dennis Smith Jr. So it's definitely some people to watch. Who else are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow outside of LaMelo and LiAngelo?
Uh, JT Thor and Jalen McDaniels, I believe they're X factors. And quiet as it kept, I think they want JT Thor to be their clone, Miles Bridges, to some degree, because
Mm.
he is uber athletic. But JT Thor, I don't know what his motor's like. See, Miles Bridges got a crazy motor. He's a psychopath, and it shows on the court. He's quiet to some degree, but when he reaches that edge, it's very rare that anybody can pull him back. But Melo did have the ingredients to pull him back. Now, JT Thor, he's slinky, he's tall, he's like I said, athletic. Jalen McDaniels is athletic. You already know that when Melo's rookie season, he was really like cheered up. You know what I'm saying? When LaMelo threw him a oop, and he said it in the interview. He said, "Man, I can't believe I caught an alley oop from Lamelo Ball." You know what I'm saying? And so he was elated to the fact that he is teammates with Lamelo Ball. So now he's being teammates with Lamelo Ball for 3 seasons. So I think they can have some chemistry. You remember that pass that Lamelo Ball threw to him when he zipped it in like he was Randy Johnson or Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richards. When he whipped that ball in there, and Jalen McDaniel was surprised it came to him so fast, and he laid it up in a crucial moment of a game. That shows that there is some kind of chemistry, some type of trust. And so I think Jalen McDaniel is mature enough to handle his slot, his position when he's out there on the court. And hopefully he be aggressive and use his ability to get Charlotte some wins.
I ain't really a fan of JT
Those
Thor
are
like
some
that,
good
man.
picks that you said. I didn't think of those. These are McDaniels as well. I think McDaniels, his upside is tremendous as well. Good calls on that. Who else are you looking forward to seeing? And also the chat. Who else are we looking forward to seeing tomorrow? You know, outside of Lamelo Ball and LiAngelo Ball.
I ain't really all that high on JT Thor. I think with JT Thor, I think he got the athleticism and all that like you kind of looking for, but at the same time, I don't think his game fit playing alongside Lamelo, and I don't think his game that he trying to play. Like I don't think he could ever get to a point where he a factor. Because when I look at him when he playing in like the summer league and all that, it's like Like, what is your game? Like, you ain't Giannis. Like, you ain't no dominant rebounder. You ain't a sharp blocker. Like, you just. Mm. I say if I look at when I look at players like Jaden McDaniels, like I think if he take a step towards like focusing on defense, like try to play that wing defender who can kind of play the three, play the full some. I think he'll be all right. I just think a lot of
Like
players.
be the Andrew Wiggins. He bring
Yes,
that type of energy, the Andrew Wiggins energy.
yeah. That's why I say like I don't got no problem with the coach Clifford, but that's why I think it probably would have been more a lot better for them to get the coach from Golden State Atkinson, because like you want to develop players that can play around Lamelo. You don't want players that like with Boot Knight, like we already know they're gonna want him to be a offensive playmaker, but also somebody who can kind of handle the ball here and there, so Melo can play off ball. Like Rozier down kind of the player that he gonna be. Gordon here with the player he gonna be. Um, one of the twins, I forget which twin it is, but you know they could be that utility type player. But
Cody.
like yeah, Cody, but like you look at players like JT Thor, like McDaniels, McGowan, like all them other players, like those throw together names. Those are the type of players you want to try to develop into a certain game that can fit around the player. And if you give a coach like Atkinson like a 5-year contract, he can mold the team around the player that he want to focus on, what's going to be LaMelo. But when you got a coach like Clifford ain't coming in to try to develop nobody. Like his whole preseason gonna be based on okay, how my rotation is gonna be, how my backup, like as far as like how you say like the eighth on down, like who them players gonna be. I need to find who gonna be ready at the drop of a hat if something happens. But I mean, like I say, like I think the Hornets gonna be better than I thought they would have been. I thought they would have been, like a little 20-25 win team, but I can see them win like 35 games now if they putting the ball in the Melo hand.
Well, see, the thing of it is that I kind of like looked into the situation with Kenny Atkinson, and it might have been a good thing that he didn't take the job. A lot of people look at it as a sore eye when they see Cliffy, like he's just the reject, the rebound coach. But Kenny Atkinson is coming off of Golden State, coming off a championship. Um, he was amongst the pedigree of champions with the core, Draymond, Curry, and Thompson, right?
Mm.
So I don't know if he actuated more so towards veterans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By being under Steve Kerr, right? By
Mm.
being with Mike Brown, those coaches cater to veterans. They don't really try to develop anybody. If you come along, you come along. We see it with James Wiseman, and we see it with Jordan Poole. If you come along, you come along. If you don't, move out the way. You understand what I'm saying? Make room for somebody else. So I don't know if Kenny Atkinson inherited that type of mindset and perspective on winning. Whereas Cliffy had young players in his midst. Whereas Cliffy had to deal with, high draft picks and things of that nature because some of the teams he coached were not that good. But he took them to the playoffs. So we know Cliffy do have a winning formula. And I'm not saying Kenny Atkinson don't, because he took his team to the playoff as well, led by D'Lo up in Brooklyn. But Cliffy took two different teams from two different dynamics to the playoffs. One was a little more veteran laden with Charlotte, and one was kind of, mixed with Orlando. So I don't know, no panic in flight, if Kenny Atkinson would have acquiesced to LaMelo the way Cliffy is willing to acquiesce, because Cliffy, kind of groomed some players to a certain degree in their nativity or their youth as an NBA player. And Kenny Atkinson have some point guardish expertise because they called him point guard whisperer. So I just don't know if he would acquiesce based on coming off of winning a championship or being a part of that championship pedigree with the Golden State Warriors. I think he would have a little more hubris about him, and that probably could have been, slightly detrimental to LaMelo because now, it could be a little battle. But Cliffy doesn't have that, so he basically is obligated to acquiesce to the new face of the Charlotte Hornets, which is LaMelo Ball. So it could be a good thing that Cliffy's there because Cliffy have a lot of redemption going on with him, and he is pushed for LaMelo to succeed. You follow what I'm saying? Cliffy has an agenda for LaMelo to exceed because that'll be attached to his name. He get LaMelo at the right time, 2 years, all-star, and now Cliffy gets his hands on LaMelo, and I believe that he's going to do less coaching, less micromanaging, and let LaMelo somehow, some way, into his own accord, figure some things out. Whereas maybe Kenny might have been restricted and maybe laid his hands more so on the Gordon Haywards of the world and the Terry Roziers of the world because they are veteran laden. And Melo is just still, wet behind the ears. So it could be a good thing that Cliffy's a coach instead of Kenny Atkinson.
Like, I get what you're saying. I agree with as far as Cliffy. But at the same time, like, you got to remember now, like, when he get D'Lo been like this third, fourth year too. Like, I think when he take if Kenny Atkinson had come in and take over Charlotte, I think he would have been the same thing as far as letting LaMelo get the reins. I think he would have more so like how he like because you got to remember that Brooklyn team Atkinson had. He had D'Lo. He put like nobody.
They was all young though, right?
Yeah,
everybody was young on that team, so he had no choice.
Harris LeVert, they had Dinwiddie, they had Jarrett.
Yeah,
they had players mixing that they could they've been playing the role to where they've been helping the team. Like they've been a fun young team,
right.
Jubilee. But I think with D'Lo, he see that how does D'Lo succeed in the NBA? D'Lo ain't never been like a quick guard. He ain't never been a high flyer. But he been a great passer. So what you want to do with a great passer, like remember now when D'Lo been at Ohio State, like he ain't been too far off from being like I don't want to say he been as good as Lamelo Ball at that age, but he been the same type of game where he been making a lot of good passes. He been getting around a lot of players with a lot of dribbling skills. So when he gets to the Lakers, he been like, okay, boom, here, you do something. And then a whole fiasco going on with him and Nick Young. They sent him off to Brooklyn. Once he get to Brooklyn, be like, okay, well, we gonna do it too. We gonna put you in a lot of pick and roll situations to your advantage. So once you come off that pick, it's your decision to make. He developed a nice mid-range jumper. So when you look at that, and then you look at what he would have done with Melo, I think he would have given Melo the ball. I think like the Dinwiddie role would have been Terry Rozier. I think wouldn't get that much.
But no panic. But you gotta no panic. But now he is a champion assistant coach, so his whole outlook is different from just being somebody that's just starting out in the NBA with a young team. Now he's been with a championship pedigree core. They work hard. They know what they're doing. They come for business. And then when you have coming from that mountain down to the valleys of Charlotte, it's a different look. So in order for him to keep his stature, he's probably going to try to depend on you. Excuse. Don't be an ogre. So vulgar. So his stature have to be maintained, right? Because people is expecting more. And then when you have Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier as your veterans, he have to lean on them if he accept that job. Maybe that's why he didn't accept that job, because he probably looked at the veterans that's there. Maybe they don't have the winning mentality that he needs to carry on for his legacy and his status as an NBA coach coming off that high mountain with Golden State and Steph Curry, doing doing what he did.
I mean, but when you look at that, I get what you're saying, but when you look at Kenny Atkinson and when you look at him with the Warriors, you don't really look at him and say, okay, he was one of the key figures as far as coaching wise that got them a championship. You just look at the players. You look at Curry. You look at Jordan Poole being developed a lot better. You look at which Kuminga ain't really get that much time in the playoffs or whatnot. But you just look at the players that stepped up, like Gary Payton II and everything like that. But you don't attach that to, okay, Kenny Atkinson is a championship coach, and now he coming down to the Hornets. I believe he didn't take the Hornets job because of the simple fact that it's just like what just go back to football go to football. You remember Josh McDaniels with the Patriots?
Yeah, the Patriots, yes.
Remember
And
he
the
going to the
Broncos,
Broncos,
yes.
yeah, and he failed. And then
Yes.
after that, he going back to the Patriots, and he became hot again. And he had supposed to sign with another team, but he canceled at the end of the day. But like, nah, mistake, because sometime when you a coach and you hot, you gotta keep your name in certain circles, and you don't want to take certain jobs that may be detrimental to you. So if Kenny Atkinson, just like you say, like he want to coach a team that's like that he can win with. He probably thought he could have won with Charlotte, but then when he start looking at the organization and be like, well, they don't really spend money like that. Well, they kind of got a agenda on who they want to be their star player, this, that, and the third. Like he probably just saying I want nothing to do with it and feel like I'm gonna just wait around for my turn next year. So at the end of the day, it's like,
But that's a rare thing, though, no panic, to turn down a head coaching job because that's millions of dollars, a lot of control. It feeds your ego. You know what I'm saying? You amongst a different kind of eliteness when you're a head coach than an assistant coach. Because when you're the head coach, you're the head guy in charge. But when you're assistant coach, you the help. So when you the help, you don't sit at certain tables. You don't have certain prestige. You know what I'm saying, Ray?
That's facts. No, that's facts, man. For one, shout out to everybody.
Shout out Ray. What's good, Ray? Look at everybody in the chat.
I have a little dangerous question for everybody. Dex, I definitely want to hear your opinion on it. It's regards to LiAngelo. I noticed something. I noticed him do this in the G League and basketball footage. The question, and I'm gonna explain the question after I ask the question. The question is LiAngelo's humbleness willing to let the game talk for himself be his greatest downfall? And I'm not saying it can't be. It's a strength, but at the same time, the way he uses it, it can also be a downfall. And then let me explain why I said that. When I watch LiAngelo, he balls out. He has this humbleness about him. He doesn't talk shit. He balls out. He lets the game let him show for himself. And when I've seen some footage back in the G League practices, LiAngelo would be in the back. LiAngelo would be in between those guys where you're like, hold up, is that LiAngelo right there? And for me, I also noticed even this season, now that LiAngelo just got on the team, and we're about to, most of us is about to see him in the preseason game, and I'm sure we're going to see LiAngelo because it's a preseason game. You know, I'm watching some of the practice footage that's out there about LiAngelo, and once again, he's doing his thing. He's letting the game, talk for himself. But once again, you slip and slide. Hold up, is that LiAngelo over there? And it's like, for me, it's like
Ray. Okay, I understand where you're going.
I played football. What I'm saying is, when I was a freshman, I had to be on the bench for a little bit, but at the same time, my sophomore year, I did not finally start because I was better than God. I finally started because I actually let myself be known and present. I feel like as a person, as a player, if you're trying to move up on a roster, I feel like you not only should be just showing that you're better than the other guy and your talent, but I feel like you should let them know, like, hey, He should be letting it on like I'm here. My presence is here. Like I was watching Cody Martin.
Ray, is this a question or are you making a statement?
No, the question is LiAngelo's humbleness and letting the game talk for himself not only be his greatest strength, but also the greatest downfall. That's the question.
I'm gonna say no. And the reason why I'm going to say no, relating to football, right? Because you play football, I play football. Maybe some other people on the panel in the chat play football. I'm talking about American football.
Too, continue. Yeah.
No, we just want to take football because that's crucial,
Okay.
right? So, be in the coach's face on the sideline, sometimes you can appear as an irritant, or you could appear as the teacher's pet. Right? And in football, you don't want that. You don't want to appear as a teacher's pet because then you're not really respected when you get out in that field. Follow what I'm saying? So I done been in situations in high school football. Y'all seen that I played high school football, I put it up on my Instagram, where I didn't want to be around the coach because I thought the coach was shitty, to be honest with you. I thought he had his favorites. You follow what I'm saying? And I wasn't one of his favorites, but I was talented. So what happened when I played, I play offense, I play defense, I play special teams. And when we like switch, go into transition, I'll be mad because we suck. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, we sucked. You know what I mean? I'll be mad because certain players didn't fill their assignment, and then I go down at the end of the line. But when it's time for the transition to come back again, where's Crockett? Go find Crockett. Now I'm already pissed. I have an attitude. I'm not saying I was right about it. And the coach made sure somebody chug my jersey and get me out on the field. Crockett, go ahead. Free safety, get out there. Let's go. Mm-hmm. So if you're talented, I don't care where you are amongst the herd, the coach is going to find you, get you, and make sure you're out there. You follow what I'm saying? So with LiAngelo's situation, LiAngelo's wearing a red jersey. The red jerseys represent the bottom tier of the top 20 that made training camp roster, right? So the message is just be in the pack, right? Just be in the pack. Don't be drifted off, sitting on the wall, looking at your phone because you're part of the bottom tier. No, you get in the pack, but the coach is really focusing on the top 10 players that he's going to use in his rotation. Mm-hmm. You get in the pack, you get the information, and you go from there. You follow what I'm saying? You don't gotta all be in the coach's faces. You ain't gotta be next to the star player so you can be seen. And then, do we really know if that's the case? Do we know that if Cliffy pulled Jello to the side and say, young man, if you want to make this team and play with your brother, this is what I need from you. We don't know that because somebody is the photographer and somebody is the camera person. You know what I mean? Taking the footage. And we don't know what they cut and things of that nature, what they're trying to show us. But it's definitely, they really not trying to show us Jello in his full capacity. They just only give us a little glimpse of him because they know we wanted to see it. So I wouldn't say his mentality is being so humble that it would relegate him to the back of the bus and he's going to just be like a little pussycat. No, Jello is a psychopath. You heard Ball Facts say Jello sniper, right? Jello sniper. But do you know what a sniper is? A sniper is a psychopath. You have to be a psychopath to be a sniper, and you also have to be quiet as a church house mouse because you can't allow anybody to know where your position is. You understand what I'm saying? So that goes with a sniper, being quiet, being fixed, but being a psychopath because you picking people off from a distance. Jello.
That's facts. That's facts. It's just, for me, I feel like you could easily be overlooked though as well. You can. I'm not saying.
His name is Ball. His name is LiAngelo Ball. You can't be overlooked.
Look. We don't have full details on what's truly going on. Okay, I'm not really speaking on details. I'm hoping that we see a lot of Jello in the preseason, and that's what I'm expecting. And hopefully Jello can show to the guys that like to talk about, is Jello good enough, or is his ability, can he do this, do that? Hopefully he gets to show that.
But Ray,
But
you can't listen. If you're
is,
gonna be a Jello, hold on one second. If you're gonna be a Jello guy, be a Jello guy. Forget what everybody else is saying about him. Forget what the flight mics and the get like Coops and all those other culture vultures that try to profit off of people's demise. You know what I'm saying? Those dudes need to worry about Luka. Worry about Jokic. Worry about Nurkic. You follow what I'm saying? Worry about Vooch. Worry about them. Leave our boys alone if you ain't got nothing good to say about them. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
If you want a champion, I'm sorry, Ray. But if you want a champion, our boys, our people cause, then champion from a good cause. Don't champion as a fake clan member. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna wear your hoodie, y'all wear y'all hoodies. Stop faking like you cool with us and you really not cool with us because you backhand compliment everything that we do and you want to cover our people in a negative light. You know what I'm saying? They want to wait till somebody screw up and then cover them and act like they're real journalists. Those dudes are culture vultures. It's obvious of who they are and what they are and what their agenda is all about. Go cover hockey. Basketball is 90% black. Football is 80% black. Go cover hockey. If you think you can talk bad about our people all the time, go cover your own people.
Dick, I got that. I wasn't trying to have this key point on the haters and doubters.
Talk to him,
I know, he's spit facts. He cooking. I wasn't trying to key on haters and doubters. What I'm saying is I've seen as an athlete people be overlooked because they were so either not quiet, but just didn't let the presence known. Like,
reserve. Just say reserve.
Reserve. And I don't want. What I'm saying is I don't want someone to be easily overlooked. And you could have had a special talent, and all you had to do was let him get the opportunity and then overlook him. But it's easy to be overlooked when you're just, like you said, reserved and you're just, hey man, like I'm a part of what, and that's what the vibes it was getting off of me because it's like I'm literally
that's the narrative. That's the narrative people are spewing out because they got to be negative somehow. You know what I'm saying? Jello is top 20 in the Charlotte franchise. Top 20. Think about that. Lamelo Ball is top 20 in the Charlotte franchise. What kind of negativity can you extract from that? You can't because he's closer to his goal today than he was yesterday.
Well, let me say this, like kind of not the answer, but kind of like split it down the middle. I don't think Lamelo Ball can be overlooked because Lamelo Ball is about to start.
Thank you. That's right.
But at the same, hold on, Ray. But at the same time, to Ray's point, you got to think about it. Like sometimes you see players that get on the floor. They get on the floor because the coach trusts them. Because they always in the coach phase. They always asking the coach, "What can I do better?" The coach will have everybody run through the same play. But if you can go out there and you learn from the coach and you asking the coach questions and you being out there, you being talkative, you being somebody on defense, you yelling out plays and all that, you being active vocally or whatnot. Sometimes coaches look at you and say, I trust this player enough, even though he ain't the best player on the roster, I'm gonna have him on the court because I can trust him when he get in the game. So the
Cody Martin.
So to Ray's point is like you do have to be more than just being humble all the time. Like you gotta be a rah-rah guy. Like you playing defense, you got to call out screens. You got to be the first one to say something about plays that
we don't know if that's the case. That's all I'm saying. We don't know if that's the case or not. So we shouldn't jump on that narrative. All we know is that there's.
I was going by the.
No, we don't know. We don't know that. Because you never been at their practice. You've been at their practice.
Here's what I'm saying. I clarified the details that I don't know fully what's going on because we don't have that type of. Or even camera photos of his play and what is he doing? Is he talking?
Okay.
Is he leading? Is he?
Let me help you guys. Let me help you guys with something.
Let me say this real quick.
Okay.
Okay, say it. I'm going to help you with your shepherdizing.
Remember when we had this conversation about DeMar DeRozan and Lonzo Ball and him kicking the ball at the Lonzo Ball? And my stance been, well, Lonzo, he got to be more vocal. He can't just sit there and when he don't get the ball, walk off. Whether DeMar hit the shot or not, he still got to be like, hey, DeMar, I've been open. Like, you got to look for me this and third. But we see him doing that. And with LiAngelo, like, we watch enough games with LiAngelo, see, he is not a vocal person or a vocal player. So when he on the court with the weather,
that's not necessarily true.
No, it is true. We never see LiAngelo.
No, it's not. I'm gonna tell you why it's not necessarily true.
Yes, it is. You can look at go look up.
Oh, hold on a second. I got evidence, and I can point you to a source. It's not opinionated. The evidence that I have that's not necessarily true is Jalen Crutcher, right?
Yeah.
And Surinkamp, Coach Surinkamp, when they asked about LiAngelo, according to Surinkamp, he's very vocal. He's very instrumental in his speech and getting the team morale up. When they're in the locker room, halftime or whatever, he talks. You know, he's tell the team, you know, let's go, let's just execute, let's just get it together. You know, just little stuff. You know, not no rah-rah. You know what I'm saying?
Diggs, we watch.
But listen, don't listen to what I'm telling you. No panic. That's coming from Coach Surinkamp own mouth.
The same.
So how can we dispute that?
The same coach that doesn't put him in the game.
But see, there you go. There you go. Trying to pass the potato.
No, that's not passing the potato. Why you saying is y'all sit there. And
I'm telling you what Surinkamp said in the interview.
No, but I tell you what I'm seeing.
Now, regardless with his play, but we talk about being humble and reserved. According to what Surinkamp says, he's very talkative and interactive and engaging with the teammates.
Dex,
so I'm only going by what he said.
Dex, if I tell you right now, I got $1 zillion under my bed, you gonna believe me?
But see now we get into iffies. Now we get into isms and schisms. I'm only going by what the man said out of his mouth. Okay, I don't know. I can't say he's lying. I don't know.
I'm going.
Now if Jello say, nah, man, that man lying. It ain't like that. I'm quiet. I don't fuck with them dudes. That's different. Now we have a contrast.
Dex, we can watch a Swarm game right now together. I promise you will not see a time where LiAngelo Ball even talking on the bench, on defense, calling out plays, on offense, directing offense, and nothing like that. Not being vocal at all. And I ain't saying it's a knock or nothing. I just saying without.
I'm telling you
that he doing. It's
listen, no
panic. In the locker room cracking jokes, but when you
ain't gotta be on the bench hard ride. You know what I see LeBron doing on the bench?
I ain't saying he gotta be like that. What I saying is wait.
Make up your mind. Hold on now. Make up your mind. Don't be dichotomous. Make up your mind. What side are you on? Is he humble?
You can't.
Is he humble and reserved?
You gotta just listen. What I telling you.
I done heard you, but I disagree.
Oh, and that's
I heard you
disagree, but you still gotta let me finish my point. Why I trying to tell you is you saying what Surinkamp say and what Jalen Crutcher say, that's cool. But what I'm telling you is all us can sit there and watch the same game over and over, different games, and we will never see a time where you watching LiAngelo Ball on the defense calling out plays, directing teammates on offense, directing plays, calling.
Maybe that's not his job.
No, I know. I understand that's not his job, or that may or may not be his job. What I'm saying is, to Rave's point, if you in practice, sometimes you may not.
I'm only saying that according to words spoken from two individuals on the Greensboro Swarm, LiAngelo is vocal. Now, they're not saying he's rah-rah vocal, but he engages with the team. He lifts up the morale of the team. How many times I tell you LiAngelo is a bench psychiatrist? Okay, remember I said that.
Okay, Dex. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I'm guessing Panic wants to talk about the games and stuff. I wasn't even trying to go there. I'm just saying you can still, without being annoying, with the I ain't saying be rah-rah. I'm literally looking at some of the footage and I'm like, is that Jello in between all those players? Like, I'm watching in the front. It was literally what's his name? Like one or two starters. I saw Cody Martin.
Cody Martin was mic'd up. Yeah, he was mic'd up for that.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the mic'd up, but I'm talking about like in the huddles. Where was he standing? Some of the Cody Martin was standing right, and there was a youngin, one of the guys that's fighting for a roster next to Cody Martin. And I'm looking at where's Jello? Oh, back there. Like, I'm literally watching Jello in the G League practices and stuff that we all seen. He was sitting in the huddles back there. That's what I mean by being overlooked. Sometimes I'm not saying, like I said, I don't know the details of what fully is going on. But I'm saying sometimes it could be a player could be overlooked when your presence.
Okay, let me help you with this one, Rave. I'm not saying this is the case.
Back of the huddles. I'm like, bro, hey man.
All right, but listen, Rave. I'm not saying this is the case. Rave, I'm not saying this is the case, but now you know in football they have a thing where they call roll call, right?
Yeah.
Where the coaches call the names up when he gives his speech or give assignments. How you know LiAngelo's name is not being called up? The names are being called up is the people that's closer to the coach.
I don't. That's too. I don't think that's happening because it's too convenient. Where almost every single huddle he's just in the back. Every huddle, like I mean, and we're talking about even in the huddle when he wasn't even on the roster, on the Hornets roster, he was on the G League roster. He was all in the back. So that's a little bit too convenient that you just all in the back.
Are we trying to make mountains out of molehills? Are we really trying to make mountains out of molehills?
No, all I'm saying is I don't want a coach to overlook somebody because his presence isn't be known either. Because
I doubt that.
All right.
Because listen, Ray, they color coded, right? They color coded, and the color that Jello wears, Lamelo Ball, is the 15th to the 20th player on the depth chart.
Right. I understand.
So how often you going to speak to them? Because how often they're going to play, or how often do they make even the team, the top 17?
Lakers fans for life. No, it doesn't. It's a preseason game. Lakers fan for life. No, it doesn't. Continue my bad day.
So I mean, I just think we're looking too much into that, far as LiAngelo being a recluse, which I totally disagree. I'm not saying that. I'm
sure
he's like you say, all up in your face. LaMelo's not even. Listen, let me say to you something. Lamelo Ball, when I watched him play live, he sits towards the end of the bench down there with Kai Jones and Booker.
Right. I seen him. Yeah, he don't.
And we got it on footage at Flight Sports TV. If y'all don't believe me, we got it on footage. We live streamed him, and he's not always engaged.
Yeah, but
guess what?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but guess what? When they call timeout, from what I witnessed, even though LaMelo wasn't on the court, when they call timeout, they send the assistant coach to tap LaMelo on the shoulders to come into the huddle. You understand what I'm saying? Now you could say, yeah, we can hear you now. Now you could say that, well, LaMelo, you know, he was being groomed to be the face of the franchise, so that's a different story. Jello hanging on by a string, right? But talent is talent. If you talented, like I said, even when I was having an attitude, mad at the team, mad at the coach because we suck, we getting our butt whipped. You know what I mean? 17-0, and we can't move the ball. And I'm mad. I have an attitude. You know that nigga shit. You know how we do in sports. I ain't want to talk to nobody because y'all suck, y'all bums. I'm the fastest on the team. And the coach go, where's Crockett? Where's Crockett? Crockett, come on. Come here, Crockett. Come here. And I'm like, oh, man. You know what I'm saying? But he still calls and summons me and put me in the game where he wants me to be. He don't care about me having no attitude. If my attitude get too funky, he going to say, take the helmet off and the jersey off, and I'll talk to you after the game. You understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter where you are and where you standing. When they need your services, they're going to summon you. And you better do what you need to do.
Okay. Lamont Simmons in the chat. Okay, maybe you didn't hear me earlier. I don't know the details of what's going fully on in the practice. All I'm saying is, I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying he should be rah-rah in practice. I'm not trying to say be the coach's pet, be all stinking in front of the coach. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, from what I've seen, you got to go understand by his positioning. Lamelo Ball, like you said, Lamelo Ball was lingering. You know, he wasn't in the front. But you got to understand where Lamelo Ball is. He's drafted by them, and now they're a franchise player and also a guy that's going to get minutes automatically. Lamelo Ball is fighting and being competing to others. And when you're in that type of position where, hey, I'm Lamelo Ball, I knew I was a free agent and you just signed me. All I'm saying is when that happens, I'm letting the coach know, yes, I'm gonna let my game talk for myself, but at the same time, I'm gonna let them feel my energy of like, hey, what's up? Come at me. I'm more like I'm looking like I'm in the front. I'm in the front listening to the coach. They're gonna see me next to the starters. I'm not gonna be behind the starters. Now, of course, if they like you said, maybe if they have some little setup where the starters in the front and the guys in the back. But like I said, that's too convenient because every single practice I've seen on the footage, he's always hidden in the back. There's no way in the world that every single practice footage I see, he's sitting in the back. I'm not saying that means a lot, but I'm just saying maybe one of those practices, how about you just step up in the front? Let it be
Rave, everywhere Jello's been, he's been hanging on a string.
Dex, listen to me. I'm talking about it because I was a freshman before. I didn't let my presence be known. The guy who started in front of me, I was better than him, but I didn't let my presence be known.
But you know in high school how they treat freshmen, though, Rave.
I wish what I'm saying about I'm looking at the footage and I'm going, is that Jello? Like I'm literally like
it's very rare that a freshman can get a starting slot
else,
on football.
I'm not all right, bro.
I think you're looking too much into it, though. I really believe it. I think Jello. I think Leangelo is, you know,
I'm sure
because
doing his thing.
because you gotta remember. See, I didn't play no college ball, so I don't know how they do it in college. I didn't play, I didn't play no professional. But I just think that the higher you go up in that type of sport, they have tiers and hierarchies.
Right. Totally.
Where they constantly remind you where you stand and what your status are. And they have it set up that way. Right. And it could be like that. I don't know.
But guys who are water boys or who are fighting for a spot, who are fighting for minutes, or who are trying to move up the list, they let their presence be known. They like to stand out a little bit because it gives awareness to the coach. Like, hey, I'm here. I'm this guy. Look at me. That's all I'm saying, and it helped.
So,
it helped me.
Ray, look at what you're saying though. Look, listen. I'm not saying it's ridiculous, but to some degree, it's preposterous. Because
bro, I understand. Let the game talk for yourself.
But you're talking about identity, right? You talking about identity, and you're talking about being noticed, right? How much identity and notice that you can be when the general manager call you Jello? The general manager and the president of basketball operation call you Jello. I call him Jello. How much notice can you get? The only name mentioned in the press conference by name. Everybody else is mentioned by guys, teammates. You understand what I'm saying? He mentioned it by name. What on a national press conference? How much recognition do you need, Rave? You're making mountains out of molehills. I guarantee you.
Okay, all right. I'm not. For one guy, what's his name? Jamarcus Matone, I already said it earlier. I already know he said he lets his game talk. I know more Jello than you, all right? Keep quiet. The rest of y'all, I'm not making it a big deal. I'm just saying I feel like sometimes I wonder if, because we don't have the details of what fully's going on. But at the same time, I'm hoping that his presence be known because sitting in the back of huddles, not being vocal as sometimes that keeps you unlooked at. That's all I'm saying because I've seen it before. I've seen guys who was a little bit more vocal and a little bit more letting their presence be known was like getting more of the attention. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Ray. According to your theory, Ray.
I'm sure.
I'm gonna say theorem. Theorem sounds more intellectual. Right. According to your theorem, right? That means Dalen Terry. Listen to what I'm gonna tell you real quick, Ray. According to your theorem, that means Dalen Terry is going to get all the minutes in the world for the Chicago Bulls because he's so vocal.
That's different.
He's so upfront, unabashed.
He's a draft pick.
Jamarcus Atone, please be quiet, bro. I've been up here, Fight Sports TV a long time. Everybody knows I'm a big.
He is Dex.
Let's be quiet, bro.
And he is gonna get all those.
Shout out to Marvin. But I'm just saying, according to Ray's theory, that if you're upfront, unabashed, vocal, vivacious,
Dex, I think you must have
colorful. I'm not missing nothing. I understand exactly what he's saying.
Everything can't just be based on his game.
But see, you believe that no panic because you have low expectations of Jello. So you believe Jello is afraid to really step up to the forefront. So I already know where your mindset is.
Now who
passes the Stone, that's not true.
What I think about his game ain't got nothing to do with it. I just explained.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Rave. I already know my no panic mindset.
I never agree with no panic. I see what no panic's also trying to say too. But he started talking about the games. I wasn't talking about that one. But I'm just saying when a person who is at the bottom or towards the bottom has to do more than beyond. They have to go above and more than what they.
To some cases, yeah, I agree. To some cases, to some extent. That's what I'm saying. But Rave, you missing the point here, though. When the general manager says your name in a press conference, and you the only name that he mentioned when it comes to that group of guys competing for a summer league slot and to be invited to summer league,
right?
That says a whole lot in itself.
I feel
he didn't say guys. He said LiAngelo. And then when he referred to the other competitors, he called them guys, teammates. He didn't spill everybody out by name.
That's kind of looking into it.
I respect that. You're right on that. And like I said, I'm not saying they could be a situation where they got Jello covered. You know, like we said, they're already.
I like how you said that. Got Jello covered.
They already got Lamelo as the franchise player, so they probably like, look, man, hey, Jello, all you got to do is continue to do your job. I got that part.
Right. Don't get in no scandal. That's all they have to do. Don't get in no scandal and don't have no major injury.
And I'm sure in practice, because I heard some also information that Jello made some good shots out there. I'm sure he's balling his ass off and doing his thing and working with the team, doing his workouts, being on time, all of that. All I'm just saying is, when a person is at that low level of those roster spots, when you're the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, or the 19th, then I feel like even for me, if I'm the 19th, you're going to feel my wrath because you're going to move me up this roster. It's that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but you do that on the court. You don't do that jumping in people's faces. You do that on the court.
I ain't saying
make your shots.
But like I said, I know he's probably letting the game talk. That's fine.
Play your defense.
But I'm also saying you got to do more than that if you're trying to move up, because sometimes it ain't just about letting the game talk. You got to also let that.
But his name is LiAngelo Ball. It carries weight. I think you're demeaning his presence.
I understand.
When your name is LiAngelo Ball in that type of situation,
it helps.
You can just
it does help.
Just go. Just don't get in nobody's way, man. Don't ruffle feathers. Don't be a problem. Don't be annoying.
The crazy thing
just hit your shots.
Y'all say I got low expectations for Jello, but like y'all really got low expectations for him. Like y'all don't mind him just being on.
Man, you out of your mind, man.
No, that's how y'all sound. It's like y'all keep saying.
No, we don't sound like that.
What about the other 31?
We're just having a nice little discussion.
No, I'm not doing all that.
We don't have no low expectation of no LiAngelo. At least I don't.
Like every time Ray would say something about he got to be known, you would just fall back to, oh well, he LiAngelo, so I mean he ain't got to. It's like that's a low expectation. That's not low expectation. That's low key being discreet. That's what that is.
That don't have nothing to do with
Just
expectation.
All
That
right,
has
so let me
everything.
ask you a que-
That
let
has
me ask you a
everything to
question.
do with appearances and recognition.
Let me ask you a question. If you take his name off the back of the jersey, do you think he did enough in the G League or the Summer League to be on a roster right now?
Whatever the things that he does, yes.
But just taking his name off and you
You
looking at
already
what he
said that. You already said that
Actually,
already.
I mean, yeah,
no,
yeah. I
I
mean,
no 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 hold on,
the
hold on.
game. I mean, today's game. Hold up. Your question. I gotta answer it. That's true because what Jello does is very predicated on what the NBA is doing nowadays.
That's right. That's
Shooting
right.
threes,
Good answer.
shooting threes and little bit fast pace and running and all that. And Jello does those certain things.
You do
So
realize
and
Jello
nobody
barely
even
got to
cares
play,
about.
right?
I mean, it's less and
Wait.
less people who gives a fuck about defense. So and he really is
Exactly.
predicated on
No,
what
see,
what
that,
the NBA
man,
does.
listen. I swear, every time we get in the conversation about Lamelo Ball, y'all speak out of two sides of y'all mouth, right?
No, you say
No,
that about
hold
Lonzo
on,
too.
Diggs.
So
Let me ask you a question. What was the
hey Rave,
what?
he says that about
No,
Lonzo. So
listen.
basically,
What was the
he want to
main?
say we're fanboys.
No,
Just
What
say
was
it.
the what?
okay, hold up. No
I
panic.
can't answer questions.
You just asked. Take away Ball. Take away Ball. Does he be a part of the summer league, the regular season? And I said what he does, his skill set, which is 3-point shooting and other things that the NBA likes today in today's game. Then yeah, he fits in.
No,
And
I
that's
asked
not
about
me being
fit.
a
I
fanboy.
ain't say fit. What I'm asking is, if you take his name away from him, do you think he did enough in the G League / Summer League to warrant a roster spot? Yeah or no?
Yeah, he
And I'm
shoots
saying,
more.
Okay,
yeah,
cool, cool. And
if you
Yes,
take that
because he
China
shoots.
next
incident
question.
away,
Okay,
Next
maybe
question.
if you want to take stuff away, take everything away.
Next question.
Panic,
What was
no,
the
hold up. Before the
what was
next
the
question,
no?
hold up,
Hold on, because
hold up. I'm answering the first one.
you said
You
yeah.
literally no, hold up. But also, you gotta remember. You just said take away fanboy. The man shot
I
in
ain't
the
say
G League
fanboy. We all getting these
over
words from.
he
No,
shot
that's what you want to call us. He want to call us that, Ray.
Dude, all I'm saying is
That's what he's
all I'm
alluding
saying
to.
is
I've been on here for a little minute. You know how to just say it.
Yeah, but you want to, but you trying to
I don't
be,
want to call y'all nothing.
you
What I'm
trying to
saying is
be
y'all talking out of two sides of
intelligent
y'all
right
mouth.
now, Ray. He's trying to
It's
be
like
intelligent right now,
it's like
but he
y'all
ain't
would
slick.
say, no, listen, y'all would say LaMelo don't get enough time. They don't never play Melo. I mean, they don't never play Jello. They'll never put him in the game. He ain't even play this whole game. He ain't even get no shots. They don't pass him the ball. But y'all also saying he did enough in those games to warrant a roster spot. That don't make sense.
what?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about his skill set. We're not talking
No,
about how
everybody
other.
got.
Hold
Now
on,
listen,
hold on.
everybody
Not
can shoot.
everybody. That's not true. That's not
Everybody,
true. That
Dex,
is not
Dex,
true. So
you
stop
from
making that
LA.
blanket statement.
You from LA.
Everybody can't shoot,
Go to
man.
24 Fitness,
How much
24/7
NBA do
Fitness.
you watch?
Everybody can shoot.
How much NBA you watch? I mean, they can attempt to shoot, but that don't mean they shoot at a high
No,
clip.
when I said, okay, well, let me clarify why I'm
Certain
saying.
people
When
Niggas
I
be
say
shooting, man.
everybody can shoot, when I say
Niggas be
everybody can shoot,
shooting.
they
when
do
I
be
say everybody
shooting.
can
I
shoot,
don't mean
I'm
they
talking
get
about
consistent.
everybody that's their game as being a shooter, they can shoot. You don't need to go to Jello and say, "Oh, we find a sniper in Jello." You can go all around the G League, Summer League to find a player like that. He's
Yeah,
not
but
the
that's
best
not. But
player
that's
at
not the
that
question.
position
That's
that can
not the
shoot.
question you asked.
Right,
No,
the show ain't the
and I
question you
understand
asked.
that.
The question
I
you
Cause you
specifically
twisting
understand
it.
asked. You can
y'all
correct
not
you.
letting me
Okay,
get a
hold on. Did
complete
you?
question out, let
Okay.
alone
Did
a
you
point
or
out.
did you not ask if you take Jello Ball's name out of it? Does he fit the
I didn't say
NBA now?
no,
Does he
Ray.
fit,
No, I didn't. I did
bro?
not. I
What?
didn't.
Okay,
Ray,
you okay? My bad. You said
I've been drunk
you
on
take out
pineapple
Jello's
juice.
name now. What he did in the G League, is that good enough to play in the preseason and the season? Right? Is that right?
I'm gonna ask the question again, so
Go
nobody
ahead.
can be confused.
Go ahead.
Looking at what he did in the Summer League / G League.
Oh, you changed
Right.
it now. No, he changed that. That ain't how you worded it.
Okay,
You
Yeah, I know
said
it is, but he
why
take the
say
did it.
this?
name off his back.
He
Why
did
You
it.
say?
said take his okay. He
Bro,
said take
okay,
his
well,
name
we
off his
already know.
back. Do
We
you?
all Dex, we ain't done. We already know the name come off the back. That's the point of the question. So if you take his name off his back, seeing what he did in the G League / Summer League, that he do
Now you added to it.
now I Dex, you gotta let people talk, bro. Like I get it. You like to
But
talk, but
don't
you
talk
gotta
with a
let
forked
other people
tongue, my
talk.
brother. Keep it straight, because you trying to dictate the
I ain't trying to
narrative.
do nothing. I just trying to ask a simple question. We don't know the answer. So if your answer is whatever your answer is cool, I can't dispute it. That's your opinion. But what I asking you, Rave, did
And
he?
I'll answer that. You ain't gotta cancel it. Go ahead.
So at what he did in the G League / Summer League, is that enough to warrant an NBA roster spot?
Yes, because I saw a player, like you said, take away the ball for. I saw a light-skinned player hit over 45% shoot. I mean, 45% at the 3-point line, and he pretty shown that he is a qualified 3-pointer. And looking at my bench, we need another 3-pointer come off the bench, especially them Bulls, because nobody off that bench was knocking them threes down. So Jello could easily fit on our bench. Thank you. Yes.
Emphatically, yes. Based on the fact that when LiAngelo touches the ball and he's congruent with the offense, he can put up points by minute.
Hold on, Dex. I got to call. Hold up, Dex. Before you finish, the reason why I ain't responding yet because I had to look up the stat because I knew he been capped. You say Jello been shooting 45% from the three. Jello only shot 36.1% from the three. So carry on.
Dude,
you talking about Summer League or G League?
I'm talking about the Greenboro Swarm, the 2001-2022 season.
Dude, okay. Listen.
So when we say, hold on now, because now y'all caught in the situation.
Okay, hold on.
So y'all, what do you mean y'all?
Not only did he,
you mean y'all?
Okay, Panic,
not only did he not.
Okay, can I talk?
What do you mean by y'all? Who is y'all?
I said you people.
Yeah, who is y'all?
I heard you people.
Panic.
No, I want to know who is y'all.
Panic,
y'all caught in the situation. Who's y'all?
Listen to me, Panic. Listen.
Y'all.
What conspiracy I'm a part of?
Literally, Panic. Hold up.
I didn't give out no numbers.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Dex. Panic,
so we spreading false news on the line.
Hold up. Listen, Panic. I don't know how you're trying to narrate this because
you say 45%. It was 36.
Listen, hold up. It's not even about the percentage. He's a guy. He's a qualified guy that has a great release. His release is very, very quick. He is a player that I know he's going to do.
Okay, we got other people on the panel as well too.
I know a guy he's going to like. If I'm a coach and I see LiAngelo Ball, I'm going to look at him. I mean, just me. I'm going to look at him better than some of those dudes I've seen on the Charlotte bench because I watched those players on the bench and everybody saw it in that G League and that preseason games and that summer league games. Those dudes was trying to act showboat. They wasn't passing the ball. They
that's right.
And they was not following orders.
That's right.
Not playing like a team, a winning team. What did I see out of Jello? What I see out of Jello? Even though his downfalls that a lot of people like to call out and you call out, he's still trying to play winning basketball. He took great threes. Sometimes it was a little bit rapid, but he was just trying to get the shot off. He even made a couple and ones. He looked like he was trying to pass the ball, try to play the best defense he could, hustling up and down the court and playing like a team. That is a qualified player, and that's not talking about Jello. That is straight facts and analyze of a player that's on the court. So please stop trying to create a narrative. I'm trying
to tell you. Listen, First of all, let me chop you up real quick because you come in here with the same mindset of the Get Like Coop, Flight Mike, and some of them other crazy culture vultures out there. You follow what I'm saying? That prey on downfalls by knocking somebody like a LeVar because he stands up and he's a firm, constituted person, and he upset at the apple cart. He upset at their people apple cart. Keep that in mind. The Flight Mike's them people upset at their apple cart because they thought they had the system well in play to shut up and dribble. But no, LeVar want to come in, bring his boys in here like they all that, and his boys are not all that. That's the narrative that they spew. That's why I don't fuck with them no more because I see what their agenda is all about. Put on your hoods like you should, and be the clan member that you are. Now, when we go back to LiAngelo and the things that you're saying,
y'all don't do that because y'all don't even let me finish.
Why you want Ray to speak and you don't want me to speak? What is it about Ray speaking that I can't speak?
I'm about to try to talk.
You're more comfortable hearing from Ray than me?
No, because
is that what you're saying? Because you interrupted me.
You've been on this for an hour. You talk about
it doesn't matter because I'm bringing some reason to this.
No,
somebody got to be the voice of reason. You want some cuckoo time? I'm gonna be honest with you.
What's up, panel?
Yeah, I got you on Graham. Hold up. You want some? No panic. You want some cuckoo time? And I'm gonna tell you why. Because you want to dismiss everything that Ballfax said. Ballfax Oh, what's that damn noise in the background?
Please stop with that.
I'm bringing Ball Facts in here because Ball Facts is a reliable source. Ball Facts had a sit down with LiAngelo across the table eating some chicken tenders.
What I got to do with anything?
And he asked, "Would you let me talk, Negro?"
I can't
He
even
said,
talk, and I don't want making a point. Shit.
Now I can talk if I want to. Now
damn.
I'm just trying to be diplomatic about it. Now, across from eating
if
some
an
chicken
hour's a
tenders,
full
I don't know what
time,
I don't know what dip
Hey,
Jello was in. I don't know what dip.
Honey
Listen, I don't know what dip.
Honey mustard.
Yeah, I don't know what dip he had. But Ball Facts said, LiAngelo, why such and such and such and such? And then LiAngelo humbly replied, say, I just do what the coach asked me to do. You know, what the coach want me to do this, I do that. Coach want me to do that, I do that. It's not like I'm trying to basically force anything. Paraphrase. So right then and there, LiAngelo qualmed all suspicion that he's not a part of that aloofness that's out there on that court. I mean, it was shambles. You know it. Greensboro Swarm was shambles. When LiAngelo made his debut in the Summer League, did not he make a splash? Go back and check it. Flight Sports TV have it on record. We was live color.
He killed it.
Listen, hold on, Hungry Ham. Let me give this dude something, man. Because, you know, they skip certain things because they want a certain narrative. See, I always bust them aside the head because I know where they're coming from because all Negroes think alike. Keep master in power. All of them think alike. No matter what. We don't want nobody coming here shaking up nothing. They only like Malcolm X because he dead. They only like Martin Luther King because he dead. When them people was alive, people like No Panic hated their guts. Because you going to get these people mad. They're going to come out with their hoses and their dogs. And our life going to be uncomfortable. We don't want change. Because if we change for the better, Master going to get upset. And Master going to come burn this shit down.
Amen to that one. Amen.
It's a historical fact. So a lot of you guys, you really want to knock LeVar. You're not knocking LiAngelo. You know LiAngelo is really close to LeVar. He's the only one that showed supreme loyalty. While everybody was wavering, I don't know, let me think about it. LiAngelo was front and center. Every pop-up shop he's there. And y'all have a disdain for LiAngelo for being so connected to LeVar. Because LeVar is here to upset the apple cart, and you guys don't like that. You want everybody to shut up and dribble.
Amen.
You know y'all mindset.
They all got loyalty. That's why people think that Melo by signing with Puma didn't have no loyalty. I promise you guys that signature with Puma, LeVar had a lot to do with it as well. He's using a lot of that money the same way he's using a lot of Lonzo's money.
Of course, it's all like that. And Jello gonna be the same way, Ham. When Jello get his contract after busting these people in the ass, pause, he gonna get his contract the same way, and the BBB coffers is gonna be overfilled.
Nah, I think with Jello is gonna be different. I think Jello, since he was waived so long, and they played him for so long, I feel like he's the one that's gonna stay with Triple B's from the beginning as well. What's gonna happen is you see how now in the photo shoot.
I'm talking about his basketball contract, not no shoe contract.
Okay, so you see how in the picture he got some Jordans on. That's all part of the strategy. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess he probably don't want to wear his G3s for now, but as soon as he's official, he's gonna have his G3s all day long.
I don't know about that because he wore G3s in the Swarm, so I don't know too much about that one.
But I feel
don't
like
forget he wore G3s in the Swarm.
I feel like the same.
And Summer League he wore G3s. In the Summer League,
I feel like the same thing everybody keeps talking about with Jello. Everybody trying to keep making excuses on why they move him up. They want to keep saying it was because of Melo. Yes, obviously it was because of Melo, but he had to prove himself.
Yes.
And while we all saw what they did to him, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what was happening. They knew that he was good enough to be in the team, you know, and that whole non-guarantee is part of the whole scheme that they've been doing from the beginning.
But Ham, remember this, Ham. When Jello had the first opportunity that we ain't seen Jello play in 18 months, they gave Jello the opportunity to play in that Summer League, that first term Summer League.
Bro,
what did he do?
He
16 points in 20 minutes or something like that.
Yo, he even made a buzzer beater almost from half court. People don't talk
Right.
about that.
But I'm talking about the very first game, coming off a hiatus of basketball footage of 18 months. He went and scored like 16 points in 22 minutes or something to that nature.
Yo, and,
So
you know what's crazy to me too? How everybody is trying to judge him by his play in the G League and the Summer League. You can't even, if you're gonna judge his play in the Summer League, then you're gonna say that he's a perfect player, that he's 100% everything. Because for the amount of time that he played and the way he was iced out, the way everything went down, like with the coaches, with the teammates, with everything, is just insane to me how people don't give him more credit. Like they don't talk about him in the videos more.
Right.
And they don't like, I don't understand. Like he's not a story. We are the only ones talking about this. This is crazy to me.
Can I ask the panel a question?
And hold on, Rico, one second. I'm gonna say this. And him, and that was correct, and that was exactly how I answered that question. Because I singled out Jello and I said this guy is playing obviously way better than the rest of them niggas that got contracts. JT Thor and all those dudes that was playing. Jello was clearly the best looking because he looked like he wanted to win. He looked like he was trying to play within the team's agenda. He wasn't being no showboat. He was taking threes. He was trying to be active on defense, even though he wasn't the best defender. Cool, you can have that. But he still was trying to be there, do whatever it took, passing the ball, getting assists, floater, all that. And I looked at the other guys. They're not playing no defense nor no offense. They breaking shots. They don't want to play to pass the ball. They overlooking somebody. They don't want to do it. And a lot of them was being showboats. And guess what? They all got contracts. And that's why I'm saying I took away Jello Ball. If I'm a coach and I just saw Jello, if I saw a guy.
1 second, Ham.
And how about this? I want to say one thing before you say that. One thing. How about the fact that when Melo was out for COVID and a bunch of players were out, and they moved up a couple of players from the G League, why they didn't give Jello a chance then too? Like, you're gonna tell me there's no way they couldn't give him at least a 10-day contract or something? It's the same. It's just everything that's been happening with Jello. It's the same thing that's been happening with the Ball brothers from the beginning. I was having an argument with someone on Instagram, right, that was hating on a picture that Ball Facts uploaded, and he was saying, like the same thing that everybody keeps saying, this is the reason why Jello and this, Jello and that, his percentage is this and that. And this is my question: why wasn't Melo drafted number 1 or number 2 if he was clearly the best player in the draft? Can someone answer this for me?
He was.
That's the same reason why Jello is not up in the NBA right now.
Lamelo ain't been the clear best player.
Oh no?
No.
So why did he win rookie? Why did he win rookie of the year even after getting injured?
That don't mean nothing. And that's why I say.
What you mean that don't mean nothing?
It don't mean rookie of the year don't mean nothing.
All right, so you're saying that Melo was not the best player?
No, listen to why he's saying.
So who's the best player? Who's the best player?
You gonna stop talking while I say him?
Answer.
Lamelo was the best player, but it wasn't clear that he been the best player.
Why wasn't clear? Why wasn't clear? You tell me why wasn't clear. We knew he was the best player. You tell me why it wasn't clear.
Anthony Edwards during LaMelo's injury showed highlights where he could be on that level.
No. Rico, you missed this one.
You're tripping on this one.
Yeah, you missed this one. Let me hold on 1 second. Let's get all emotional. Okay, Rico, I'm gonna let you go, Rico. Wait, everybody. Wait, hold on. We're having too much episodes at the same time, and ain't enough music for that. Go ahead, Rico.
All I'm saying is the reason why, like you said, he did win Rookie of the Year, but the only reason why the rhetoric changed and no panic saying it wasn't clear to the general masses was because of what Anthony Edwards was doing while LaMelo was injured. To us,
no, we talk about the draft, not draft.
before the draft.
Yes,
exactly.
No, and also LaMelo
I don't know
was
because
hurt
before
Oh, you don't know.
according to
I'm gonna
Hold
tell
on,
you
Ham.
why.
Hold on, Ham. Let him go.
I'm gonna
Let
tell
him
him
go.
why.
like
I'm
because
gonna
I
tell him
agree with
why.
him. To me, he was the best player in the draft. I agree
Oh,
with him.
okay, we got it.
Yeah,
We got you.
I was talking about his rookie season. My
Okay.
bad. Go ahead though.
No, and let me clarify why I'm trying to tell you about being the clear cut favorite and just being the favorite. I personally think LaMelo been the best in the draft, but he wasn't the clear cut best in the draft. So
Why
when
not?
Why? Why no panic?
Because when you look at it like this, you look at
Stop it,
Anthony
Zeus.
Edwards, the athleticism, the coming out of high school, he played in
Wrong
college,
answer.
he succeeded
Wrong
in
answer.
college. That
Yeah,
is how
he
old
He didn't
was.
succeed in college. What you mean?
He damn near wanted to play football. Hold on.
What do you mean succeed in college?
Bro, you know,
Why he
You
didn't get number
Ham,
two?
you
Ham,
was
hold up,
one
Ham,
and done.
You do
Ham,
realize
hold up,
LaMelo
Ham.
missed most of the
Anthony
season
Edwards,
with
hold up,
in
bro.
Hawks, right?
Panic.
We don't
Anthony
got
Edwards.
enough
Yeah, I
music.
feel you, Flight. Flight, I feel you.
We
You
don't
ain't got
got
enough
enough
mics.
music.
Panic, hold up. Panic. The nigga Anthony Edwards damn near wanted to play football. People forget. That nigga wanted to play football.
Because he's more.
He was
He's
making
like
a decision if he want to play or
he's
not.
an athlete. He's an athlete. Yeah.
So LaMelo's not an athlete?
He is nowhere near the athlete as Anthony
Not a
Edwards.
football athlete,
You
Ray.
mean he
You know
can't
damn
jump?
well you saw LaMelo on the
Ray,
football field. You be
Ray,
like,
you
why
say
the
you
hell
play
is he there?
football, you should understand that.
He can play
Yo,
receiver. Hey, Melo can play receiver. He can play receiver.
Yeah, all right.
Man, y'all bugging, man. Like,
No, I'm gonna tell you. No, let me clear. Let me get this clear.
Hold on, because
Yes.
somebody can't play football. That don't
Let me
mean
clear it up for
I'm not an
everybody.
athlete. So that means Serena Williams not an athlete.
So we can kill these episodes.
No, Ray, he's just saying to the general consensus, they saw how athletic Anthony Edwards was
But
over LaMelo Ball, so they gave
that's not the case.
Okay, so why
again,
you
Dex,
want
I'm
Hold on.
again.
I know you
I'm
already
just
said
saying
yours. You already
the
said yours.
general
Yeah.
consensus. I'm not
Right.
saying my opinion. I'm saying to all these
But
other
we know it was
weirdos out
politics
there,
in that though.
They
See?
saw
I'm gonna go
Homeboy
back to Jello. That's
jump
why I'm asking
high,
this
so they
question.
said that makes him equal to
Okay.
someone clearly better. That don't make sense to me.
Let-
but that's what they
yeah.
said.
Right, but listen to this right here. Listen to this. Y'all can castigate me if I'm wrong. Okay, throw tomatoes at me, rotten eggs, or whatever. Lamelo Ball, prior to coming to the NBA and entering the draft, he was playing in Australia with grown motherfucking men who had to play to eat. It ain't no comparison.
but Diggs, you got to
And he
remember
won.
the NBA.
Why I'm keep getting interrupted by one person?
Diggs, you've been doing it all day.
That's amazing. Like he hates for me to speak
Diggs,
because I have so much reason behind it.
You don't have to take out an hour and 20 minutes on your own.
But people love to hear that hour and a half, though.
No, they don't. I promise you they
Say,
don't.
you don't
They skip the first
because
30 minutes
you listen. I'm Marcus Garvey
Put the
and you
music off and
W.E.
okay.
and you W.E. Du Bois. That's what it is.
No.
That's the whole point. And you're gonna come around just like W.E. Du Bois came around. You're gonna come around one day. So I gotta keep hammering it at you until it inculcates into your skull. It's Dubois in French, but it's Dubois in English, okay?
But Dubois is a French word.
I understand, but I'm just letting you know. We call him W.E. Du Bois.
Bro, listen.
But anyway, listen, that's neither here nor there. But listen, LaMelo played overseas with grown men. You can't compare that type of atmosphere to college, where it's fun, fucking on snow bunnies, playing around, getting money under the table.
I disagree with this. I'm sorry. I can't co-sign that.
You don't think they playing with snow bunnies?
I guarantee
you better ask Rick. Hold on. You better ask Rick Pitino. You better ask Tubby Smith. You better ask Tubby Smith. You better ask Pedrino, the one that was on a motorcycle with that young little tender.
That's not what I'm saying.
Don't tell me about that.
I think I know some college teams better than some European teams. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
No, but Melo was playing with grown men. He wasn't playing with no collegiate boys.
And Zion's Duke team will whoop the fuck out those old men, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that's all I'm saying. I know some college teams that will whoop them overseas.
But Anthony Edwards on Georgia. You can't say Zion and Duke. Duke get the best of the best. Anthony Edwards on Georgia, and there was a what? They didn't even make the damn Sweet 16 for crying out loud.
Yeah, but you
But it wasn't no success.
you guys are now making it into a comparison with Anthony Edwards. I'm not even doing that. I'm just trying to prove a point to go back to Jello. Okay, so what I'm saying is, right, the whole thing with LeVar and with the Ball brothers started with Lonzo. Okay, let's go back to Lonzo. Everybody hated LeVar because of Lonzo.
Thank you.
Lonzo came in with his own shoe. Then LeVar started bringing out the truth about the Lakers and everything that was going on. Magic Johnson
he pulled the cover on. He pulled the cover on
Magic Johnson quit, right? At this point, guys, remember, Melo's still a little kid. Melo's still like 15 or something like that. Yeah, or like when
the covers on Luke Walton.
And LiAngelo still didn't get in trouble yet, right? But LeVar was all over the media. A lot of people wasn't really paying attention to Melo like that or LiAngelo, okay, because they were still in the process of LiAngelo going into UCLA and all that stuff. Then the UCLA stuff happened. Right away, they dismissed LiAngelo. Nobody looked into his play. Nobody wanted to fuck with him at all because obviously they're looking for a reason to not fuck with him because of LeVar. Okay? At this same time, it's when LeVar decides to take Lamelo out of high school and take him to overseas to play professional basketball. Okay.
Tim, can you tell me why Jello wasn't
the
starting at
youngest
UCLA?
American ever to play professional
basketball? Wait. Well, the reason why, but LiAngelo didn't get to play with UCLA. If you really
he wasn't going to start.
He wasn't
it
going to
doesn't matter what was going to happen because Melo didn't start with the Hornets. And he was
We're not talking about the Hornets. I'm talking about college.
What are you
I just asked you a question.
Because of the same reason.
What is the reason?
Because of the same reason. Because of
no panic. Always trying to look for a teammate,
bro. Because of the same reason.
I just asked a question. That's it.
All right, so I'm going to answer the question.
You heard that, Ray?
I'm going to answer your question. He wasn't going to start because of the same reason they do everything that happens to the Ball brothers.
But he was a 3-star recruit, though, Ham. He was a 3-star recruit, and UCLA had 5 stars and 4 stars.
Why was he a 3-star recruit when he was the best scorer?
Because like Lonzo said at the dinner table, as soon as he left the college, they didn't win shit. That's why.
Exactly.
Listen. So going back to what I'm saying, as soon as LeVar took him out of UCLA and took Melo out of high school, took them to Lithuania, that's when everything started because NCAA basketball, what happened? NCAA was like, damn, if these kids are successful, LeVar is fucking up our bread right now.
That's right.
Especially
and what happened?
That's
exactly what happened. They were successful, okay? When LiAngelo came back for the draft, obviously he's blackballed. They wasn't fucking with him. Nobody fucking with him. Okay, they had an excuse not to fuck with him. Okay, that went under the rug. Now LeVar is going to TV shows and telling the whole world that Lamelo was going to be number 1. You guys remember that, right? He used to say, everybody, listen, Melo is going to be number 1. He's going to be drafted number 1. Even before he went to Australia, even before he came back to Aspire High School, right? Comes back, plays in the JBA, plays in Aspire, goes back to Australia. He's killing it everywhere. He's the most famous, so he's going to bring the most bread and the most clout, okay? And then now, some media people started like messing up his narrative so he don't become number 1. You know what would have happened if Melo would have got drafted number 1? Oh my God, it would have been even 3 times worse than what it is right now. Because what LeVar did, he switched the whole scheme, the whole NCAA scheme, how they don't let athletes make money, and they don't want athletes to have their own brand. And that's the reason why Jello still to this day is still being blackballed. But guess what? The time is coming. The time is near. They're not going to be able to stop it. And it's happening right now as we speak. And everybody.
I'm gonna ask you a question when you're done.
Go ahead.
What did Jello do and before he gets to the draft, before his year to get drafted, what did he do that you can say he should have been drafted?
He was getting buckets? What?
Bro,
You keep asking the same question.
Bro, he was balling overseas.
Bro,
he
was
balling overseas.
He was part.
He was playing better than Lamelo overseas.
He's a ball brother. He's a ball brother. The greatest high school team ever. That's not enough.
Nah, bro.
That's crazy.
How? He was one of the best players.
Ham, don't worry about him. Ham,
let me respond.
Ham, don't worry about him. They sent him. They sent him here. Don't worry about it. They sent him here.
He went to Lithuania.
Don't worry about no panic.
He didn't get a chance. He couldn't play college. Wait. He didn't play college.
You're going too far back. Hold up. You went too far back.
But I'm gonna tell you.
He's talking about his college.
All right, so I'm gonna tell you. All right. He got kicked out. He got kicked out of UCLA. Right. He went overseas.
No, he didn't get kicked out of UCLA. He didn't get kicked out.
All right. LeVar took him out of UCLA. Took him overseas with Melo. Right. What was happening overseas in that team? Why did LeVar take them out? They were not letting him play, and he also needed surgery.
First team.
That was another thing. He needed surgery too. That let's not forget about that. He needed surgery too. So the little bit that he played, he did well. Okay. Then he came back. He got the surgery, and he was still dealing with the whole fuckery of being blackballed, bro. What do you mean?
But everything
you're talking
you
about
said,
the story, Ham. You're talking about the story. You're not answering his question.
Point, though.
Oh, you're not
But
answering.
LeVar wanted LeAngelo to be one and done.
All right,
and we all know that LeAngelo at that point wasn't one and done material.
Both of y'all agree with y'all.
Thank you, Dex. That's what I'm trying to get around to.
Hold up. He did not ask about the story. You're talking about a story. He said, what did he do to say why y'all felt like he should have been drafted, and you should have told him that he was balling out overseas, which he did. He's averaging 30 points per game. He was balling.
Yeah, let me ask him something now. How many games did Melo play?
Hold on.
Rave, where? What league was he averaging 30? I know he was having games he was killing, but I don't know about his
guys. How many games?
Hold on. Let Ray.
Y'all just ain't gonna act right. I see that right now. Y'all just ain't gonna act right.
These niggas be talking all night.
Okay, I might got the numbers wrong because I might have put that 30.
You inflating. Okay, Ray, you inflating. I get it.
No. He got that. He was getting 30 in that fucking league. I fucked up.
But the JBA, Junior Basketball Association.
When you look at LeAngelo Ball before the draft, not only was he dealing with injuries, he barely getting to play in Lithuania, and you telling me he should have been drafted, and he ain't even going to be starting on UCLA?
Who said that? Who's the one saying that?
No panic. They sent no panic here. Don't worry about it.
This is what I will say.
You know they find that one black guy and they send him in to be agent of chaos.
I'm trying to remember. I'm really trying to remember.
Look, what did he do? One second, Open. This is what I will say. Jello has proven to be fringe NBA level this entire time while he's been away. Or whether he was overseas, whether he was in college, coming out of high school, he has always proven to be somewhere between NBA and G League level, in my opinion.
Is that a draft pick to you?
Yeah. A ton of draft picks get drafted and sent down to the G League. So that's normal. So yeah. And I've always said, but look, no panic. I've always said that I don't think he's high lottery pick. I think he was like a 20-something.
No panic. Let me ask you something. How many games did Melo play in Australia?
LaMelo played about 15, 20.
He played 12 games, right?
12 games.
12 games. So why was everybody basing him on being projected to be number one and ended up being number 3? Why everybody was basing his play from? Because he only played. But let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
If LaMelo had gone to college and played 12 games with the same stat line, he would be the number 1 draft pick.
Bro, I'm trying to answer.
He been that.
I'm trying to answer your Jello question, right? You saying that you
Hey,
asking
John Jackson a fool.
you're asking that what have Jello proven, and you dismissing the JBA, you dismissing everything that the high school and everything. And I'm asking you how many games that Melo played overseas. He only played 12 games in Australia. So how come he was drafted number 3?
Shout
Okay,
out to Josh
can
Jackson.
I give a response without nobody interrupting?
Go ahead.
When you look at the NBA or when the NBA look at talent, the NBA, no matter how we look at the JBA, no matter how we look at NBL, the NBA respects a pipeline. They respect if you ain't an amazing athlete, if you ain't one of those once in a lifetime type of athletes, you can't just go overseas, play 12 games, and be the number 1 overall pick. When you look at LaMelo, I'm gonna say this again: if LaMelo had going to college and only played 12 games, and he put up the same stat line, he would be the number 1 pick because in people's mind it would have been like he's legit. The NBA don't look at Lithuania and the NBL as a top overseas league, so they not respecting the competition. So when
let me ask you something.
Are you serious? You believe that?
So let me ask you something. LaMelo being drafted number 3 was all because of those 12 games he played in Australia?
Say that again.
LaMelo being number 3 was all because of the 12 games he played in Australia.
If you adjusting your mic, please adjust your mic on mute.
Tell me.
Say that again, Hungry.
LaMelo playing 12 games in Australia. That's all the Hornets needed to draft him number 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
that shit don't make no sense, bro.
Okay, Ham.
That shit does not make no sense at all.
Ham, hold up, Ham. To be fair, he could have been number 2 if it wasn't for the fact the Warriors was hating. Because what's his name?
Bro, that's what I'm getting to. They been hating. Everybody been hating. Even people in this panel. Even people in this freaking panel.
Y'all can't say that's hate. First of all, the man that
no, it is. No, he said it. Hold on.
Second of all,
it was by what's his name? Was it?
Second of all, Wiseman fit the Warriors better than LaMelo fit the Warriors.
Panic, sir.
Don't go there and say it's no hate.
Panic. Whoa, you're wrong on this one.
They always gonna take the best player.
Hold up. What? I don't know. I forgot. I don't know if it was
the Warriors in the championship roster.
Sir, panic. Hold up, bro. You're wrong on this one. Panic. You are wrong on this one. They said do not draft that guy. I'm trying to remember. I don't know if it was the coach that said it. It was somebody that said do not draft him on that 2nd round pick. I don't remember. I forgot who it was.
Not 2nd round. First round, 2nd pick.
Steve Kerr got a diss from LeVar Ball because LeVar Ball said anybody can coach the Warriors. That's number 1. Second, James Wiseman was a better fit for the Warriors, who still had Curry coming off a half a season injury. Clay, they thought been coming back that season. Draymond, who been getting a little older. They figured let's get a big man like Wiseman in there, and we'll be all right. They already had enough guards that coming off the bench.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing why they got that Wiseman pick.
No, I just saying y'all.
I'm arguing he could have been 2nd when someone did not want that to happen. That's all I'm saying. I'm just talking about the hate part. You're right about that because I agree. The Warriors needed a big man. They needed what Wiseman does. They said he's a guy that shoots the ball tall. So that part is right, Panic. I'm not talking about that. What we're trying to get to a point where you're somehow confused by is the hate part. When it was like they were trying to make sure it would not happen where Melo would be number 2. Because
or number 1.
Talk about that hate part.
Let's move on.
Or number 1. It's the hate part we talk about. You're always talking about.
But y'all forgetting. Hold on. But you guys are forgetting a whole lot of stuff. LeVar said prior to the draft, pre-draft, that LaMelo don't like the cold when it came to Minnesota. So he already basically spoke against he already spoke against the Minnesota thing. Now. He also spoke against the Golden State Warriors thing by saying LaMelo don't need to be up there with Steph Curry. He don't need to be up under Steph Curry. LaMelo need his own team. That's what LeVar said.
Listen,
don't skip over stuff.
I can agree with y'all as far as like a lot of people don't like the Ball family and the structure and all that. I agree with that. But at the same time, y'all sound so delusional sometimes, bro. It's like, come on, let's look
We
at basketball
understand.
like it is. When you look at
We understand
Minnesota,
that you're stuck in the matrix. So yeah, we are delusional.
They got a point guard
He
they
really
paying
is.
money to.
He really is.
Pick and pick. They got a fit they already need in Wiseman. Lamelo fall to Charlotte. Charlotte ain't been like, oh, we.
When I came through that door with tools, when I came through that door with my toolbox, you was like, Dexter, don't touch nothing. But we good here. Don't you try to fix nothing here. We good here.
I mean, but there's no listen, man. I'm not. There's no talking to this, man.
Let me. Yo, you know what's gonna happen?
Every time somebody says something about the ball family, y'all get into this motherly love type shit.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true.
Like,
no, when you come in here and cap, no. When you come here,
yeah, no panic. Got a lot of lumps on his head tonight. Hold on, Ray. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Oh shit. Rave. No panic. Got a lot of lumps on his head tonight. You guys out there on these Flight Sports block, you seeing what's happening on this panel? Why this guy always interrupt me when I talk? See, that's what I'm saying.
Sometimes, bro, like that.
Stockholm syndrome. Listen, Stockholm syndrome got the best of you, bro. I know you got a foreign accent, but the Stockholm syndrome got the best of you, bro. You don't even see it. You hate to see pride in black people.
Dave, get to the point.
Okay, then you interrupted me. Shout out to everybody on the panel. We got the No Panics of the world. We got the Hungry Hams of the world. We got the Ricos. We got the Marvin Tatum from the other side. We got Ray. Oh my God, dude, we got Ray. We got Flight that's lurking in the background, making sure we don't fuck up the channel. And then you got All Access Decks. But guess what? You guys can have more of this if you like and subscribe the channel and hit the notification button. So if you're here for the very first time, subscribe and get more of this. Sometime I know it's chaotic, but a lot of time it's very calm and intellectual.
You know what I'm waiting for? More.
Why Hungry Ham is interrupting me?
I thought you was done.
Listen, let me explain something to you guys. You have to respect the promo, please.
Oh, my bad.
Please respect the promo. The channel don't grow if we don't promote. Some people don't want the channel to grow. They hear as chaotic agents of chaos.
The people that love what we're talking about, they're gonna subscribe, brother. This is what I'm saying.
One thing about this, Ham, you got to remember. One thing about this, Ham, you got to remember. Power exceeds nothing except by demand. So if you don't ask the people to do anything, the people just go on their normal cycle.
That's true. You should put it on the screen.
We got it on the screen.
Yeah, but that's too small.
Okay, hold on. Don't interrupt the promotion. Hold on. Fall back. Everybody just fall back. You're getting a little indignant. we here at Flight Sports TV want to give you the best experience possible. And we have a congruent and sometimes incongruent cases of content creators that grace the block of Flight Sports TV. And we love it. We love it. We need the contrast. But how do you grow if you don't have resistance, right? When you go lifting weights, the only way your muscle grow is because of resistance. So we need resistance. Look at Star Wars. Look at the Jedi. You see the resistance. You see the Dark Force. And the Dark Forces come on Flight Sports TV and we give them their lumps. So if you're enjoying this, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscription. We got a plethora of sports. We got baseball. We got football. We got HBCU. We got other college football, NCAA football. We got boxing. And we have grassroots commentary that you guys would love to hear. And we also have celebrities that comes through and grace Flight Sports TV. So you don't know what we're going to have. Sometimes we don't know what we're going to have. People pops up. Don't miss a moment. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. Don't be shy. Don't be bashful. Don't be ashamed to support individual entrepreneurship, and especially when we hear on a daily basis giving you great, supreme content
No
at Flight
days
Sports
off.
TV.
Them boys said Melo choked 2 games away, 2 playing games away.
He choked two playing games away.
That's why I read in the chat from somebody y'all said, damn, yeah, y'all trusting his word. He said Melo choked 2 playing games and Ant Edwards better.
Tough.
Well, I mean, that's cool. You can say that if you want to. I'm not mad at Ant-Man, but I don't think he's better than LaMelo because Ant-Man is not running his team.
Yeah, I mean,
LaMelo have to run his team.
Ain't LaMelo.
And listen, and Ant-Man. I mean, we're talking about Ant-Man had the free range.
Yeah, that's Carl Anthony Towns' team.
Listen, Ant-Man had the free range from the beginning too. I'm watching a guy like LaMelo who was on the bench or had a different role. Remember, they even had LaMelo at the third spot, small forward spot.
I remember Anthony. I remember Anthony said he loved football more than basketball. I remember that. I remember that.
All right, you cut me off. All right. All right, but listen. I'm also looking at the fact that, like I said, Anthony Edwards from the very beginning had the free reins. LaMelo worked hard as shit because he had to work his shit right back up because they wanted Graham to be the guy, the leader. And people forget that. If it wasn't for Graham being hurt, they would have still held this great athlete, this great superstar that we know as LaMelo Ball be behind. Be all hidden in Graham's shadows. Y'all forget that in the chat. If it wasn't for him getting hurt, we wouldn't be saying this right now. So if it took Graham to be hurt for LaMelo to take over, and remember that. And
not only that, Ray. Not only that. Let's get to the crust of it, the meat. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys leaving a lot of meat on the bone. LaMelo played meaningful basketball. Keep that in mind. Those of you who are LaMelo detractors. LaFrance Ball played meaningful basketball with Gordon Hayward, with Bismack Biyombo, with Cody Zeller, with the twins, Terry Rozier, Miles Bridges, P.J. Washington, Jalen McDaniels, and company. They played meaningful basketball in this rookie campaign because they made the play-in game. There was no chance of Minnesota making a play-in game. So a lot of their games, it was just ball chucking, do what you do, get in shape, get your game ready for when we are a better team. So LaMelo didn't have the affordability to be willy-nilly out there at the stat pad. So this is one of the reasons why they gave him the nudge in the Rookie of the Year campaign, because everything he did and the numbers that he put up on the board, it was meaningful basketball. Every single game they won, every single game they lost was very important.
And the eye test too, that count too. You could see that Melo was better than all of them, right from the start. And everything that's been happening. You know when I'm gonna be happy? When Jello comes into the NBA and when he hit the floor with Melo, that's when the show is going to start, guys. Yeah. That's what I want to see. It's gonna be the JBA all over again. People saying I'm crazy, but it's gonna be like that. Jello's gonna do his thing.
We're gonna see tomorrow, right?
Jello's gonna do his thing, and if they leave him open, he's gonna kill them.
Tomorrow it won't be Jello and Melo. We're gonna see Jello though.
Why not? Why is not gonna be Jello and Melo in the court at the same time?
I don't know, Ray.
Tell me why not.
I don't see.
Are they playing in Boston? Are they playing in Boston?
Tell me why not.
I don't see.
Bro, if
Ray, are they playing in Boston?
If that was not the plan, he wouldn't be in the NBA right now.
Flight, where's the game being played at, Flight?
Okay, here's what I'm saying. Let me say this. Why?
It's gonna be in Boston.
Okay, well that might be the case. Ray could be right. It might save that till they get to the Hornets arena.
Yeah, and also, but listen, you gotta understand. We have to put it.
I'm not saying you're right.
All right, I'm with you.
You got a possibility.
Let me say.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Let me say why. Hold up, bro. Let me say why. Let me why I said that. Listen, let me say why I said that. Okay, LaMelo Ball is now being favored and now being displayed as the franchise player of the team. And what they usually do with franchise players of the team, they don't like to have that franchise player out there in the preseason like that. Okay? Now, will he probably get on the court, here and there? Sure. But we're talking about where Jello stands and where Melo stands. Jello will come a little later, and Melo would probably already played his minutes, and he's going to be gone. Melo's not going to be out there like that. I feel you. I want to see the Melo and Jello, but don't go out there tomorrow thinking you about to see a Melo and Jello together sighting. I don't see that. I'm sorry. I want to. I get it. I understand. I want to. I'm with y'all. But I don't see
Melo's going to start tomorrow.
Because
Yeah, but Jello is in the bottom tier.
Yeah,
that's what Raven's saying.
Right. And Melo is the franchise player. And what they do with franchise players, they do not risk it at all. So he's probably going to get on for a few minutes.
He's 21 years old.
Melo, right? They're going to put Melo in the game for a few minutes and get him right off that court.
I got him doing it in Charlotte. I don't care, Ray. They doing it in Charlotte.
Okay,
they're going to be on the court together in Charlotte.
They're going to be in the court together tomorrow.
Listen.
That one is 50-50, though, because Ray got a point. It's the first game. They play their starters for a little bit, and then they're going to put in the bench.
I get it, bro. If y'all want to be high,
once LaMelo come out, he ain't coming back in.
really, right. I'm telling you, Melo gonna come in, play a few minutes. Okay, he's the franchise player of the team. They will not be playing him like that. They will not. They're gonna see what they're gonna get out of.
All right, is Jello playing tomorrow?
They're gonna see Do
you think Jello's gonna give some minutes tomorrow?
Yeah. He's going to play a lot, actually. I think he's going to play a lot. I'm talking about outside. Listen, you got to understand, Jello, a lot of Jello, because you're going to be seeing a lot of guys that they want to see who's going to. All
right, they want to get a good look at,
LaMelo.
Let me ask you.
They got to get more of a review of, okay, the bench, the depth, the rest of the starters. Are these guys going to continue to play? Because listen, next year, you best believe there's going to be some roster changes because now they're moving forward with LaMelo. So you got to understand when Jello comes, Jello going to come a little later because he's fighting with those guys that's at the 8th, the 9th, the 10th spot, 11th spot. So they're going to come a little later, but by the time they come, Melo's already played his minutes, bro. So I'm telling you. Temper that temptations. I understand. Just temper it. I get it. Just relax.
Let me ask you something. Why didn't keep Jello in the G League another year?
Huh?
Why didn't keep Jello in the G League one more year?
Why did they keep Jello in the G League?
Why they didn't?
Because I feel like they're gonna actually put Jello. They're actually gonna play him.
That's what you think? You think Jello is in the NBA right now? Because guys, he is in the NBA. Is he in the NBA? Why he's not another year of preparation in the G League?
Because it's time for him to be off the G League. He can play now.
What preparation in the G League are you talking about? When he played 5 minutes?
Because everybody kept saying that he needed to be in the G League for another year, even DKM and everybody.
But what's this have to do with me saying that they're not going to play on the same?
What I'm saying is that he is going to play, that they know what he can do, and that he's officially in the team.
I said that. What does that have to do with me saying that Melo and Joe are not going to play together?
Nothing.
Jello going to spend some time in the G League this season. Like he's not going to be on the active roster all season. Like that's not going to happen. He's going to spend some time in the G League.
Who's saying that?
No panic.
You know who's saying it. You
you got listen. You got to listen. You might have to agree with that one though.
Tell me why he's going to play.
I'm not even trying to go to that part.
Think about it. They got
Charlotte Hornets. They had a
Charlotte
Hornets
round draft pick last year doing last year when the boot night been doing.
I can agree with no panic on that.
Oh no. I mean, I'm not.
I think Jello be up and down.
But I mean, that wasn't in the conversation. You just had to add that. But okay, I'm talking about.
I added because that's a fact. Like y'all talking like he about to be.
We're not talking about that. They were saying. All I'm addressing is they were saying that we're going to see Jello and Melo together on the court tomorrow. And I said, that's not true. It's the first preseason game. And when they do, especially the first preseason game, you won't see no damn Melo out there like that. So if you think you're about to see, all I was just talking about is you think you're going to see a Jello and a Melo sighting together on the court, it's not happening. I'm going to keep it. Actually,
I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about
Okay,
that.
all right, y'all. Any other conversation?
Yeah. You're right. I don't care about that. I care more about the season. They're going to play in the season a lot together. But what I'm saying is, how many other players from the G League got moved up to the Hornets besides Jello?
None.
What's his name?
Jalen Crutcher.
Yeah. What's that?
You got Jalen Crutcher.
What's that? The athletic guy, the power forward. What's his name?
JT Thor.
But he was in the Hornets. No, he's not an official G League. I'm talking about the official G League.
But he was in the G League.
Yeah, they brought him down, but he was in the Hornets.
Jalen Crutcher. Jalen Crutcher.
Okay,
I know he was in the G League.
What happened? What's the name of that player that was there for a couple of years and he was actually the star of them? And he got mad play when Jello was there. What's the name of that player that they was talking about?
That's Book Knight. They got mad play.
Not Book Knight. Book Knight.
Vernon Carey.
I don't remember his name, but there was one guy that he played for a couple of years and he actually was gaining a bunch of minutes. What's his name?
Maybe Vernon Carey.
I don't remember his name.
Vernon Carey's on another team right now.
Okay.
Was he a big guy or was he what position?
I think he's a shooting guard. He's athletic.
Oh, Scotty Lewis.
And how much?
Remember the name?
How much roster spots they got on game day in the NBA?
17.
So 17 players dressed out in the NBA.
Yeah, 15 on the roster. I mean, 15 guaranteed and two ways.
Right, two reserves.
Yeah, two ways.
So at the end of the day, we're really talking about him fighting for what the last 5 spots.
Yeah.
So he's fighting for 2-way at this point.
Say that again. Yeah, 2-way at the worst. At the worst, 2-way, but at the best, he's actually get a guaranteed contract, like 1 year guaranteed contract.
So he's 16 through 20 right now.
So that's what he's shooting for, to have a guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 15 to 20. Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, what I just heard, Gordon Hayward, come to find out, he has an unconfirmation injury, they said. And what's his name? Miles Bridges. We already know about that. And the rest of these guards, some of these guards are high G League players that we know that for sure ain't gonna make that roster. So
okay, let's go back to Gordon Hayward. That's an important news break right here.
And Gordon Hayward, what about Gordon Hayward too, right?
No, what you just say? You just said something about Gordon Hayward was injured, right?
And I said, yeah. Gordon Hayward.
Okay, give us some details on that. You just skipped over that like it wasn't nothing.
yeah, I know. So it's an unconfirmed injury. They have not reported it. He said that something was bothering him or something like that, but it wasn't like confirmed.
What part of his body?
Huh?
Did they say what part of his body?
They didn't got no details in that. It just said
okay.
Yeah. As I said, I don't know. I don't have much information about it because it's an enclosed, unconfirmational injury.
Some tell me it's his back. Some tell me it's his back.
Yeah, it could be something. And the fact that and the absence of Miles Bridges. And if you look at the roster, there's a lot of G League players that's fighting for a spot too as well. And those.
And where did you hold on? Where you get that Gordon Hayward information? Because people might want to look that up.
Where I got that from? I don't want y'all to look this one up. I'll tell you.
Yo, so check this out, right? So Jello. In comparison, Jello, in comparison to the rest of the G League team, right? He didn't get that much play, right? We all agree that he didn't get that much play. Why was he moved up? Why was he moved up to the NBA even though he didn't even get to play that much?
Hey, one second. Hey, Dex, I'll give you a hint though, because I don't want to say it, but I'll give you a hint. The 3-point conversation. I'll give you that's the hint I can give you.
Oh.
I'll tell you later.
Well, they be having some insight though.
Yeah. Yeah, and they said that he had a disclosed. They said disclosed.
Undisclosed.
Yeah, that's what it was called. and they said it wasn't confirmed. So, he dealing with something, and the fact that Miles Bridges is out really, and the fact that there's a lot of guards that we clearly see that's not going to make the roster. Jello actually has an opportunity. So that's all we're getting ready to see, man.
Okay.
Yeah. I was looking at some of that roster names too. I was like, boy, get them up out of there.
The Hornets got 21 players on their roster. 20 if you take out Miles Bridges. And
no, they can't have 21 players. They can't.
No, they do. I mean, I can list them out, but I mean that's 21 names.
No, but I'm saying you put Miles Bridges in. I don't think Miles Bridges is on the roster.
Yeah, that's why I say excluding him, it'll be 20.
Yeah, because you only can have 20. That's the max right now going into training camp.
And these basically the players that's on LiAngelo Ball level, high or low, wherever you put them at. Anthony DeRuggi, Jalen Crutcher, Bryce McGowan's, Jalen Sims, and Mark Williams. Mark Williams is drafted.
Mark
so that's an automatic right there. That's 16 spots. So now you really got
other than Mark, all other than Mark.
Let him finish, Ray.
My bad. You good?
So basically, he battling against Jalen Sims, Bryce McGowan, Anthony DeRuggi, and Jalen Crutcher for the 17th at best spot. And that's without Miles Bridges. So if he do come back, he battling for the 18th spot, which would make him basically off the roster, even if he win against the other players. Because like I said, Mark Williams is a draft pick.
I see him going past all those dudes. I mean,
yeah, but even if he do that,
Sims makes me want to throw up already. Sims makes me want to throw up already. Crutcher, I mean, good guy. You make me want to double throw up. Like those dudes are trash.
Yeah, that's the G League roster. That's like
I feel you. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
So even if he do beat them out, he still ain't on the main roster.
No, I mean he can still make the main roster.
How? Who? Kai Jones?
For one. I mean, be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you something. We don't know how good Dennis Smith Jr. is now. He's been away from basketball for a minute.
He's gonna get on the roster.
Hold on. I'm not saying Dennis Smith over Jello or Jello over Dennis Smith. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, let me keep it down with y'all. Dennis Smith has not been in the NBA like that. We haven't not seen him ball in a while.
He balled last season.
Really like that or not? You don't.
He played last season.
Real. And honestly, let me go look at that roster because there's a few guys on that roster. I can keep it down with you. Trash as hell. Let me look at this roster because Hornets got trash ass roster. Keep it down. Hold up. Y'all got me looking at this roster again. Hold up. Now, there's a few guards. I'm gonna keep you can throw away.
That's why I say every guard you basically gonna the only guards that you could really name is like Scotty Lewis, which they ain't gonna pick Lamelo. I say pick, but they ain't gonna bring LiAngelo on top of him because he gonna be in the G League as damn self. We know Scotty Lewis gonna be in the G League.
No, Scotty Lewis is done for the season.
Scotty Lewis.
Yo, I'm willing to make a bet here with anyone that Jello's not going back to the G League.
So so I mean
Scotty Lewis.
Here's what I'm saying. So
yeah, he broke his leg.
I'm looking at it.
I'm willing to make a bet with anyone here that Jello is not going to the G League.
Listen, hold up. I got the roster right here.
You lucky I like you, Ham.
Let's bet.
Listen. I got the roster right here.
Let's bet. We'll put our cash apps up.
Listen. Hold up. I got the roster right here. Let me read this one, okay?
Let's bet $100. Give me odds. Give me 2-1 if you're so sure.
All right, one second.
I just said you lucky I like you. That's why I'm not going to take the bet.
So give me odds.
All right.
Give you odds? You said odds?
Yeah. Give me 2-1.
Why are you begging me to take your money? Because I know Jello's going to go to the G League.
Well, how you know? You part of the fucking back office? How do you know?
Yep, exactly. I'm the secret GM. No, it's just the way that. Listen, hold on. It's the way that Charlotte Hornets operate.
Oh yeah,
they send players up and down. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's how they do it. That's how they do it.
Even if they good.
I'm not saying it's right. I agree with it, but that's how they do it.
Tell me what good player went back.
What you say? One good player that went
Tell
back?
me
Book
one
Knight.
great player that went back.
Book Knight.
Yeah, most
Melo, Lamelo was in the G League.
Book
What do
Knight
you
was a
mean?
rookie. Melo? When did Melo went to the
Yes.
G League? When?
Oh, you don't remember?
Never.
What?
Oh,
You sure?
Melo
You
went
sure
to
you
the
want
G
to?
League?
You sure you want to listen? What I'm telling you. That's why you got to shepherdize.
Melo played a G League game.
He ain't playing no G
Melo
League
went
game.
down there. He didn't play, but he went down to the G League.
He had COVID
He
and
came
he
back
did
up.
not play.
Oh yeah.
Hold
Hold on. Okay.
The fuck is you talking about?
Man, Dex know
What you talking about?
No,
He didn't play.
listen. He was assigned to the G League.
Okay. Dex
I know what I'm talking about.
He did not play in the G League.
It doesn't matter if he played. He was assigned.
Man, but Dex, you
We
know what he's
talking
talking
about
about. He's
playing.
saying
No. He was assigned. This is what I'm telling you. Technically, he was in the G League. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say he. I didn't say he.
You're not making sense right now.
Listen.
You're not making
Technically,
sense right now.
I know what he's saying.
So they
I'm
all
making a
part
whole
of the
lot of
G
sense.
League.
What are you talking
Their
about?
whole team is part of the G League. If you part of the Hornets, you part of the G League too.
Ham.
Listen, my man.
Ham, relax.
Listen, my man.
Ham, relax.
Melo had an assignment to the G League. Okay.
Did he
Just
play?
leave it at that.
Did he
Just
play?
leave it. Ham, leave it at that. You're getting too emotional. Leave it at that.
Did he play?
Ham, listen, bro. He's right. When he was recovering, I think it's from COVID or something. They had him assigned to the G League. I forgot they did do that.
Did he play?
They did, bro. I'm not
That's
saying.
not the question.
Did he play? He didn't even practice with them.
Hold on.
He did practice. That's not true. He did practice.
That's a facetious ass answer Dex given.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it is.
No, hold on.
He did not play. He did not play.
That's how you lose money, though, because money's bet on technicality.
No, listen.
No.
When you say never, it doesn't matter what his intentions were. When you say never,
he's not playing in the G League anymore.
Say it like that, then, Ham. But don't say he never been
to the G League.
Ham.
I know I'm right.
Ham, when
Any
he
practice.
Ham.
You're right.
Even
Let's bet money. Give me 2 to 1. I bet $100.
Ham, please hold up, Ham. Even Pan, I can't even believe I'm agree with Panic. And Panic was right. Even though it was a sarcastic little gesture, even I wouldn't even agree. Like he can like Dex finesse right there. I ain't gonna count. He finesse.
Bro,
I told you I used to win money like that, Ray. I used to win money like that.
He would have took your money right there.
Yo, but he had nothing to do
No,
with
but
his
he didn't play
play.
though. What Ham talking about is
that wasn't. No, but that wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he
Come
said.
on, you know exactly
He
what
said
I'm saying,
never.
bro. Come on,
But
man.
I'm just telling you, Ham. Just admit
you
it.
sound like a hater.
Technically, you'd have been
You sound
wrong.
like a hater right now. You sound like a
technically
hater.
he wouldn't have been wrong.
You sound like a hater. You sound like a hater.
Damn, Ham, don't do that.
No. You sound like DKM.
And the funny thing about it is like now y'all.
No, you sound like you egotistical right now.
You sound
Because
like
you was wrong. You would have lost money. You would have lost money.
Don't do that.
You would have lost money because technically I was right.
He did not play in the G League ever.
You didn't say that, man.
That's not what he was saying.
What is it?
You said never.
You
Went to the G League.
He did not play.
You said no. That's not what you said. You said name somebody who was great that went down. You didn't say about him playing or anything. He won that bet.
But
why did he went down? Because he had COVID. It had nothing to do with his play, bro.
Hey, but listen, either way it goes, Book Knight had ended up going back down. So that's kind of one play if y'all look at him.
Book Knight was a rookie. That's different.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't got no bone in this fight at all. I just saying what they doing.
And
with
Book Knight's really trash. He needs to get better. He's not that great.
Okay, we got that, but you asked. Right, listen, we're just going by the bet. He finessed. He did finesse. All right. So just like Panic said, that was like a bullshit answer, but technically that would have won that bet because you said name a person who went down and he was for conditioning and rehab. They assigned him.
Yeah, but we're talking about play here. We're not talking about all the
He didn't play. You didn't add, but you.
I don't have to say.
Bro, you didn't in the bet. You didn't.
All right, so I will bet anyone here that Jello is not going back to the G League to play or nothing.
I don't care enough about it to bet it, but
I'm not putting that bet, bro.
I'm doing it right here in front of the panel.
Listen, let me tell you something, Ham.
He's not gonna be for his play. I'll tell you that much.
Ham. Let me tell you something, bro. I like how you talk about the Ball brothers because I get what you're coming from. but you have to understand the things around it too. I believe Jello is more than qualified. I feel like he's more qualified to be on that roster spot. Damn near, I think he should start. But you also have to
Come
understand.
on, that's
You have listen. Hold up. But you also have to understand the things around him. Though I will never ever have trust in this horrible Hornets offense.
Thank you.
And how they do things and how they plan things. The way they plan things is horrible. For crying out loud, they got a coach. They didn't get a coach during the draft. They waited after. You're supposed to get a coach before the draft.
But
They
you
do
know
things
why that
unprofessionally.
happened though.
They do things unprofessionally, and they really honestly. I want Lamelo a been gone from that team. That team is horrible. So you gotta understand that, bro. I get it. When we say that, like he said that Lamelo went down there, we ain't trying to diminish anything that Lamelo does. We just know how this shit handles, bro.
Y'all sound like y'all hating on Lamelo.
No, because he's saying
Stop being an agitator. No panic.
Listen, he's confirming. This is what happened.
Anytime somebody says something,
he's confirming that Jello is going to go back to the G League. He's confirming that Jello is going back to the G League. And what I'm saying is, I'm willing to bet anyone on this panel that Jello is not going back to the G League. Why? Because they already know what he can do. All right.
And
he didn't even play enough, and they moved him up to the NBA. There's a reason why he's in the NBA right now. And it's not only because he's Melo's brother, guys. That's not the only reason. This guy can shoot the ball, and he can do other things, and he also grew a little bit.
He can shoot the lace off that motherfucker, yeah.
Come on, man. And he grew a little bit. He's almost
no panic. Look at no panic. Hey, you hear no panic?
Elite defensive skills, rebound the big ball. He can down, take anybody down. Like, listen, this Jello.
No panic. You must have just took your medicine.
Damn, like y'all don't believe in Jello?
You don't. We do.
Guys,
you don't.
I just want to know what the conversation. What the conversation is going to be about when Jello comes in and freaking light it out. The way he did in Summer League. When he do what he did in the first game of the Summer League, they're not going to be able to hide him anymore because he's going to be on the NBA floor now where everybody's going to see it.
Well, they can't hide him. He's signed now, even though it's non-guaranteed, but he's signed, so nobody can touch him.
The whole non-guarantee BS is just to defer.
And let me say something. Also, chat that's listening and panic. The reason I also said I feel like he damn near should even start is because I'm looking at this roster, and while I'm looking at this roster, one thing I noticed about Terry Rozier, he's been here so long, and for me, I don't know where his mind is at. Is he trying to ball out just to get paid and look good? Or is he actually balling out to actually like try to be a part of the team when it comes down to winning consistent games? Because I've seen where Rozier at one game is like, oh my God, Rozier, damn, you know. But then there's another game that's like his head ain't in it when it comes down to trying to win the game. You know what I'm saying? So
he got his contract already.
When I say starter, I'm looking at the lackluster of talent that the Hornets have. Because if you look at this Hornets roster, I can read it down to y'all. Y'all would damn near puke because the Hornets roster is that bad. I mean, really. I mean, besides Lamelo, Miles Bridges ain't even on the roster. I mean, he's on the roster, but Miles Bridges ain't even available right now. They got Mark Williams, the rookie. We'll see how he does. I mean, I'm looking, and Gordon Hayward, you already know how we feel about Gordon Hayward. So, honestly, I'm saying start. He could damn near start because I'm like, shit, what type of talent does this team fucking have? You know, so that's all I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, go look up the Hornets roster right now. I bet you half of y'all will throw up in your mouth right now. That's
I'm actually happy about that because now Jello is going to be able to shine.
Their roster is horrible. I'm sorry, the Hornets roster is horrible.
Man, listen, long as they got Lamelo and Jello, they
borderline average. I like my bad. Like except Kelly Oubre, he's nasty. Kelly Oubre, he's good. He's good too. My bad. Let me give.
He's sometimes Kelly Oubre sometimes.
And fact, Slack. Thank you. Exactly.
Hey,
we don't even know.
Kelly Oubre,
we don't know what Gordon Hayward going to do. We don't know. It's so many questions about
say that again. No panic.
Kelly Oubre or LiAngelo? Who better?
Kelly.
I would say Kelly Oubre right now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, Kelly Oubre for now.
So
Yeah,
if Kelly Oubre sometime, what is LiAngelo?
I mean, we gotta see. We haven't seen LiAngelo in the.
Right? Yeah,
We
exactly.
haven't seen LiAngelo
In the moment.
Boy,
In the
listen,
moment.
y'all got more excuse than a damn man on a.
Why are you so down on LiAngelo? No panic.
I down on y'all. Listen. Y'all gotta understand this about me, man. I listen to what people say. I understand. I ain't trying to put no words in y'all mouth, man. But y'all be talking at the side of y'all neck sometimes. Y'all will say something, and by default, y'all saying.
Why we can't cheer for our guy? Why it irks you to cheer for our guy?
No. Listen.
You find you a guy to cheer for.
This how y'all sound right here. This how y'all sound
He
right
ain't got no guy to cheer for.
I'll ask y'all and be like, what did Jello do to get to the NBA? Y'all see, he been playing.
He sound like Misery Mike.
In the same breath, y'all see he ain't getting enough playtime.
He always going.
Every time we cheer for somebody, he want to go against it.
Bro, the only reason why we do that for Jello is because we know it's 3 of them, and they all were born to do the same thing, and they're all 3 of them are great.
I get that, but you gotta remember, Peyton Manning got 2 other.
It doesn't matter. We know who he can do. We know
him. We can be talking about anybody. We can say, what's his name? We can say, we like Al Horford, man. There you go, Al Horford balling. Penny God. So why do you like him? I mean, what is he actually? We like him. How about that? We like him. How about that? We like him.
Yeah.
I pretty sure.
No panic. No panic. Having an episode. We understand. No panic.
Yo, what's up with the elevator music, bro?
Because No Panic is having an episode. He got to calm down.
How I having an episode?
You gotta love him, dog. You gotta love him, dog.
No Panic is gonna be so panic on Sunday.
Yep. He's gonna scratch his eye. Hey, look, No Panic gonna scratch his eyeball.
No Panic gonna wish he loved the ball.
That's why I realized. Flight start the live at 10 something because he probably 7 o'clock in LA, right? So at the end of the day,
wait, you talking about right now?
No, not right now. But when he started, if he started at 10:45, then he's 7:45 over there. You needed to start a little earlier for you because after a certain time, you probably get tired, get sleepy, and all that.
Well, listen, I'm
shout out to Mo that said that Kelly Oubre spends more time in the mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
He can ball, though. He can ball, y'all.
What color my hair should be? What color my hair should be?
He can ball, though. Come on now. He can ball.
Sometimes.
Yo, put that up.
Hey, I know
screen,
Kelly Oubre put a 30-piece up on Lonzo. Remember that?
Chill. He did.
Damn, you hitting on Lonzo now?
Oh, see what I'm saying? Look at him.
Y'all mad at LeVar Ball, so y'all coming at Lonzo Ball. Y'all hating on Lonzo?
The man is an agent of chaos. I'm telling you.
Jesus.
Yo, he's dying ahead. He's dying ahead of Melo, but he don't find how. He's dying ahead of Melo. He don't find how. Hate on Melo too.
Man,
hold on.
Hate on Melo.
No. Listen, I'm explaining to you about me and the Ball family, right? I actually root for the Ball family. They just don't like me to say.
You root backwards,
like DKM.
I root backwards.
If
Yo,
I be
why LeVar never fucked with DKM? Why DKM never been to the Ball?
I think he got an interview with LeVar before.
No, he's been to LeVar's house. No.
But I think he has like a interview where they was inside of a gym. Yeah, it was
because he read between the lines. DKM is another hater, just like everybody else.
Hey, listen, and Ham, you say a fact this now. Even people that's close to them read between the lines. Like when we look at these YouTube create these videos and all that, they doing the same thing y'all can do. Read between the lines. All this information that come up by Lonzo Ball and his injury, and if he gonna get surgery or not, and all that shit, and basically somebody just making up what they think gonna happen, and ain't nothing happen. Nobody.
So speculating,
and that's why when y'all bring up certain people's names and try to validate y'all point, and be like, man, that's a regular dude just like me and you. I can go to a low site call where you can.
So what's wrong? What's wrong with bringing up ball facts? What's wrong with that?
I ain't saying ball facts, but I mean.
So what regular dude are you talking about?
Listen, what I'm saying is I don't bring up nobody name directly. What I'm saying is any YouTube creator that creates content that don't have a personal relationship with the actual player or something that going on, like I don't want to hear that shit. Everybody speculating on YouTube.
But what I'm saying is DKM always trying to say that he supports the Ball family, but in reality, he be hating on Jello just like you are.
I don't hate on Jello. I call it like it is.
Nah, you
Y'all
hating.
just
You
Oh,
y'all
you
hating.
speculating?
y'all
So
saying
you don't
You
speculate
hating.
then. You
y'all
call it
saying
like it is.
y'all
So
opinion.
you don't
You hating.
speculate.
You
No
hating.
panic. You don't speculate.
No
I
panic.
don't
You was
speculate.
panicking. You was
Oh,
panicking when he got
everybody
more
else
bucks in the
speculates in
NBA.
YouTube, but you.
I don't make YouTube videos. I don't make
That don't
content.
stop you from speculating.
No, listen, whenever you hear me talk about anything that comes to basketball, I talk about what I see. Y'all talk about everything but what y'all see. Well, LeVar Ball said us, and you know LeVar always said us. I don't talk like that. Y'all talk like that.
But that's a source. You're referencing a
because
That's
he's
not
source.
a source.
different.
That's what y'all think. When he been
Because
talking about
he
the
But
Suns
changed.
wait.
Because he
Hold
changed
on.
history.
Ham. He said LeVar Ball is not a source. Well, why do other people interview him then if he's not a source?
LeVar Ball
that
changed
don't
the
matter.
game.
Man, listen. And I ain't trying to go deep on this. I'm gonna stop after this. At the end of the day, bro, you got to think about it. Just like T. Morant, just like any other parent, and I respect LeVar Ball to the most. Like I feel like he a real person. Like he a real father. He doing everything that a father should do. Fuck what everybody's saying. He put an education in people's mind about having your own brand and all that shit. They don't let nobody take your kids' talent and profit off of you. Profit off your own kids' talent and all that shit there. But at the end of the day, bro, that's all. That's a job for his sons. His sons got a job right now. So when he talk about, yeah, Lonzo gonna need a surgery and this and third, we ain't gonna go into surgery. Whatever he's saying, you can't take that for what it is because that's not his job to do that. Nobody's looking at somebody's parent and saying, unless the parent is a manager or somebody that represents them as far as like their career, nobody looks at that and be like, you know what? Yeah, if LeVar Ball said and he said it's gonna happen, it's
LeVar
gonna
Ball
happen.
knows
Because there's
everything
plenty of
that's
shit that
going
y'all
on
say
with
he
them.
say that he turned out. No, that's not the case.
LeVar Ball is everything. What are you talking about?
No, listen, I understand he everything. But at the end of
They
the day,
came
you
out
gotta
of his
understand this is
balls.
son's career. That's
Pause.
separate. It's separate.
Bro, you gotta give LeVar Ball his flowers, man.
Remember when LeVar Ball keeps saying like, "Oh yeah, my son about to do this. My son about to go to Phoenix. He already lined up." And then Phoenix been like, "We ain't never talked to his camp. We never talked to the Lakers about a trade."
He said he
Okay.
wouldn't. He said he wouldn't mind. He said he wouldn't mind him going to Phoenix. That's what he
No,
said.
no.
That's what he said.
No, that
Okay.
ain't what that button.
Yo, you gotta respect the balls, man.
But see, y'all look at respect two different ways, bro. Like respect is basically this
And
right
we
here.
love the balls. We love the balls.
I mean,
I
that's
Pause.
say,
cool. That's cool.
I'll say, listen, no panic. I know you're a well-read man. I say LeVar Ball got more predictions right than Nostradamus.
That's
I
a
mean,
fact.
that's an exaggeration, but yeah, I agree. A lot of the shit he does say does come to fruition. But
The
when we
ball
talking about the
verse.
business of basketball, it's a lot of the things that it's like it don't work like that. Like y'all like, and I ain't trying to knock none of y'all for how y'all feel. Like y'all can have your opinions on and get y'all information for whatever y'all getting from. And I ain't gonna knock y'all. But at the end of the day, when you look in that shit with your own eyes, bro, nothing really matches up after they get into the NBA. Because
Yo,
the
no
NBA
panic. Let me ask you a question. Did LeVar Ball change the game? Yes or no?
in what aspect?
Every aspect, basketball in general.
I don't think. I think he changed how people view basketball. I think he changed like I ain't gonna say he made his sons the first celebrity non NBA players to act like when you look at like Mikey Williams, you look at all these players like getting money as far as being in high school still or whatnot. I don't feel like he started that, but I feel like he made a road for other players for it to be acceptable. Because
Do you
beforehand,
know? Do you know that the way Chino Hills played had a lot to do with what how LeVar Ball wanted them to play, and he made the
no, but
coach
nobody
play
plays
how
like
he
that in the
wanted.
NBA to the exact science. Nobody plays like that. The closest
Okay,
you going no,
but it's
listen, the
coming.
closest you gonna get
But
to
it's
that
coming.
play style is the
But it's
Dan
coming.
Antonio offense.
But it's coming.
It's not
LaMelo is
coming.
in the NBA. He's gonna play with his brother, and
It's
Lanzo's
not.
coming soon. He's coming.
Listen, nobody is about to be cherry picking. Nobody's about to just completely collapse on
It's
defense.
not
and no
cherry
reason.
Wait. Hold on now. So LeBron led the league in fast break points at 39 years old. You don't think he cherry picked some of that shit?
Listen, when you look at LeVar
It's
Ball
not even
offense,
cherry picking. It's just playing fast.
when you no listen, when
No,
you look
listen. I know LeBron cherry picked.
when you
He
when
cherry
you
picks a lot.
when you look at the way
He
LeVar
don't go
Ball,
for no
matter of fact,
rebound. All he do is seep out, and then somebody get the ball, they catch him, he dunks it. I've
no,
seen it with my
Yo,
own eyes.
everybody keeps saying that that LaVar gotta let his sons play, and that his sons are the ones that gotta play. But at the end of the day, LaVar Ball orchestrated everything. He was the one who did everything. He taught them how to play the game. He was the one that put them in position to win. He did everything, even before they were born. He picked the right wife. He did everything, guys.
and
That's
and
what you
that's
need to
why
That's a good
understand.
point, Ham. That's a
listen,
good
That's
and
what you
point.
that's
need
why
to
I say that's what
understand.
we differ at. That's what we differ at right there. I don't
Before
care.
they were born,
I
he
don't care
created
to get into
everything.
all that when I talking about
Shout
basketball.
out this.
Y'all do, and that's cool. But I don't
Is that
look at
Spike Lee?
all that shit when I talk about basketball. I don't honestly I don't care about it.
Yes,
But that
sir.
don't count in my mind when I looking at basketball. I don't think about who
Okay,
he
we got somebody on the panel. Hold on one second. We got somebody on the panel. A shout out to Spike Lee, a longtime supporter of Flight Sports TV. He kind of went MIA a little bit, but he's here now. What's going on with you, Spike?
Hey, I appreciate you introducing me. Shout out to Flight Sports TV. You know, we got to do this all over again every single time. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the hegemony of sovereignty when it comes to ball.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Shout out to the panel.
Yes.
You know, shout out to the chat. You know, this is a place where we're gonna really get to that nitty gritty ball talk, and a lot of people don't like it, but I'm here for it. What's up? How you doing, brother? How's everybody
Okay,
doing tonight?
Spike, did you see the interview that Flight gave with the trainer of Davion Mitchell, an
No, I have
integral
not
part of the
seen that.
Sacramento Kings?
No, I have not seen that.
Okay, you got to get down to that library.
Oh yeah, I need that right now. Hold on. Yeah, I need that on the laptop right now.
Yeah, that was a real invigorating interview. We know that he was well spoken. He gave us a journey from his troublesome childhood to his awesome adulthood, where he is training professional players, and he has a niche in the Sacramento Kings.
So I'm actually in Sacramento. So that's pretty amazing.
I wish you was there for that interview because I know you probably had a lot of questions to ask.
Absolutely. When was that?
It was about like a couple of days ago.
Okay. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, man. The interview skills are amazing, so I'm looking forward to watching this.
Hey, Ham. Absolutely, he ducked.
Let's see.
So
yeah, he out. Ham is out.
Aside from that, we're you know, I got it right here. I'm gonna check it out. So we're looking at LaMelo's debut tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Man.
I don't know how many minutes he's gonna play.
Yeah.
But whatever he do play, we're gonna be there for it.
Yeah, I'll take what I can get.
We will be live streaming.
I'll take what I can get, man. He's so smooth, such a joy to watch. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And then we got to see his demeanor, right? Because now he's the face of the franchise, so his approach to the game is quite different because now he's in a leadership role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's going to be carrying himself like the man, which is interesting because he already does carry himself like that. It's just now everybody else is going to address him as such.
Right, they got to fall in, right? Either fall in or fall out.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, it was an inevitable thing. It's a beautiful situation to see LaMelo get his keys. You know, I would say.
Didn't I say that?
Yeah, and it took
a while back.
Took him a little while. You know, but you know, I you know, a lot of people are upset with the way the Hornets have dealt with the situation, and I understand for sure. But I look at it like nobody gets drafted into a perfect situation, and you got to work with what you got. And LaMelo's been doing that. He's been working with what he has, and it's all accumulating up to this season at this point. And I'm looking forward to seeing this man cook the whole league. I'm looking forward to it, to him being weaponized.
Yep. And yeah, he's going to detonate. Listen, LaMelo is going to be so dynamic and exciting. It's going to be like he's walking on landmines as they explode once he passes. Or if you remember that Michael Jackson video, Billie Jean, how every time he took a step,
floor lit up every step. Yep.
That's how cool this shit is going to be. Watch.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be. Man, he floats up and down the floor. He floats like the ball is just so. It just moves so freely. His passes have so much velocity on them. It's just a joy to watch, man. It's a joy to watch.
Most definitely. He's definitely eye candy. Pause. And like Stephen A. Smith said, he's box office.
He's box office.
We're gonna witness it. Get the first glance at LaMelo as he warms up, touch the floor, and when that ball is tipped for them to do their thing, I think LaMelo will be more than joyful to know that he has his brother at the end of that bench and can come in any moment and and spark something with his outstanding shooting.
Talking about Dix, man, like when I look at basketball, I just look at basketball. You talking about the man can be happy he got his brother and I can make him play a little better. Like that don't matter.
You don't see? Do you have it? You have brothers, no Penny. You act like you don't
make me play better. Shit.
It does.
No, it
Your
don't.
brother out there on the court with you, that you like a brother you ain't seen in a long time, right? He went off to the Navy or Army or whatever, and he comes back, and he said, "Man, let's go to the park, man." And then you play. You ain't a little more excited. It ain't a little more tingling going down your spine that your brother is playing with you. I mean, that's how it was with me in playing Little League baseball and playing Pop Warner football. I mean, I don't know what your talent skill is when it comes to sports, but when I played with my brother, I was always excited. I had my big brother out there with me playing. I mean, we played high school baseball together, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? We damn near ran the gamut. The only thing that stopped him from going further in sports was the streets. And the same thing with me. The only thing that really stopped me from going any further was the streets. That's why I was trying to get my boy Stacey Alwyn up here. He'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? Chad Brown used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Them dudes would tell you. You know what I'm saying? They would tell you that I was a outstanding athlete. I was just small. You know what I'm saying? I was small with a lot of heart. But I was better than a lot of people that went to the pros. Now, I'm not saying that I was better than them when they was in college or in the pros, but at the age that we was at, in the stage that we was at, I was better than a whole lot of my homies that went to the pros and played different sports, even baseball.
I mean, that's believable. Everybody got a different athletic spurt.
Right. And the thing about it is when I played with my brother, it just gave me an extra spunk, because the reason why it gave me an extra spunk is because I knew he was better than me, but I always wanted to be better than him. You understand what I'm saying? That's how it was with me and my brother. I knew he was better than me. Every sport, baseball, football, he didn't really play basketball, and neither did I until later on in life. But baseball and football was our sport, and he was better than me in both sports, but I always wanted to be better than him. The only thing I had on my big brother was speed. That's the only thing.
But you got
everything else.
Now, LaMelo already better than LiAngelo by far. So,
right,
I mean,
but it came to a point where that happened, right? That was the crescendo. So up until that point,
an argument that he always been better than LiAngelo. Think about it now. Like, really think about it. I knew you watch a lot of Cheeto Hoes. Think about it now. Just think about it for a second.
LiAngelo was a scoring machine, man.
Yeah, but
LiAngelo scored on all facets of the game.
Even backing down them low boys. Like, I mean, it ain't been like LaMelo been different. Like, he been smaller, so you got to give him the advantage. Like, just like what you like. You've been smaller, so what you've been doing on the court or on the field or on the diamond been better than somebody who been bigger than you because you had more to go through. Like, you had a size of disadvantage going against you.
And I had a Napoleon complex, if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I had a Napoleon complex
Like think
because
about
I
it.
was shorter.
If I 5'8" and I
That's
get
always
I'm just
dunked,
keeping
funny.
it. I'm keeping it
never
in the
heard
buck.
I never heard somebody
Admit it, huh?
self-proclaim that, you know. So yeah, that's pretty
Yeah, I
funny.
definitely had that. That's
like
what
think
gave me
about
the
it. Like
edge. You know what I'm
if
saying?
if I 5'8" and the next man like 6'4" and I dunk and I got more ups than him or whatnot, like you gonna look at me as the better athlete because he like shit. He's smaller. He ain't supposed to do that. Even if we doing the same thing.
Right. I understand what you're saying. The Spud Webb syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah. So with Lamelo, like shit. I mean, shit. The way his game is now, all that shit come from just being smallest man on the court. Like the reason he got a floater like that, the reason why he got that unorthodox. I mean, all of them got a crazy jumper except for Jello, but I mean the way he played the game, you could tell he still played like he's smaller than everybody.
Right. Right. Yeah. 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 You know what? You kind of right about that one. He do play like that.
Yeah, he still plays like he still has to take angles, be crafty, and sell everything like he did when he
Mm-hmm.
was very small. The only difference is now he's taller than pretty much half the people that are on the floor.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
And that's why I
That's
say
what makes
like
it unique.
That's what makes it.
one
Yeah,
of the things he need to
yeah.
improve on is his finishing around the rim ability. Like he big, he need to just realize like you ain't Kyrie, you don't need to do all the extra shit. Like get to the basket. Like that's his next step in his development in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, and it plays into the concept that we just discussed, the mentality. It's like LaMelo still attacks the rim and does whoopsie doos as if he's 5'5", playing against,
Mm-hmm.
6'4" guys. But if he
Mm-hmm.
attacked the rim like a 6'8" guy, you know what I mean? Now it looks a little, the mentality, the approach is a little different with how you're trying to finish.
Saying I used to say about Lonzo, like I mean, I still say about Lonzo, like Lonzo get to the basket and it's like he trying to figure out what should I do. But if he can't clearly dunk it, it's like okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
but the difference with those two is Lonzo. Of course, he lacks interior finishing, but Lonzo doesn't necessarily have a soft touch when it comes to like off the fingertips. Lonzo's what I like to call cock strong. You know what I mean? Like everything is every the movements are very tense. You know what I mean? He's very jolty. LaMelo has that feel coming off the fingertips. And that's why he is going to be a great finisher around the rim. Similar to Kyrie, similar to Steph. You know, they got that touch off the fingertips, whether on the pass or on the shot or on the lay, is where it needs to be. But Lonzo is a lot more aggressive. His touch on the pass is amazing, but
Mm.
as far as like around the rim, Lonzo's he approaches it a little too strong, pretty much, and it's pretty much all the time.
Yeah, because when
So
he go
what? He got
left, he
one
don't
gear,
really.
right? And that's forward.
He got one gear, and that's
Yeah,
forward.
like he
Yeah.
don't really have too much of a problem finishing with his left. Like when he go left, it's like he always gets straight to the basket with a smooth layup. But when he go
Yeah.
right, it's like, and he mostly want to go right. It look crazy.
Yeah,
It's like,
they're both extremely unorthodox,
mm,
and it just so happens that LaMelo, being the youngest and having to compete that being short and all that, it just gave him a great advantage with how he moves around the floor and just seeing the game. But yeah, man, it's yeah. I hope, but Lonzo can make the one gear work if he but he just needs time on the floor to really like push himself, and then to make the adjustments. You know what I mean? And he's not getting the time on the floor because of injuries. As soon as he starts playing well, an injury occurs, and it's happened a couple of times now. So yeah, man, it sucks.
I don't know. Lonzo will be all right, man. Lonzo just need to, like you said, like them injuries. I mean, I like his game, like the way it is right now, and I like his game. But like for a lot of people that love the Ball family, that want to see them do good, it's like can't tell them differently. They think he a 30-point a game scorer.
No, man, I think everybody knows what Lonzo is for the most part.
No, I promise you they don't. If you listen
No,
to this
no, they
team
do.
long enough,
A lot of times they just overhype what he does well. But ain't nobody talking about he a 30-point player. Like don't nobody.
Listen.
Everybody knows Lonzo ain't gonna score more than 15 points on 90% of his nights. You know
Go
what I mean?
listen. Go back for. I know you're gonna do this. You probably ain't got the time, but go listen to every scream for this young for the past year. I promise you gonna hear a lot of people talking like, no, because Lonzo could do
Man,
it.
just say rave. You know what you want to do.
No, because it ain't just rave. It ain't just rave. I ain't
Who else besides rave?
You.
Dave James? Who else? Come on, man. You know it ain't me because nobody's going to believe that.
Objective. You're basically saying they're not objective. Is that what you're trying to say?
Pretty much.
Okay, because the extreme analogy doesn't work. Nobody
Spike.
acts like
He
Lonzo is a
said
30-point per
Spike.
game scorer. Yeah, I mean
I have never advocated Lonzo to be a 30-point scorer. I said why Lonzo was drafted. I broke it all the way down to the nitty gritty, and I never said Lonzo was drafted based on his scoring.
Yeah. So what he means is there's no objectivity with opinions on Lonzo from you. I guess that's what he's trying to say.
No, he's mad because I put lumps on his head for being a spy.
That's right.
Hey, no, listen.
You sent him back from where he came from, bruised up. You know?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
This might
now
this
run
might
and tell that.
This might break down Alonzo right here. And tell me if I sound like I hate him. Tell me if I sound like I hate him. I feel like Lonzo's a 12 to 14 point a game scorer, a 3-ball space shooter because he can shoot the lights out, defensive genius, and he's a playmaker. So about 12, 7, and 7 is like for Lonzo, them great numbers for him.
That's better than FYF gave him.
I don't see what the problem is. You should be on here singing Kumbaya with all of us.
Man, listen,
but he don't because he switches up like the weather.
They kill me saying, "Oh, you just think he trash." That's why you saying that. You just don't like his game.
No panic. You switch up too much. No panic.
No,
you and Marquez could sit in the tree and hold hands, and nobody could tell the difference.
Please don't put me in the same breath.
You're a little better, but damn, I mean, you guys are close.
Better. Everything I say come to fruition with Lonzo. I say
ain't no everything you say. Come on now, stop it.
Now you Alonzo genie.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He said he don't even speculate Spike Lee.
Right. So you a Lonzologist.
He said I don't speculate. No, I was like, but everybody else do?
I call it what it does. When I say Lonzo's a 12 to 14 point per game scorer, what has he done his entire career?
Yeah, that's true as we speak.
So I ain't saying nothing that's off the wall. Everything I say is true because I'm looking at what I'm looking at. I see what I'm looking at. When I say running the pick and roll, I ain't saying he can't run it like it's impossible for him to run it. All I'm saying is until he develop a mid-range jumper and until he develop a drive to the game.
A consistent. He has a mid-range, but you saying consistent.
Okay, until he consistently can do that at a decent rate, his pick and roll game is never going to be to where it's like, how can I say this? You can't put the ball in his hand all game and expect for him to run a natural point guard like in today's NBA because of his lack of.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree.
Conventional. I disagree too. Yeah, because I'm getting ready to ask him what point guards really run a pick and roll and shoot a mid range. Normally, they either go to the bucket or they throw.
Chris Paul. Damn, Russ can't shoot worth a lick. Still doing.
But Chris Paul, that's one person out of 30 point guards. You got Chris Paul, or out of 60 point guards.
Keep going. I can keep more.
They don't really shoot mid range coming off nobody even shoot mid range really no more.
The mid range is actually the most unpreferred shot in the NBA.
Yeah,
no, it is. But you
can't use that as an example. Like, you got to use something different. Now going to the rack, because Lonzo don't like going to the rack, right?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Y'all hearing it from what other players doing. What I'm saying is this right here. When you run in the pick and roll, if as a defender of the pick and roll, whether you the man getting picked and trying to stay with me, or you the man playing the ball once my defender get picked and you got to pick me up. If you don't know if I gonna shoot the 3, if I gonna shoot the mid range, or I gonna drive to the basket, it's hard to defend that type of player. But if I know you ain't coming to the basket and I know you ain't gonna settle for a mid range shot, all you got is that 3 ball and trying to pass it out. It's easier to defend a player like that. So with Lonzo, you can't name one team in 1 year, name a season in his entire career that they put the ball in his hand exclusively, and he been just running pick and roll most of the game like most point guards.
So
When
hold
you're
on,
not on the finals,
hold on. When you say exclusively, do you mean like LeBron James, Luka Doncic, James Harden in
no,
Houston?
what I mean is like when you look at most teams that not the teams that run through their star player, like Luca, he plays the point guard position, but he's not a point guard. He's a scoring combo guard. When you look at teams like that got a natural point guard position, like the point guard is always a person that initiate every play. If he see that, let me run the pick and roll because I got a disadvantage, or let me run this play and get this person off of the screen and get him wide open. When you look at teams like that, you can't put Lonzo in that because of his lack of ability to get to the basket and the mid-range game. And to the less extent the mid-range game, like y'all say, like that's something in the NBA that too much players don't shoot them. The Roses shoot them, Chris Paul shoot them, KD shoot them, Kyrie shoot them, but ain't too much after that shoot them. So we just looking at drive to the basket game. You less dangerous when they know you can't do that, or they know
Right.
you're not going to do that, or they know it's a small amount of chance that you're going to finish, or they know you're going to pass out of it.
Right.
It's
Right.
easy to plan for a player like that. So when you
Right.
look at Lonzo and you be like, damn, every time Lonzo run point, he kind of get the ball up kind of fast.
Right.
It's like, yeah, because that's part of what they know about his game. When he
Right.
come over to the Bulls, they run the Hornets offense, so they don't have to rely on him always having the ball in his hand. They
Right.
can run the pick and roll with DeRozan. They can run it with Levine, and sometimes they'll bring Ayo in there and what other point guard, little inconsistent one.
Right.
But that's how it is. That really don't knock against Lonzo. That's just something
So
he
what?
did
So what
better
do
than
you?
everybody else.
I don't understand what you're saying though. Like, what are you saying?
No, what I'm saying is these are the critiques that I got about Lonzo, and whenever I see it, they make them seem like I hating on him, but I'm saying accurate things about him.
Okay. I mean, I didn't. The only thing I heard wrong that you said was that you can't put the ball in his hands all game. That was the only thing I heard wrong that you said.
I mean, but you can't though.
You can. You can. You literally can. It just looks different. It doesn't look like those guys that you're talking about. It
So
looks
what
like
would it look like?
it looks like everybody having the ball in advantageous positions.
And
That's
that's
what it
why he's
looks like.
saying so it's not so he wouldn't exclusively handle it. Like I ain't talking about how you say Luca. I ain't talking about like Luca. I ain't talking about because I
But
mean
you talking about a ball handler that got the ball every play and is making all the decisions
I ain't
for his
talking about
teammates.
that's
Yeah,
not something.
that's not Lonzo would never play that type of guy. That's not even in his spirit to play that type
Okay,
of
yeah.
basketball.
So basically, like I said,
And
you agree with what I'm
that's
saying.
actually a ridiculous basketball to play and rely on. You're not going to win a championship like that.
I mean, Chris Paul get to the finals like that.
You're not going to win a champ. You're not going to win.
I mean,
Chris,
LeBron and boy win a championship like that.
yeah,
I mean,
LeBron is a once in a lifetime, not even a generation. He's a once in a lifetime type of player. So you
no, but
can't
that's
use
how.
him.
But you
You
gotta think
can't
about
use it.
that's
Tell
how
me
they
a
win
guy.
championships in the past.
Tell me a guy that carried his team all through the regular season as the primary ball handler
Mhm.
and through the playoffs as the primary ball handler and won the championship. Tell me that guy.
LeBron,
Besides LeBron James, the goddamn petri dish baby.
primary ball handler, won the championship. Okay, like let's do a reverse thing. Let's go back. Because I mean, all through the
Just
'90s.
tell me one. Don't do all the
No, but
pontificating.
no. See,
Just tell me one.
no. Listen, the reason why I can't just tell you one because I gotta go through my bank of champions in this league.
I mean, go through it, and just get back. Just go on mute and go through it, and come back when you got somebody besides LeBron James. Appreciate you. You see that, y'all? That's how you deal with a troll.
Hold on, you mean deal with a troll? I gotta look up like think about it
Yeah,
all
yeah,
through the.
yeah. You gotta
No, hold on, hold
stop.
on,
You
hold
gotta
on.
stop your trolling and your
No, hold on.
criticizing and
All
go find
that's not.
something
See,
substantial.
now you sound like them. That's not trolling. You just say you agree with everything about one thing I say. So how am I trolling?
Yeah, cause you're
No,
saying.
it's not a cuz. You talking out
Now
the
I'm gonna
side of your
tell you
neck.
why. You just asked
You
me a
talking out the
question.
side of your neck.
You just
All through
asked
the
me a question.
'90s and the '80s and the '70s, they ran the ball through point guards and they won
Tell
championships.
me Tell me these primary ball handlers that carried their teams from the regular season to the playoffs and won the championship. Besides LeBron
Isaiah
James.
Thomas.
Nope. He shared ball
Isaiah
handling duty. He
with
shared
who?
duty. He
With
shared
who?
duty. Him
Please
and
tell
Joe
me with who.
Dumars. Him and
Please.
Joe
No,
Dumars.
he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
He
he
was the
did.
so which
Him and
one
Joe
was
Dumars.
who was the point guard on that team and who was the primary ball
Isaiah.
handler? Thank you. You saying it right? You right, Isaiah Thomas. You nitpicking trying to be right now. Magic Johnson.
Dex, you there?
I think Dexter going to sleep. No, that
Yeah, he probably
old.
passed out. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just us two, huh?
Yes, I mean I done name Isaiah Thomas. I done name Magic Johnson. Shit, with the Spurs, Tony Parker.
Nope.
Those ain't primary ball handlers.
Tony Parker didn't carry that team. He never carried that team.
But we ain't talking about carry. You
That's
say
what I'm talking about. I
but
said
Lonzo,
carry.
I'm not expecting Lonzo to carry a team. We talking about just primary ball handlers.
No, all you talking about is point guards that won championships. Then that's all you talking about.
No, I say all I say is Lonzo Ball can't exclusively have the ball in his hand. He can't be like exclusively have the ball in his hand. You say name one team or name one.
Tony Parker didn't exclusively have the ball in his hands.
Who then? Who?
Manu Ginobili also had the ball.
I understand. No, listen. What you doing right now is you moving goalpost side to side. You were asking a question about primary ball handlers.
No, because what we're talking about is a ball handler that doesn't allow his teammates to create. He creates for them. That's what we're talking about. Because we're not just talking about a nigga bringing the ball up the court and passing it and letting the offense happen. Because Lonzo does that. We're talking about a player that comes up court and makes all the decisions for his teammates and puts them in position to score. He doesn't allow them to put themselves in positions or do the work. That's what we're talking about. And LeBron James is the only one that's done that. Everybody else, all these Luka, James Hardens, Russell Westbrooks, these guys are trying to get it done in that same manner. It's called a heliocentric offense. Lonzo would never play that. That's not in his DNA. That's not in his soul. The way it looks like with him having the ball in his hands is him whipping that thing as soon as he gets the rebound. That's what it looked like. It's him.
What LeBron do and what Luka do is two different ways of running the ball.
No, they play the same way. They play the same way.
Luka holding the ball is more predicated on if he get into the basket, you got a wide open man or whatever. What LeBron do? LeBron actually running pick and roll with AD. He actually running pick and roll with
LeBron don't have to run. LeBron don't have to run a pick and roll. LeBron could do whatever the hell he wants, just like Luka could do whatever the hell he wants.
But the Lakers won a championship off of pick and roll.
They won a championship because they had AD as well.
Yeah, a pick and roll. Yeah, I know you.
They did more than pick and roll, bro. That wasn't the only thing they did.
That
wasn't the only thing they did.
No,
bro.
I know, but we know we ain't saying that's the only thing they do. What I'm saying is that what they mostly do. Just look at it. Why? Like, think about it. If you had the Lakers roster right now, what would be the most primary thing you do? Pick and roll, right? The best ball handler and the best roll man, right?
That's definitely a part of every team's offense, bro.
It is. It truly is. But what I'm trying to explain to you is LeBron and AD and that bubble, whether you think that's a real championship or not, that's what they did to that championship. They did that all the way to a championship. They put the ball in their best handler hand, the best decision maker hand, and they had him pick and roll to one of the best players that can finish, that can shoot the mid range. And I mean, that season, he was shooting the 3-ball pretty good. That's a basic offense. Like, they ride it all the way to a championship. And all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that's pretty much what everybody been doing.
You said the 70s, 80s, and 90s?
Yeah. Put the ball in your primary ball handler, and you running pick and rolls, and you getting players in certain plays. Like, that's how the game of basketball is. Like, we look at teams like D'Antonio, and we see players like Luka, and we just think, okay, well, shit, Yeah, that's what Lonzo got to be. I'm not saying he got to be that. All I'm saying is Lonzo will never be the type of point guard where he bringing the ball down court and he dictating the offense. You agree with me there, right?
And you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
But when has he done it? You just say yourself just now he's not going to.
He did it for UCLA. He did it for UCLA.
We talking about the NBA, like y'all.
But you
did some aspect with the Lakers.
You just asked me. Yeah, he did that his rookie year with the Lakers. He played pick and roll his rookie year.
You see how that worked out?
Yeah. So no, you said he never did it.
You see
That's
what
you said. You see, you're moving the goalpost. You said he never.
Oh, that's no panic. I'm glad you figured him out. He will kick the can down the road.
He picked up that goalpost and started tiptoeing. I saw him.
How?
Looking like the hamburger with the goalpost in his hand.
Put it back where it goes. You said, when has Lonzo done that? And we gave you a college stint and an NBA stint.
No, and I asked you, and the NBA.
Hold on. Will you concede that Lonzo's done that before? That he's played in the pick and roll offense?
No, he ain't playing. And with the Lakers, he did not play in a pick and roll offense.
So
no,
Lonzo didn't play.
Season, No, he didn't. Go look it up. You can look. They got.
Bro, I watched every game. You talking? I need to go.
So he didn't do that with Brook Lopez.
I watched every game.
You didn't do that with Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez pops out and hit the three.
He didn't run pick and roll with Brook Lopez and Julius Randle.
We talking about has that ever been the offense that he ran in?
No.
No panic. You're gonna make yourself right.
I'm done.
You're gonna make yourself right.
I know when a headache is coming.
We're not talking about if
you got it, brother. You got it, brother.
He gonna make himself right no matter what.
They got advanced stats that you can look these things up. Go look at his rookie.
I don't know if it's that deep. I don't know if it's that deep for advanced stat. We just Flight Sports TV, man.
Yeah.
Y'all, it's like y'all just know basketball.
There you go. Oh shit! Here come the music. Here come the music.
Y'all don't know. Just say y'all don't know.
Yeah.
Just say y'all don't know. Like ain't
nothing. No panic. You're gonna make yourself right. I mean, we mentally exhausted fucking with you.
No, because I say Lonzo will never be the type of point guard that you exclusively put the ball in his hand. He tell me to go look up a player that had the ball exclusively in his hand and win a championship. I gave him a couple of names. Now he's telling me something.
No, he gave me one. He said LeBron James.
Exactly, Basil. Let's laugh out loud.
Isaiah Thomas. You say,
no. Isaiah Thomas. No.
Dex, let me ask you a question. Who was the primary ball handler in Detroit?
What part of Detroit? What you mean? What
Isaiah
era?
Thomas, Joe Dumars, and all them.
Isaiah Thomas.
Exactly, right? So
yeah.
I say Isaiah Thomas. He won 2 championships. This man said, no, Joe Dumars was the one.
No, Isaiah Thomas basically ran the point. He was Isaiah Thomas actually was like the second coming of what's the boy from Boston and from Kansas City? Nate Archibald.
And Dex, your team, Ellie, right? On that, and
yes,
them Lakers
most
teams
definitely.
With Magic Johnson, who been the primary ball handler?
Oh, Magic. That's without a doubt. Magic, Norm Nixon.
What we talking about here, Dex? What we talking about?
I'm saying,
like, what am I saying that's wrong? Other than y'all just feel no.
Hey, y'all capping about the Lakers in 2018 with Lonzo.
What happened?
Not 2018.
You know what I mean? Lonzo's first year. I mean, they wasn't running a pick and roll heavy offense. That's not what they was running.
No, he said he don't do it.
Obviously,
and we pointed out that he
When has Lonzo been in a pick and roll offense? In a pick and roll,
yeah, the offense that they ran his first year was predicated out of split actions, and it didn't look good because they didn't have a lot of great shooters. So they ran a ton of DHOs, and actions like that, but they wasn't running a ton of ball screens with Julius Randle. Julius Randle's horrible out of the pick and roll.
With what's your name, Brook Lopez.
They wasn't running a ton of pick and rolls with Brook Lopez. That's not what they was running.
A lot.
Their offense, I can tell you the name of their offense because I remember.
I'm saying what I witnessed.
I'm telling you the name of the offense. I can the name.
Listen, hold on.
So the name of the offense was X out. So if anybody that wants to learn, the name of the offense was called X out, and it's based on split actions and DHOs. It wasn't a pick and roll offense. Actually, the Lakers were like 29th in the league in pick and rolls.
FYI, I'm not saying that that was a dominant part of their offensive pick and roll. I'm saying that when he got with Brook Lopez, they would do a pick and roll, and Brook Lopez would shoot
Okay,
out to the
well, but
3-point line,
just
and
because
Lonzo
a
throw it
pick and
back
roll
in.
happens doesn't mean that's their offense.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
not saying I'm not saying it is if it ain't, because I'm not
They
the
were
coach. I don't know
29th in the league in pick and rolls. They didn't run a ton of pick and rolls. Did
Okay,
they run
that's
one
cool
every
too.
now and then? Yeah, but
Well,
that
that's my
wasn't what
point.
their offense was based out of.
Okay, well, that's the only point I was trying to make. He said he
And they
didn't
couldn't
do it.
run pick and roll with Lonzo a ton because remember his shooting efficiency
Yeah,
was so bad. So what teams
yeah.
would do is
What it
teams
was
would
like
go drop
33%.
coverage out of any pick and roll and just turn them into a shooter. Which
Mm-hmm.
and remember, and there was
Sometime it go in, sometime it didn't.
you will remember the best game that he had, and everybody remembers this is when the
San
Phoenix Suns
Antonio.
ran all drop coverage. Is when they put the Phoenix
Oh
Suns
no,
went all
I'm
drop.
talking about a shooting game. His best shooting game was against San Antonio, not his best scoring output.
I'm just saying, but you look at
Yeah,
the
and just
teams
because
where
it's
he
your
had
best
his
scoring
best
game doesn't
games.
mean it's your best
I mean,
game
he could
either.
get hot every now and then, but you're not run. They weren't running pick and rolls. You can't do that with Lonzo's game.
And
Okay.
that's all. And that's all I seen him, a man. He act like
But
I
you
seen
said it
nothing
wrong
more.
then. But you said it wrong. You said
No,
he
I ain't
don't
seen
do
nothing
No,
it.
he
wrong.
was right. He was right in what he said. Even with the Bulls didn't even run a ton of pick and roll with Lonzo.
Exactly.
Remember,
With
he's a
Vooch,
facilitator. This
remember?
is why he only averaged 6 assists a game.
But hold on
He
one
led
second
the
with
league
the
in
Bulls
hockey
though.
assists, not pick and roll assists.
I know, but hold on with the Bulls though. You got to remember that early on they was doing a lot of pick and roll with Vooch with Lonzo, but Vooch
They
just
wasn't
wasn't
doing
hitting
a
his
lot.
shots.
Remember, Boost was having one of his worst offensive years because they was
Right.
going to DeMar and Zach a lot.
No, but I ain't talking about that aspect. I'm talking about just the straight aspect with Lonzo and Vooch. They was doing pick and rolls.
Yeah, they was doing pick and pops all night, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, like I said, the
And he
Bulls'
was doing
offense
and
wasn't
he was doing
predicated
pick
on
and pops
pick and
with Brook
pop.
Lopez too. What are you talking about, man?
Hold on, just because they run a pick and roll doesn't because the
that's
name of the
what we were
offense
talking
was
about.
called
That's
X
what we
out.
were talking about, though. We weren't talking about a
So
pick and roll offense. We weren't talking about
okay,
that.
hold on. No, but that's what he said.
That's
Just
what it
because
is.
they
No,
run a pick and roll
that's what
doesn't
he's
mean
saying.
their offense is predicated on pick and roll.
Lonzo ran a pick and roll offense. We
He
never
didn't
said
say
that.
Lonzo never ran one single pick and roll. That's not the point he was
No,
trying to make.
he said when has Lonzo ran pick and roll?
Man,
He's
listen,
talking about
That's
just
the
in
answer.
general as the primary offense.
You know how
But
they go in
no,
the camp
every
when we
team
talk
doesn't run
about
a pick and roll primary offense. So why would I expect Lonzo to do that?
Okay, but that's what he was saying. That's the exact point that he was making. He's basically saying you can't put Lonzo in a pick and roll heavy offense.
I
And
disagree.
like Dex said, he didn't word it like that. That's not how he worded it. So
man, listen.
But how did I get it?
It's not about how I word it. Y'all know what we've been talking about.
Because you anti-Lonzo sometimes.
It's not no anti-Lonzo. When I speak the truth about Lonzo, which the stats back it up, y'all get mad and hissy fit about it.
Why you say we get mad and all we doing is talking? You don't want to sound mad.
No, listen.
We got FYF in the building, fellas.
No,
ladies and gentlemen. FYF has made his appearance at Flight Sports TV tonight. This is Flight After Dark. And you know FYF is going to educate us on a lot of things when it comes to basketball. So
no, I ain't trying to do nothing like that. It's just what he was saying. He was right that you can't put Lonzo in a pick and roll heavy offense.
You just ducking your head in for a minute and you're going to leave?
No, I'm just saying he was right when he said Lonzo is a good player, but you cannot put him in a pick and roll heavy offense.
And I'm telling you, I disagree. I think you can.
No, and I understand you disagree. But I understand you disagree, Dex.
Especially now.
But Dex, you disagree. But there's no coach that he's played under in the NBA has put him in a pick and roll heavy offense.
You know what? To be honest with you, yeah, you might be right about that. But I'm saying he can do it though.
That's not his strength as a facilitator. He's never been a strong pick and roll player. That's never been his strength.
Listen, I'm saying he can do it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not moving off that stone.
Okay, well, you gotta go talk to all the coaches that chose not to put him in the pick and roll in a pick and roll heavy offense.
First of all, who's his coaches?
All of them.
What have they accomplished?
There's a reason why he's led the league multiple times in something called hockey assist, which is not even a true assist because he's a great facilitator, setting up the offense and allowing non-pattern players to go work. That's why I knew he would thrive with the Bulls.
Listen, FYF, all I'm saying is I disagree with No Panic when he's saying that Lonzo couldn't be successful in a heavy laden pick and roll offense. I disagree. Now, has he been in that design? No.
And FYF,
he don't have enough in his bag right now. He don't have enough in his bag right now.
FYF, I told him that the ball in Lonzo Ball's hands doesn't look like it does with all those other point guards that he's talking about.
I
It looks like
agree,
everybody else. It looks like everybody else getting the ball in advantageous positions and being able to make plays for other people or for themselves. That's what it
Oh.
looks like when
but what
Lonzo
you're
Ball has
doing
the. That's what him having the ball in his hands looks like because he
no,
doesn't keep it.
but that's not an argument that we having. What I'm saying is
No,
you can't
that's what
exclusively
I
put the
said, and then
No.
you wanted to butt against that and come up with
No,
like
he agrees with that.
Yeah, like when you
So I
hearing
don't know.
something different
So
or
I don't know
something?
why we're talking about Lonzo running the pick and roll. Like nobody made him a pick and roll deity. So I don't know
That's
why
right.
he's bringing that up.
What you mean? Why bring that up? I say exclusively in his hand.
You're
What?
bringing that up to try to knock the man after
No,
we
I
just talked
did
about what he
no. I
did good.
No, he wasn't
listen.
trying to knock him. I don't believe
Don't
he
say
was.
what he's trying to do,
You
FYF. You're
cannot
not in that
talk
I mean,
man
I
about
was
mind.
just listening.
basketball
I mean, if he was trying to knock him, I would say so.
But he's here. He's here. He can speak for himself.
We agreed on the type of player, on the type of thing that Lonzo would thrive with, and then he goes and starts talking about because we don't what we don't want to do is put him in a pick and roll offense. And I'm like, bro, he's done that though. He's played pick and roll.
Listen. I'm gonna say exactly what I say again. We've been talking. I've been telling you about. I say, listen to what I say about Lonzo and tell me if I'm wrong. I say he's like a 12-7.
Yeah, you wrong.
Space the floor and everything like that. He can play defense like a motherfucker.
Soon as you open your mouth, you wrong.
Hold on, let me talk. So I say all that. You've been like, I agree with that. I say the only thing I don't like about his game is when you put him in the pick and roll, he can't shoot the mid range and he can't
struggles.
get the basket.
That is true. His pick and roll efficiency, just go look it up on NBA.com. His pick and roll efficiency is very low compared to most other point guards.
Exactly, Mo. Exactly. No panic.
I mean, it's in the numbers. What he's saying is true. His pick and roll efficiency among point guards is not very high.
And why is that? Why you think that is so?
That's because Lonzo doesn't have enough offensively in his bag to be efficient consistently. Because teams can play to his weaknesses and take away a lot of options out of the pick and roll and force him to be an offensive guy. And we've seen him struggle when he's put in that situation.
So basically, him going to the bucket,
he struggles to finish at the rim.
Mm-hmm.
He's been struggling to finish at the rim for years. That's been one of the biggest problems, finishing layups.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's true.
Why do you think he struggles at the rim?
I mean, that's something you got to talk to Lonzo about because he gets there just fine. I just think he's a passive player.
I asked you, why do you think? I can't talk to Lonzo, bro. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, when I see him get to the rim, it looks like he's driving strong, getting there perfectly. He just can't finish.
Yeah, so my theory is that he doesn't have a soft touch.
Yeah, you said that earlier. Yeah,
he's kind of cock strong when he tries to lay it up.
Balls on the cock strong.
Yeah. It's a guy that doesn't really have
finesse,
a range of velocity, a range of.
Yeah, he's just not. He don't. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, he's struggling to finish. That it's just one of the reasons why you cannot consistently put him in the pick and roll. I mean, it's just one of the weaknesses in this game. Just clean it up.
If I'd have put him in the pick and roll, told him to figure it out.
I wouldn't, because
I knew this guy.
I do think he has the IQ to adapt and adjust and to find out what works. But he doesn't get a lot of reps in the pick and roll because of his low.
But if teams let's say if teams start defending.
Did he cut out or is that me?
Yeah, you cut out, FYF. So just chime in when you get back. Yeah, but I think that's kind of fascinating that Lonzo don't have a touch. As much as he handled the ball throughout his life, that he don't have a touch around the rim. I find that quite unusual.
Sometimes like when sometimes players don't even learn how to truly attack the basket. Like some players take off too far away from the basket, so by the time they get to the basket, they moving with so much speed that by the time the ball gets to the backboard laying up off the backboard, he going too hard off the backboard. Like I'm watching Kyle talk about about his finishing. He said he take off not from the middle of the paint. He take off like damn near at the basket, so it'll be a lot easier, and it ain't gonna be as far like him just throwing the ball at the basket. But that makes sense.
Shout out to Nico and Unstoppable.
Salute to y'all. I just wanted to say, I was hearing, Lonzo not being able to run a pick and roll when that's all he was doing for the Lakers, to be honest.
Hey,
Nico, I didn't know you
listen,
ain't
man.
come up here after
It's
the
hard to
man. I
it's
give you
hard
all
to
that.
argue with FYF
No,
because
look,
he won't let you get a word out.
I didn't even say nothing.
But
Yeah, you,
with Tyson Chandler and Ivica Zubac and JaVale McGee, he ran a pick and roll quite often. And he would always dump it off to the big. He might not have his own scoring moves, but he still can run a pick and roll. And I'll say this, his layup package isn't that bad. He just doesn't know how to draw contact.
Oh, you one of those.
And no, he doesn't know how to draw contact. Because
see,
look, I'll use his polar opposite, right, at the finishing, which is obviously, let's say LaMelo. LaMelo might not get fouled a lot, but he knows how to put his body on you when he's getting a layup. Lonzo don't know how to put his body on you when he getting a layup. And that's why his layups always come from a crazy ass position. If he was
I
able
mean,
to have
even LaMelo got to improve on his finishing.
for sure, but he still know how to put his body on you. He's just not a big guy, so it's not. You like
I
it's
mean,
different.
finishing in the NBA is just a unique talent, man. It's hard to just go in the off season and say I'm gonna practice finishing. I mean, it's a gift, really. I mean, to finish with touch around the rim and against
Nah, it could
footers,
be taught.
6'11",
It could be taught. If you're
it could be taught, but it's hard to learn over one off season.
you know, a lot of guys, the first thing they need to work on when it comes to finishing is their English, because you're gonna have to contort the ball around these 7-footers and 6'11" guys who are jumping in the air their highest to block you. So you got to know how to rotate the ball off the. You got to know the spots in the backboard
that's a
to
good
hit
point.
that English. Like Kyrie Irving, Damian Lillard, Stephen Curry, these guys practice the English from under the
And FY,
under the hoop.
No,
hold
it's
on,
not.
Mike. FYF,
I just
hold on
want to
one
say
second.
this.
FYF, you play basketball, right?
Yeah.
So what was the things that you did to finish over taller guys?
So the number one thing I did as a smaller guard was I was told when you attack 7-footers, or when you know 7-footers like to come over
Going to their
top of
chest,
little,
right?
huh?
Going to their chest.
No. So obviously, going into your 7-footer chest is not going to be effective, especially if they just stay vertical. I mean, it's not going to work consistently. So the number one thing was to beat them to the finish. And when we practice beating them to the finish, that means if you're driving left, don't finish with your left hand. You want to go inside of the shot blocker's arm, and you want to finish with your right on the left side, and it gives you a quicker finish. So it's just kind of a more deceptive way to get the ball on the glass faster, because shot blockers like to come over top of smaller guards. So you got to find a way to get the ball on the backboard before the shot blocker can get to it. Lonzo finds himself in a situation where when he drives left or right, he's trying to use his right hand and get the ball over 7-footers, contestants' hands, or 6'11" guys, and that's a much more difficult shot, because then you're almost kind of throwing up like a running hook shot at that point, and only players like Kyrie are really making those consistently. So I think obviously there's certain type of finishes he can work on, but I think with what the coaches are asking them to do, I just don't think it's a point of emphasis for him to be working on it in the off season, and then he has to have an off season where he's healthy to even work on it.
Exactly. Good point. Yeah, he got to be healthy.
Well, I was gonna say this: that all the players that were named were great at finishing with contact, and that's one thing that when we were doing the Warriors games in the finals, right? I was saying that Steph Curry needs to get to the basket more, and that's all he started doing. And he was beating, as FYF said, beating the 7-footers before they even can get a hand up and contest it. And that's hard to do going against someone like Robert Williams, if that's his name, whatever the fuck the big man name is for Celtics.
Yeah, that's his name. Time Lord.
Okay. Yes, he's a very good up and down big man. He's very springy. He's very athletic, and he's also very coordinated with the way that he blocks the ball. Now Steph Curry was going at him when he was on the court efficiently, but he always converted with a bit of contact, and I think that's the next part of Lonzo's game. But he hasn't had the chance to work on that because he's been hurt every fucking season. So he still has a lot of growth and development.
Also, I mean, he's had chances to work on it. I mean, him and LaMelo, they shy away from contact. That's how they play the game. So it's an adjustment for them to do it at this level, to try to embrace contact, because to be a good finisher, to be a great offensive player, you do have to be physical on the offensive end. You've got to attack the defense. So, I mean,
You got to be like a running back.
You got to be like a running back. You got to know how to cuff the ball and travel through the lane, and then misdirect and take off in a manner where you got a myriad of options available as far as finishing.
The only reason I didn't mention LaMelo in that kind of aspect is we see him on his ass often. And the thing is, he's not that great at converting through contact and traffic. But the thing is, it's only strictly because of his build. He's wiry.
Yeah.
He's 180 pounds. And he doesn't know how to throw his weight around yet.
I think
So
the
that's
reason
something
why
he's
he's on
working
his
on.
ass a lot is because, like you just said, he doesn't know how to throw his weight around. He actually goes for it, whereas Lonzo doesn't go for it. Melo's got the moxie and the guts to attack the big. It's just he doesn't know how to throw his weight around yet. So that's why he ends up on the floor. He has the moxie to go after it. Lonzo doesn't even want to. He doesn't even want to attack like that. Lonzo doesn't want to fall on the floor. He doesn't want to have to worry about how he's going to land. LaMelo he'll go at the big and go for it, and that's why he's on his ass. But he's going to figure out.
LaMelo knees are better.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's going to figure out how to. He's going to figure out that if he rises up, most if he like FYF, if he beats you to the basket and rises up, that's something that he could do consistently. He doesn't have to. He's still trying to finish like he's 5'5", basically playing against 6-footers.
Well, I think LaMelo does a good job of
finish like he was 6'8", then that would be more effective for him.
LaMelo makes his layups easier too. I mean, being crafty with the ball, shifting the defense. By the time he gets to the rim, he can get a lot of more open layups. He's not trying to score a congestion where Lonzo is not being shifty, crafty with the ball. He's just head of steam straight to the rim.
Yeah, there's no misdirection.
Yeah, so it changes, like I said. So I mean, there's a lot he needs to work on before. First, he got to get healthy. And that's the number one thing he has to work about, because now that he's going to come back from this knee injury, the more knee procedures you have, the less shifty and stuff you're going to try to be. So a lot of this stuff that we talking about, his game is going to be more predicated on being a perimeter-based player the older he gets, now that he's having these knee issues. You're going to see less and less driving.
That's why going to be Steve Smith. Him and LaMelo do play together at some point, because he would be a great guard to play off of LaMelo, because he'll be able to secondary play make basically after LaMelo passes it to him.
He's gonna be Steve Smith out there with knee pads.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, he already had knee pads, if you will, to be honest.
I don't know if knee pads will fix what's going on with his knees.
I wish you'd bring the sleeve back.
Knee pads and stuff like that don't. When you tear your meniscus, that don't have nothing to do with a knee pad.
No. Unstoppable. Well, what's up, bro? Unstoppable, are you available?
Oh, my phone was on mute. What's up with you? How you feeling?
Yeah. We're just talking about your boy Lonzo and kind of comparing his drive game and pick and roll game. You saw Lonzo do this, through the 35 games he played for the Bulls this year. What you think?
It seemed like he was scared to drive to me, but that could be because he was dealing with that knee issue. And he didn't want to make it worse. So hopefully, with his injury, with his surgery he had that fixed his knee issue. Maybe the things that we was questioning, why he ain't doing this, why he ain't doing that.
He'll do it sometimes, and then he won't. Like he'll do it one game, and then we might not see it for another 5 games.
Right. So hopefully we'll see it this game. But I do think he need to. Huh?
I want to ask you if you remember, because who was the dude he tried to dunk on that fucked him up?
I don't remember him trying to dunk on nobody.
Caruso.
He tried it one time, and some dude blocked that shit at the rim.
Caruso.
I'm talking about
Caruso's on Chicago, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about Caruso? Yeah, when he played against the Lakers.
No. I'm talking about
that one?
No,
when he was a Pelican, or he's a Bull?
I'm talking about when he's a Bull. He tried to dunk on somebody as a Bull. Because we would always come in here talking about why he don't ever drive the ball.
San Antonio? Was it Portal? Jacob Portal from San Antonio?
But no, what about it? We ain't going to be able to think of the name. What about, remember he trying to dunk with somebody?
But what I'm saying is, that kind of like ignited the fears he already had. Because he didn't drive that shit for the rest of the game. I remember that play. I just don't remember the name.
Jacob Portal, I think that was his name, from San Antonio Spurs.
Listen, when it comes to Lonzo, like you gotta same thing I said about LaMelo earlier.
Lamelo game today is the same as when he been in high school. Like he played like he's smaller than everybody. When he come to Lonzo, when Lonzo been in high school and UCLA, he ain't never had to get to the basket. He always been bigger than a lot of players, so he always been a dunk or a fast break or something like that, or he been pulling up. Like that's always been his game. So I don't think it's no knee injury stopping him from driving. I think he just don't got confidence in his finishing ability. And then even more so, he been a bad free throw shooter most of his career. So it's like shit.
Yeah, but that's over with now, though.
Not really. Not really for a point guard. What's percentage does?
What his free throw percentage was like 70 something, 77%.
Was it 77? But I ain't gonna shit on
You
77.
said what's his free throw percentage? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the sample size is so small. We really don't know if he's a better free throw shooter yet.
Yeah, I said
He
I
has-
ain't gonna.
He has
I
to
ain't
be
gonna
better
shit on
because at one time it was like at 40.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
40,
but it's
50%.
he's shooting like 1 point something free throws a game. So
I can see that.
So you won't let Lonzo shoot the tech?
Hell no.
nah.
Hey,
I probably got a big that can shoot a better free throw than him.
Yeah.
Don't let DeMar DeRozan when he's in San Antonio miss 2 free throws cost me $20,000 on FanDuel.
Oh no!
Hey,
I remember the game like it was yesterday, bro. They was playing the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I know he threw up that.
This motherfucker missed fucking 2 free throws with 0.3 seconds on the clock. All you need to do is make one. The game over.
So you had him on your fantasy?
Yeah. No, I had DeRozan. He was cooking that game, but I was in first place that night in like one of the tournaments. And this was the last game of the night. You know, Sacramento played the late games.
Right.
And San Antonio was up like 25. They let Sacramento come back. De'Aaron Fox, Buddy Hield cooking. But I'm still in first place, and the game is tied, 0.3 seconds. And this fucking idiot, DeMar DeRozan, clanked 2 free throws, man. Let the game go into overtime, and then De'Aaron Fox and all them dudes cooked, and everybody who had those players were shot past me.
Right. He did a Kawhi.
Hey, Dex. Lonzo shooting 75%.
75. Okay.
How many
trust
attempts?
Yeah, so that ain't as bad as I figured probably would have.
I didn't. Hold on, let me go
Could
find that.
For a point guard,
I did want to
you
ask
gotta be
FYF.
a little high.
Yeah.
Paul George or DeMar DeRozan?
1.2.
Yeah.
You said who?
He's barely
Paul
shooting
George or
one free throw
DeMar
a game.
DeRozan?
Oh, Paul George all day.
Why?
You get the defense with Paul George.
Yo, did you hear me, bro?
Yeah. You said 1.2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's barely shooting a free throw a night. Yeah.
Yeah, he need to drive at least 4 times.
Yeah, so shooting one free
shit.
throw a night at 77% for 35 games don't really tell me you better. I mean, you might have gotten better, but you still are far away from good.
Right. Because I think a point guard should shoot at least 80 and up.
I agree.
I want to see will his game be similar. Will he tweak it?
That's why you shit on De'Aaron Fox, Dex.
After he, you know why he shit on De'Aaron Fox, man.
De'Aaron Fox don't shoot 80 and above.
No, but I'm just saying the average point guard I think shoot 80 and above.
Okay. No,
De'Aaron Fox got to get better. He got to get better.
De'Aaron Fox is tired. He shoots 75%.
Yeah, and he got to.
It's not 80 or above.
He got to improve.
I mean, but it's tied with Lonzo. So I mean, you said he ain't. You know.
Yeah, but De'Aaron Fox is how many free throws is he shooting tonight?
6.4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I trust
he has
Lonzo
the ball in
because
his hand a lot.
Huh?
I trust Lonzo because he's clutch. He has a clutch gene.
I ain't even gonna go into that.
What you about to say?
No, I was about to say something about Fox. I don't think Fox clutch, but we already had.
How can he be clutch?
What
memorable shot have you ever seen Fox shoot? I ain't trying to be funny, but
shit.
Name a memorable shot.
Yeah, nobody.
I don't want. Nobody watched the fucking
He had a
Kings.
game-winning putback against the Heat.
Nobody watched the Kings, but I'm pretty sure.
I thought that was Buddy Hield.
I'm pretty sure, bro. I'm pretty sure I can type in and at least find at least
Yeah.
one
I said we
clutch
just don't
shot. But
watch the Kings,
nobody
so we
listen,
don't
bro. I
know.
keep saying, bro, like I don't know why people keep shitting on Fox. The only reason Fox is not getting his props because he played for the damn Kings, bro.
Yeah.
Like nobody's watching that team, bro. Like, the team, the
Nobody watching
organization is
OKC
terrible.
either.
Like if he go to a big market, I guarantee if he was on the Lakers right now,
Oh
Dex would be
shit.
talking that
Murgod
shit
is in the
about him.
building.
What's
Murgod
good?
is in
What's
the
good?
building.
What's
Yeah,
good?
if he
What's
Murgod,
go if
good?
come
he
on.
go
G
with the
O D.
Lakers, he for damn sure
If
would have
he
been
was,
top
yeah,
15
yeah,
honestly.
yeah,
What's good with
Dex
you?
would be
What's
big
good
in his
with you? What's
ass
good with
next year. Like,
everybody?
He's
How
not
y'all
nah,
doing?
no, listen, no panic. Hold on, Murgod. No panic and unstoppable. LeBron would be slapping the shit out of that boy for taking so many shots.
LeBron would love to have Fox, bro. I'm willing to bet
Yeah,
he'd
I
rather
think
have Fox than
LeBron needs
what's his
somebody with a
name?
skill set.
Than Westbrook right now. She would love to have his ass.
yeah, LeBron. I think
LeBron should have
if
got Buddy
Fox,
Hill point blank. He shouldn't
if
have
Fox,
traded for him.
Go ahead, Murgod.
if Fox can at least, but the thing is, though, Fox is the least respectable from the 3-point line, so I think he'll be a decent fit with LeBron. Plus, he can create off the dribble. I think he can create off the dribble a lot better than Russell Westbrook. So,
What about can he create more than Dennis Schroeder?
Dennis Schroeder, yeah, he's better than Dennis Schroeder.
Hey, the Lakers got a low roster now.
And
We ain't talk about that.
he
That's
does
facts.
something and he does something that Dennis Schroeder is really not good at, which is he can throw an actual lob pass. That's Dennis Schroeder's problem. Dennis Schroeder can get into a lane, but he can't throw a lob pass to save his life.
I never noticed that.
Look at all
He
these
can't throw.
clutch
This
moments
man
on
cannot
YouTube.
throw a lob pass because Dennis Schroeder, he has a great first step to get into the lane. The problem is that he's one dimensional. He goes to the lane to score. He doesn't
To
look
score,
to
right.
he doesn't look to pass. And
But
that's his
isn't Fox of
nah,
that same pedigree?
Fox can pass, man. Fox can pass.
Hey,
I mean, he at least
one.
average around, between
Maybe I got to
6
look
and
at
8
Fox a little
assists.
more because every
Yeah,
time
he
I
at
watch
least
Fox
average
play against
around 6 to
Lonzo,
8
they
assists.
lose. That's why I didn't have much respect for Fox because when Lonzo was the Lakers, he beat Fox.
Yeah, we
When
know that.
Lonzo was Pelican, he beat Fox. And all I kept seeing Fox do was shoot. Him and Buddy.
So Dave, you gonna skip over Kentucky?
Yeah, I was just about to say that too.
Lonzo beat him in Kentucky. What are you talking
No,
about?
he waxed Lonzo in Kentucky too.
Now they
Yeah.
split it
When it
1-1.
really
They split
mattered.
games.
Hey,
They split
You
Dex,
talking
games.
about the game where
Listen,
Lonzo's
one thing
mind was
about
fucked up?
hold on, and that's the
Lonzo
heated
won
one.
the first game and outplayed him. De'Aaron Fox won the second game and outplayed him.
But Darian Fox had
I think De'Aaron
five-star
Fox had like
recruits.
41 game against Lonzo on it.
And
No, I think it
Lonzo
was
was going through some
36.
bullshit,
36.
by the way. Well, not
I
bullshit,
think
but
he
I'm
had
saying
36.
Dex.
Lonzo was impacted mentally.
But what about the next game?
Lonzo's mom had just had a stroke.
Right. But what about the next game? Fox got his ass whipped by Pritchard from Oregon.
I mean,
The next game he got punished and nobody talks about that.
But no, you know
what's
why?
his name?
You know why?
What's Pritchard's name? Peyton Pritchard.
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah, Peyton Pritchard. Nobody want to talk about that.
You know why nobody talk about that? Because the same thing somebody said it's not about Lonzo having this. He been mentally affected that game against thing. When you playing with Kentucky always got 5-star players who won and done. So you ain't really a full unit with chemistry, and you playing against an Oregon team that probably got most of the players, got 5th-year seniors and all that. That I've been running the same offense with the same players for 4 or 5 years now. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's basketball. You can't put no excuses out there.
You said who was running the same play?
That's the same niggas that Lonzo Ball sent home with the step back.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying. That's what I was getting ready to say. Lonzo Ball punished Oregon.
Lakers team was better than the Kings. The
Yeah,
Pelicans team was better than
Lonzo
Kings.
Ball went off
The
that
Bulls
that
team
home
better than
game.
Kings. What are y'all
The home
talking
game
about?
versus Oregon. Yeah, Lonzo went off that game, man.
So man was sizing him up, broke him down, hit him with the reverse
but listen,
layup at the
I
rim.
watched that Kentucky game, right? I don't know if FYF is still here. Oh, he's gone. But I watched that Kentucky game. It wasn't De'Aaron Fox heroics that really won that game. You know that, right?
We won.
You mean it was Malik Monk? Is that what you're saying?
There you go. It was Malik Monk. That damn right. If you go back and watch that game,
no props on Dex.
No. De'Aaron Fox, listen, De'Aaron Fox is who he is. We ain't knocking that. But everybody trying to pound on Lonzo and using De'Aaron Fox to do so. When it was Malik Monk, the one that was stopping runs and stretched the lead. De'Aaron Fox did his thing, his 36, he did his thing.
39.
But Malik Monk had
Hey, let's
39.
call
39, yeah.
his dicks now. Let's call it 36 ain't no normal.
Okay,
39. Get the
39.
numbers
Okay.
right.
Okay,
39.
39 unstoppable. My bad, 39.
He
But
basically
how much
dropped
Malik
40
Monk
on him.
have? Like 27?
Hell no.
Yeah,
He
but I
had
think
How much
50.
did
that
Bam
39
Adebayo have?
had a
About
little
16?
more. From the point guard to the
That
point
was a
guard
better
position.
team in the beginning. That was just a better team. They had William Gabriel. They had Bam Adebayo. They had
Yeah.
Malik Monk. They had Darion Fox. They were just a better team, man.
Honestly, I
Yeah.
think Lonzo just his mom went through a stroke like the day before. I think he was just down bad. I
I know
really think that's all it was
that's
to it.
possible, and I know that affected them, but they
I know,
still
but
was
I'm
a better
saying me
team.
personally,
What
me
Lonzo numbers
personally,
been
He
that
boo
game?
boo.
because
Kentucky was a better team,
I
though.
watched him lead those guys into places and
Mm-hmm.
get big ass wins. So
Yep,
like
I agree.
to me it was just that. That's all it was to me.
I agree.
Why you
I
ain't
agree.
tell?
What Lonzo
You
stats
went
was in
out.
that game?
You went out unstoppable.
No. I'm talking about my son.
I don't even know what his stat was. I think
I
he had
think
like
what it is
14,
the fact that
16.
De'Aaron Fox been a lottery pick point guard versus another lottery pick point guard, Alonzo. I think
Uh-huh.
that 39 stand out that much because of that.
Malik Monk was a lottery pick. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but we talking about point guard versus point guard.
Malik
Like
Monk
he,
is a
Yeah,
point
but
guard.
oh yeah.
Lonzo whooped Washington's ass and Markel Fultz going number 1.
No, but what I saying is when y'all been talking about why they always bring up that game where De'Aaron Fox dropped that much points and this that and
Because they
third when Lonzo
lost.
beat him when
Because they
Lonzo
lost.
beat him
That's why. They don't bring up the game where Lonzo beat them. They don't never bring
exactly
that game up.
and the reason why they do that because you're talking about two lottery pick point guards who played against each other when the moment conveyed. Just like you said, Kentucky had the better team because they were more talented. Lonzo, I feel like, been the better player out of everybody in both games, in my opinion, because he had less to work with, but he made that shit work. But in that second game, like 39 points in college is 39 points in college.
Lonzo should have been the collegiate player of the year. Everybody know that. But they didn't give it to him.
Probably. I wouldn't argue against that.
Hey, I got a question for y'all. Think about it real hard. Would you take Jello Ball or Justin Holiday?
Justin Holiday.
That was very quick by you. I'm
Yo,
disappointed.
he didn't do no research or nothing. he didn't crunch no numbers. Who you take, Daffy Duck or Lamelo Ball? Daffy Duck.
See, now you lying in hard.
No, see. Let me tell you.
So
Show you
Dex.
why.
So Dex, I
That's a
just did
question
my
for all of
homework.
y'all.
So Dex, I just did my homework on a UCLA team. Now I do agree that Kentucky did have overall better talent, but I mean I'm not gonna sit here and slouch to say that UCLA team didn't have two top 25 5-star recruits and a 4-star recruit. You
TJ
see what I'm
Lee,
saying?
You
TJ
talking about
Lee,
TJ and Aaron
TJ Lee,
Holiday?
and Aaron Holiday, and Lonzo
No,
Ball.
it wasn't. Yeah, no, it was TJ Lee, Lonzo, Aaron Holiday was a top recruit, as well as now Azubuike, I think what his name was. He was also the athletic guy, the guy that kept on the lobs from Lonzo.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
on his team as well. He got drafted into the NBA. He was on that team as well. I think he was like a low tier 5 or an upper tier 4-star recruit. So I mean, they had a good team, man. But I just think when Lonzo, him being out of it mentally, that second go around, because he was the engine of the team that got him really going. And he would find players like Bryce Alford, who was one of the best shooters in the country at that time in
Yeah,
college.
I think
So I mean,
the
him
team
being
was
out of it
talented.
mentally, I think that's what kind of
Hell,
basically
Bryce
allowed De'Aaron
Alford
to
was
do what he
about
did.
25 years old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's facts.
that team was talented because it was a Pac-12 team, but they didn't have the athletes that a SEC
No, I'm
team
not
like
saying.
Kentucky gets. That's
I'm
all
not
we're
saying.
saying. That's all we're saying. We're talking about whose cups are bigger on these respective organizations, and
Listen, I'm not
Kentucky has
denying.
a
Yeah,
whole bunch
go
of
ahead.
athletes that can do more. TJ Leaf can't guard a sock.
Damn.
Neither can Bryce Alford, and neither can Aaron Holiday.
They had the one guy. What's his name? Thomas. He was a
Listen,
center.
I'm not. I already
think his name was Thomas.
specified that. Said
Well,
they had better.
they
I
had
already specified they had better
they
athletes.
had a young Rick Smits at center.
I already specified they had better athletes. I said they had better overall talent on that team. You know, but
Right.
I'm not going to knock that UCLA team.
No, we're not
And say
knocking it.
didn't
We're just
have
saying who had
didn't
more
have some
talent. We're
talent.
not we never knocked
But
UCLA.
but the thing is though, didn't UCLA beat them the first time? So
Yeah,
it's
I know.
not
Yes.
always.
Yeah.
So it's not always about you being overly
I
athletic.
agree.
It's
We're
about
just saying who was the more
it's about
talented. That's all we did.
And
well,
Murgot.
We
And
never
when they
added
beat
all
him,
that. Murgot, all that extra stuff we never added, bro. You added all that in your mind. All we did
and
was say who the
Murgot.
more talented team was.
but
That's all.
anywho, what you were saying?
And
Dex?
listen, Murgot. And when they beat him, Kentucky was number one. You remember that, right? They
Yeah,
was They was the
I
number one
remember.
team in the nation.
I remember at that time, man.
And that was a shocker. And I said, "Whoa, I need to watch more UCLA." Because I kind of
I
like,
mean, Lonzo
after
was the X factor, man.
after like Drew Holiday left and shit, I kind of UCLA was kind of like down. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I mean, you see, it's like it's like for example, there's no knock to Markelle Fultz, but I mean, I like Markelle Fultz when he was at Washington. But did you see what Lonzo did to Markelle Fultz when he went to Washington?
mm-hmm,
It was embarrassing.
mm-hmm,
Lonzo blocked him like 3 times, got a
mm-hmm.
steal off of him. He was doing stupid on the boy, man.
Yep.
And they had the nerve to question his defense because of one game, which is crazy.
Yep.
But I did want to say this: UCLA has, I forgot his name, but just look out for him. He a white shooting guard. I seen him at Rico Hines. He might really be nice. Like for real. He was dropping off all the NBA teams by
How tall
himself
is he?
almost.
How tall is he?
He was like 6'5", 6'6".
Is he athletic?
That's good height.
Is he athletic?
He was athletic enough.
Because I mean,
let me use a white term. He was sneaky athletic.
At 6'5", 6'6", you should be pretty athletic if you plan on playing on the next level.
I mean, is he like
amazing jumper?
I mean, is he like a
Duncan Robinson? Duncan Robinson ain't super athletic.
Duncan Robinson is 6'7", 6'8".
Oh, okay, got you.
But Duncan Robinson still ain't athletic.
We never called Duncan Robinson athletic. We talking about a 6'5" guy. We're not talking about Duncan Robinson.
Okay. But I mean,
I'm learning y'all love this. I'm learning y'all love these goalposts.
But hold on. But based off that comparison, what about players like Devin Booker and Tyler Hero?
Devin Booker is athletic.
Not really.
Not really. He's not that athletic, man.
Devin, hold on. Devin Booker does not have white boy athleticism. Let's be clear.
He has Mexican athleticism.
Devin Booker do 360s.
Hey, Devin Booker is half Mexican.
I ain't never seen Devin Booker do no 360. What you talking about?
I've never seen Devin Booker do an
ain't never
seen
no 360.
And how tall is Devin Booker? We still not talking about a 6'5" guy.
Devin,
you better go look. You better go look. Go look at the highlights. Devin Booker 360. Type it up.
Man, listen,
What you
Devin
say?
Booker is not that athletic. Like he's not that type. He ain't white boy.
He's not even known for his athleticism.
Yeah,
because he's a good shooter.
So hold on. So is that white boy more
sloppy.
athletic than Devin Booker?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if he is or not. You have to ask.
Who said yes?
Nico.
That's Nico. That's me.
So are you the one that brought him up?
Devin Booker is 6'5" exactly.
Okay, so is he? So that white boy is more athletic than Devin Booker. What's his name?
Hold on, I'm gonna look him up. Is he on the roster?
Hey, Dex.
He like the only white dude on the roster.
I typed in Devin Booker 360. The only 360 that popped up was him doing a 360 dunk in 2K.
Oh shit!
I'm about to say him playing. He got
maybe that's what it
was.
Hey, unstoppable. Maybe that's what it was.
Hey, listen, and when we say white boy athleticism, like we just talking about the average white boy because Caruso got athleticism. Y'all kill me when I say he more athletic than Lonzo.
Yeah.
He's Spanish too.
Caruso is extremely. He got black boy athleticism.
Yeah.
But what's that guy's name from Rico Hines though?
Hold on,
you said what, bro?
Yeah,
if y'all get a chance.
Matt McClung, like what, 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah, Matt McClung's very athletic too.
Damn, I need photos. I don't know this nigga by name.
Oh yeah, Nico.
I would say if y'all get a chance, Rico Hines, UCLA team. That's a whole little run where they just beat the hell out of every. He's 6'6", 180. Jack Kyman. He's a senior.
Jack.
There we go.
Okay, so he's a senior. Okay.
He's 6'6".
Jack
Yo,
Kyman. How you
right quick,
spell that last name?
right quick, Nico.
KYMAN.
I got him right here. Good looking.
It's gonna be right.
Yo, what's
quick.
up?
Yo, Nico, can you hear me? Yo,
Oh
why
yeah,
you been
Amari
ducking me,
Bailey supposed to
fam?
be playing for that roster too.
Yeah,
Huh?
Mark. Oh, my bad. Ask that again. My fault. I
I
was
said, why you
reading.
been ducking me, fam?
Ducky with what?
You be just sending all these Klay Thompson clips to me, but ain't loaded up and show me what can you do against me yet.
What, like 2K or something?
No, NBA Live.
Nigga, what? I mean, look. Hey, definitely not
Do
buying
any
NBA
do
Live.
anyone else do anyone outside of me eat cereal at
I
this time of
said,
night?
Yeah, I'll
you
do
been
it.
sending me all these 2K clips saying you do this, that, and third with Golden State, but ain't sent me not one invite yet. Every time I'm on, you busy.
Bro,
Hey,
What's up?
you
listen,
log on like
you
once a
wrong, bro.
month.
Golden State is a cheat code on that 2K.
Golden
You
State
know
can
Bro,
what
be
you
beat.
don't
doing.
believe him. He log
Go,
on once a month.
yeah, no, that's not true. He's ducking me. He's ducking me.
Bro, all you gotta do is hit me up.
I did hit you up, fool. You said I'm gonna get back. You said after this game. After this game, I look up. You gone.
Oh, that's different. That's when I had a PS4. My shit would always cut off when I played 2K.
Oh,
But I have a
okay.
PS5 now. Much better life.
Yeah, I know you got PS5 now, and I'm sitting up here like, huh? He still ain't sent me that invite yet, but he's steady sending me these clips.
I mean, look, I ain't been playing 2K too much. I mean, I've been bro, at some point you get tired of 2K, bro.
Hey,
I don't
listen,
always want
that's
to
me
log on
at
and
the
play with some
same
stupid
Bring you
niggas.
out,
Tired of
man.
2K, you ain't human.
man.
You
Listen,
don't always want to play with trash niggas.
once you get that 2K and you don't play a little bit of
Unstoppable be
career for a
taking
little
people money. Be
while, man,
careful
you
now.
get down.
I
Say that
surely
again, no
do.
panic.
Huh?
Say that again.
I
I
got
say
somebody for $200, Dex.
once you
I
not
know
play
you be
that
taking people
2K
money. You come on
and you
Flight
get that
Sports
my
TV
career for
and
a
bait
couple
them
of
in.
Oh,
days,
they
like
said
that
fuck
shit
you.
get boring as hell.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is when I'm playing with players that know how to play some type of IQ, it's fun. When
Right.
I go and it's just stupid ass people taking contested shots and
Have
don't not
anybody played Flight
adjusting.
yet?
I played them in 2K21.
I played Flight
I don't know
2K22
what
and
coming.
23.
Y'all really don't want to see me. I know I got
Hey,
some tricks in
Man,
the
we
game.
ain't playing no
we
Tecmo
don't.
Bowl.
The score will probably be like 100 and
Bro,
something to
Technical
38.
is crazy.
And you have the 30 something.
Yeah, okay.
I ain't playing us.
So
I ain't
Dex, you
playing
gonna use the
unstoppable.
Lakers?
Heck no, I don't use
Yeah,
Lakers. I use
you
the
know he is.
Bulls.
Oh,
I
you
use
really not
Lonzo
getting
and the
no buckets
Bulls.
off. You really not getting no buckets off.
See, there you go, Nico. See, talk like
Have you
that
ever
gonna
used
make you pull the
Orlando?
plug up.
Nah, I will never load up with Orlando.
Hey, listen, playing Orlando crazy. That you gotta be good to be good with Orlando.
Hey, the
I
only
only play
teams
with teams
Nico
that got a
playing with is
dynamic
Golden
point
State and
guard.
Chicago. And when he played with Chicago, Lonzo getting all the buckets. Zach not touching the ball, DeMar not touching the ball, Vucevic not touching the ball, nobody.
I don't like how them boy got Mom Lonzo on 2K. I don't like his game on that shit. Like,
Yeah,
They got him trash
they
as
got
hell.
him messed up. But
yeah,
that's because he on the Bulls though, man. What I always say that 2K is very biased when it comes to Chicago, fam. Because I be looking at them ratings, what they were before they got in the team and after. And it seemed like they dropped their ratings. Like DeMar DeRozan, I think he's a 80, 89, I think, on 2K. Like, come on, man. Like after the
yeah,
season he had, he should be at least a 92. At
yeah.
least.
MVP caliber season. Yeah, he should be.
Nah, he's 92. Nah,
No, it should be at 92, fam.
nah,
Look,
Come on, bro.
he's an 89,
nah.
and here's why. He has no defense and no three ball. 89 player.
Right.
I
John
mean, but
Moran
he,
does.
but
I
he,
can name a gang of players that's higher than him that don't have no defense, fam. That's
right.
on 2K right now, bro.
Who?
Like, come on.
But now that I think about it,
John
89 is
Morant.
kind of like a good spot for him because of age. You gotta think about
No,
age, the
bro.
defense.
No.
John Morant's like a 94, and that's because he has an amazing
No.
pass ability in the game.
But you just said because he didn't have no defense, man. John Morant
Hey,
don't have no
That's why
defense.
hey,
John Morant. I'm
Unstoppable.
gonna say that's why DeRozan don't have it.
What's up?
Look what Rico said after that playoff after that playoff, he's a 75.
That's facts.
I mean, that's Rico gonna hate. You know what I'm saying?
And spit
Is
facts.
DeMar DeRozan better than Devin Booker?
No.
Oh,
You gotta think about it.
Nah, he's not.
This nigga gotta think about it.
Yeah,
I'm
Devin
just going
Booker.
off. I'm just
Devin
going off
Booker
the
is better
season
than
he had.
DeMar,
I'm just
man.
going off. I'm going off the season he had. That's why. Well, of
Devin
course
Booker is better than
he's a
DeMar
better
right now.
3-point shooter.
Hit that like button, hit that
He's
subscription,
better.
hit that
He's a better
notification.
3-point shooter.
Wait, you mean he's going off the
Better
regular season he
passer.
had?
He's a more
You said
willing
what?
defender.
He's going off the regular season he had.
Yeah, I said I was saying it because I was just going off the regular season. But you talking about like
Oh,
all
thank you.
together, like yeah.
I mean,
I don't
didn't Devin Booker make all NBA first team?
Yep.
So I mean, you got to think about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rap God and Loaded said
think
Edwards is better than
to be honest
DeRozan.
with you. But I mean, I do
That's
think Devin
facts.
Booker better.
Who? You said Anthony Edwards?
Yep.
Give me a player
Rap
that can
God.
get you a
Not right
bucket in
now.
the playoffs.
He's not right now.
Hey,
I mean, I can
Anthony
see him.
Edwards' playoff resume already better than his
No, it's not, man.
in one season.
No, it's
Better
not,
than who?
man. When
See,
see,
Nico's being out of
man, y'all
control.
be drunk. Y'all get drunk
Yeah,
off a dude
yeah.
get into one playoff game, opposed to a guy that actually led his team going to the NBA Finals. Man, get out of here with that, man.
What finals he eclipsed?
Nico's drunk on Cheerios.
Literally, man. Devin Booker made it to the NBA Finals, dude.
But we talking about DeMar DeRozan.
See, DeMar. I mean, now you saying Devin Booker, I can see. You drunk, but DeMar.
See,
I mean,
we didn't. Yeah, he didn't say
Murr,
Anthony Edwards was better than Devin Booker.
See, Murr, that's why I said when he said that, 'cause it's like it's kind of close when you think about it.
What conversation? Like, hold on, let me break this down.
Let's remember now, Devin Booker been
hold on.
12
Let me give you my perspective. So let me give you my perspective.
What?
Devin Booker
DeMar
to me
point guard?
is better. So Devin Booker to me is better than DeMar. Devin Booker to me is better than Anthony Edwards. Now, when you're comparing Anthony Edwards to DeMar DeRozan, I see basically with a lot of things that Anthony Edwards actually does better than DeMar. He's a more willing and better defender right now. Of course, he's more athletic. I don't think Anthony Edwards probably does not have he doesn't have the mid-range game as DeMar has right now. He has to develop that. But as far as basically me, man, I would like to go with Anthony over DeMar, man.
This nigga spitting.
I mean,
smart choice.
You hate old people, Nico.
Look at the age now, but
That's cap.
I mean, you got to remember
LeBron James is amazing.
It was an inconsistent player still at this point.
You said what?
I said Anthony Edwards still an inconsistent player at this point.
I'm not going to disagree.
He's more
with that.
consistent than DeMar.
No, DeMar
I can't agree with you at all, Nico. I mean,
Let me go show you him scoring 5 points.
I like Anthony Edwards because I like Anthony Edwards, the basketball player. I mean, especially his youth. I'm not gonna say a cap on that.
Right.
But just to keep it 100, I mean, it's certain things that Anthony Edwards still got to work on that DeMar does, like that. Get you a bucket in the mid range. Anthony Edwards is not there yet. He still has to work on that.
Yeah, like anything about that, just learning the game of basketball, learn how to set yourself up, how to get to your shot, how to get to your spots and all that. DeRozan got that.
I mean, Anthony got to work on that, man.
Yeah.
Look, Anthony Edwards would have one series under his belt if Karl Anthony Towns could play the game of basketball.
Oh my God, Nico!
I just want you to know that he would have beat John Morant if Karl could play.
He just soft. That's all I feel like. He just soft.
He was aggressive in the playoffs and still was ass. So it's a whole puzzle of trash.
When I see them celebrating just getting in the damn playoffs, like I already know they ain't going nowhere.
Rico was on the panel.
Porzingis right now trying to go to work on
get him, mute Rico.
Get him unstoppable. Yeah, get him unstoppable.
Because he about to say some outrageous stuff.
I got my hand. Hey, listen, I got my hand on the music button.
I ain't saying nothing outrageous. If I wanted to be outrageous, I would say it was right. Early, like 1 month into the season.
Explain the point guard situation, Nico.
You would say DeMar is elite.
DeRozan is on record in an interview saying in the half court he's the Bulls' point guard. That's what he said.
He was. I mean, Oh my God.
Ball
Hey,
hog.
I mean,
You know,
what did
I
he say
mean,
was
DeRozan
wrong?
is kind of
that's
developed
how
point
that's how
guard, man.
DeMar DeRozan runs point guard. He ball hogs.
That's
That's
I
how
facts.
he
mean,
does it.
So you say
that's a
he's doing
coaching
that by
issue, though,
design, so
bro.
he can have the
No,
ball in
that's
his
not
hand?
coaching. The
No,
coaching said
that is
DeMar is the
coaching,
point
bro.
guard.
That's coaching,
DeMar
bro.
is on the court dribbling the
Could you
ball
hear
for
him?
15 seconds. That's what DeMar is doing. That's not the
And he's
coach. Billy Donovan don't got a right to left like that. That's DeMar DeRozan.
Okay, that's all I
and
had.
So
That's
you
Rico.
all I
said
I
had.
just want.
Rico. Okay, go ahead, Unstoppable.
No, I wasn't talking to you, fam. Go ahead.
Now I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
Rico. Oh, who's that?
Hey, I'm
Oh,
not
that's
gonna
That
Nico.
was
sit here
Nico.
and lie, man. We
No,
all
I was just
seen
gonna say
possession. We
DeMar
all seen
DeRozan is the only
Go ahead.
player that I've ever seen that takes a bailout pass every game.
A what?
A bailout pass. It means he's in the middle of a jump shot and passing out of it.
Oh,
He's the only player.
bail out.
Yeah, only
Yeah,
player I've seen
that's
do
like
that
the
every game.
basketball cardinal sin. You're
Shit, Kobe
supposed to
did the
not
same
leave your
thing.
feet
Shit.
My fault.
to
I got a
pass the
call.
ball. But you
Yep.
know that
I
He
mean,
has to
DeMar
be in the
DeRozan
middle of
point
his
guard
arc.
skills.
Look, he has to
I
be in the
want
middle of his arc to decide he want to pass.
I want Rico to explain
Yeah,
what
that's
DeMar
crazy.
said about being a point guard. Could you
That's
explain that?
crazy.
Oh, they were him and JJ Redick were chopping it up. They were talking about the Bulls half court offense. And he pretty much said that he learned how to run point guard from Greg Popovich. And now this is his role on the Chicago Bulls in the half court. Lonzo Ball runs the point guard position in a full court setting, but in the half court, DeMar DeRozan is the Chicago Bulls point guard, and this is how he does it. That's what y'all saw all last season. That's how DeMar
But that,
DeRozan runs
hey,
point
listen,
guard.
that damn
So is that the
sure is.
horn
We see
offense,
all
more
this.
guy? Is that the horn offense?
That's the ball
I
hog
mean,
offense.
No,
no, it
that's
is. It
that
That's
was
the
by
does.
mockery
that
Listen,
was by
offense. That's what
listen.
no
that
Hold
that
is.
on. Let
that
me
was by
speak. Let me
design, bro.
speak.
Stop it.
Let me speak. Let
That's
me
the I
speak.
need some badges offense. That's
Let
that's
me
what he.
speak. Hold on. Let me speak. Is that supposed to be the horror offense? Absolutely not. But that's basically what a lot of ball calls do. We all seen DeMar where basically he's supposed to be running down court after a make. This man will literally sit under a basket, wait for Caruso, Lonzo, or whoever's taking the ball or passing the ball, and Lonzo's sitting right there. And they passing the ball. Or Alonzo would get the ball. DeMar DeRozan will be standing right there, right beside him, with his hands looking like they're like, "Give me the ball," and Alonzo would give it to him. They do it every time. I don't know why that's not not obvious. They do it like the ball. DeMar DeRozan was running the half court offense most of the time. I mean, that's just obvious.
So who
Yeah, I
fault is
mean, with
that?
the horns
Who
offense, you
fault
need
is that?
multiple ball handlers.
Hey, didn't
Like with like
Demar just
Who
do
fault is
he
that
could do
though?
it. He's just doing a bad job at it because he averaged 7 assists his last year in San Antonio.
Who's
So
the
he can
reason
do
for
it. He's
him
just doing a
doing that?
bad job at it for some strange reason.
That's
but
what
they
I'm
I mean they
saying.
run something sort of
Man,
different
that's
than
been my
Minnesota.
critique of him the whole time. I know he knows how to pass. I'm just wondering why the fuck does he say, "Oh, I want to win a championship"? You know, he said his own admission he's jealous of his boy, man, Kyle
Kyle
Lowry.
Lowry.
He got a
I don't know
he
why.
got a championship. He feels it's his time, right?
You be
So you
jealous.
think you would buy in, play your best basketball to the best way you know how to play? He knows how to play point guard better than he did this season, bro.
I mean, Dex bring
And
it up all. Dex bring it up all the time. He channeled his inner Michael Jordan.
Well, let me ask y'all this: if you take 7 or 8 points away from him from a scoring average this season, what he gonna be at?
Well, they
depends.
could be I mean, they could be divided somewhere else. So you take a couple more points off of. Let's say you shave points off of DeMar. That can be added to somewhere else, like Alonzo or a Vucevic. Getting him some more open shots, or basically if Patrick Williams was
Hey,
healthy, that could have went to him.
tell me what y'all think about this trade. DeMar and Vooch for Mikal Bridges and DeAndre Ayton.
No, it's a lateral move.
Wait a minute, hold on, man.
How can you
Are
do
you
that?
kidding
Say it
me?
again?
Because you ain't giving me the
Spike
point
Lee,
production
you're living
back.
in your dreams.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say anything. I just asked y'all what y'all think about it.
Man,
How can you think about something that's impossible?
I'd rather
That's
you
not
had
going.
said maybe Vucevic
I don't think
and
Ayton will
DeMar
ever be as
for
good
Ayton.
as what we saw from DeMar last season, personally.
And I think Ayton gave
They
the
not
Bulls
trading no
to Chris
DeAndre
Paul.
Ayton to no
Yeah, but
Chicago
you but
Bulls.
you don't need
I think
Ayton to
DeAndre
be as
might
good
get
as
traded though.
DeRozan is. You
No, I'm
just
just
you just
saying
I
like
definitely
that.
think he might get
I'm
traded.
just
He don't want
saying
to be
You
there.
think
from
so?
as far as
Hell yeah,
winning
he
the
better.
trade,
All that
I
stuff
don't
that's
think
going
he
on
will
with what's going
ever
on in Phoenix.
hit
Hell
like
We're
yeah.
gonna see in preseason.
So I'm
his
gonna
that
tell you
max
guys.
potential
Yo,
of him.
Dex,
I'm
let me
gonna
ask
tell
you
you
this.
guys why I thought about
Did,
that.
Go ahead.
did you see his press
I'm gonna tell you
conference?
why I thought about that because
No.
He don't want to be there, bro.
The Bulls need a big. They need a big
Yeah.
who can actually be physical and put some
That
pressure
ain't
on the
Ayton.
paint.
He
So
didn't ain't that physical.
Ayton was the number one pick, and he feels like he could be on a higher tier of centers, but he doesn't have the opportunity
But
in
he ain't start
Chicago.
playing better till Chris
In
Paul got
Chicago,
there.
What asset the Bulls gonna give up for that?
You
I'm
giving
not
up
sure.
an
Spike Lee.
I'm
MVP
not a. I'm
talent
not.
and
I'm
a
not a.
former
I don't. I
All-Star
don't. I don't know the
for a
trade
role
calculation.
player and a player we got questions about, and we can run an offense through him.
I'm talking about the fit because if you got Michael
Dude,
Bridges
no
and
panic.
Zach
Alonzo
LaVine,
ain't going nowhere.
man, y'all ain't let me talk, man. Go ahead, it's good.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Spike. We
No,
got
I
you.
wouldn't. No, listen, Lonzo can't go nowhere.
He
Without
said
Lonzo, that
Spike,
team is
not no
nothing.
panic.
Exactly.
Damn.
No panic. Let Spike talk it out.
So I appreciate that, y'all. So I'm saying like DeMar and Levine might not be a better fit than Michael Bridges and Levine. And then the Bulls also need some type of force in the paint that can like actually be dominant in the paint. And I mean, I know Ayton hasn't done that, but he has the potential to do that. And he's the number one pick, and he needs more opportunity. Whereas in Phoenix, they do. Devin Booker and DeMar DeRozan could work with Chris Paul, who's a mature guard who will know how to delegate that, rather than Lonzo being passive and letting DeMar kind of take
Bully
the
him.
reign on that.
Yeah.
And then also Vucevic is a good pick and pop shooter for Chris Paul. So it's almost like they're on the timelines are actually mixed. It seems with those two with that
But
pair.
Spike, they will lose what they actually need, and that's a force in the middle. Phoenix need that.
And
They
also
need
as well,
they
hold
need
on.
that to anchor their defense. They lose two keys to their defense in Mikal Bridges and
Exactly.
DeAndre Ayton.
Which I was just getting ready to bring up Mikal Bridges because Mikal Bridges is one of the best perimeter defenders in the league right now.
Yep.
And you move him to get DeMar DeRozan, who's going to add more offensively, but you're going to diminish defensively, which is basically what's been keeping them and helping them win games.
That's
Mikal
right.
Bridges' defense wins them basketball games
I'll
because
put
he
it
can
this way.
actually, man, and it's a wing. I'm gonna let you go, Rico. And it's a wings league. You have to have wings that can defend this link. If you don't have that, you're pretty much going to get walked through like a stripper, man. It's
I
literally
was
going to be that bad, man.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about. I was going to say, how would it look if your front three is Chris Paul at what, 38? 30? How old is Chris Paul? 30,
Yeah, he's around that
36?
age. Him and
Yeah.
LeBron. Yeah, he close to LeBron.
Yeah, so he's an extremely old Chris Paul, Devin Booker, who's not known to be a defender, but he can at times. And then you got DeMar DeRozan, who's, in my opinion, one of the worst, underlooked defenders in the NBA. So yeah, like if that's, and then on top of that, you have Vucevic, who's a horrible defender, backing those three up. Yeah, you're just gonna get beat.
Yeah, they'll go from a 60-win team down to a 42-win team.
Man, that will hurt. That's more of a win for the Bulls than it is for Phoenix.
Hell
To be
yeah,
honest.
a young
To be
Ayton.
honest, man.
Are you kidding me?
But I will say I'm telling you, Dex, I got a feeling they gonna move from him, bro, or he gonna request for a trade. Ayton does not want to be there.
Okay, what did you? Why you feel that?
Okay, two reasons. They froze him out in the playoffs. They weren't passing the ball. They didn't pay him when he wanted to take care of his contract situation. And there was something that was going on with, I think his name was Monty, between Monty and the coach. And like I said, if you go look at the media day, the press conference when they were sitting down talking to him, he don't look happy at all. He don't want to be there. He want to bounce. He
They
wants
gotta
to
wait
be
till after
gone.
January to trade him.
Right. So I think
he wants to bounce. Jay Crowder want to bounce.
And let's not forget the
You don't
situation
think
that's
the
going on with
Timberwolves
the
could give
owner.
him Rudy Gobert?
What's going on with that owner, fam? He would definitely want to bounce.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to stay. I don't understand why Dan and the whole team ain't talking about trade. Get me the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna pick up their contracts. That's what they worried about.
I'm sorry, Brandon, but do you guys think Rudy Gobert is a good option?
For who?
You think Minnesota is ready to get off of Rudy Gobert?
They
They ain't
traded
go,
so
man. They're
much for him.
not.
I don't see him doing it. They
I don't
traded
see
too
them
much for
doing
him.
that because
But
one, they
you
traded too
could
much
trade
for him.
all of that for DeAndre Ayton as well.
See,
It'd
but
be
the
the
thing
same
is,
trade. Nobody would bat an eye
Trade
if you
what?
traded all of that for
but Rico,
No,
DeAndre
they gonna have
Ayton,
to
man.
get.
but Rico,
No,
you have to realize the details behind the story. The guy that drafted the guy that basically drafted Rudy Gobert was was the one that did it when he was actually working for the Nuggets at that time. So he wanted Rudy Gobert from the start when he came basketball president for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So that was all by design to get him over there. They're not just going to give up Rudy, especially right now. I mean, I don't think it makes sense
Well,
right now. Maybe
he can't be
3-4
traded
years.
right now, anyways. DeAndre
Yeah.
Ayton, he got like a
leave your
90-day
mother alone.
clause,
I mean,
Yeah,
and
even
this is
January
all
still,
3
15th.
months from now, around Christmas to the deadline.
but even
No, I
still, I
think you got to
don't
wait
think
till
the Timberwolves are
January.
going to look for him. The Timberwolves have to be that bad for them to actually think about moving, Rudy Gobert for DeAndre Ayton. I don't think they're going to do that right now. I don't think they're even thinking about it. I don't think Aiden's even on their radar. Shoot, I mean, the Bulls should go after Aiden. My
I
Bulls should
just
go
think
after Aiden,
Ayton is
but
more their timeline. People don't realize Rudy Gobert is already pretty old.
I mean, yeah, he's 30, but I mean, yeah, he's 30, but I don't think right now they're going to go after him. Then they're going to stick with it for a while.
I mean, he good. I mean, he ain't asking him to do too much on offense and not. He just want to be an anchor on defense. So, I mean, he
Yeah.
good.
I mean, and plus Aiden, he's not going to be too happy going there because Aiden, he wants to be the big man that's going to get touches now. That's
Yeah,
what
he
he
want to be
wants
the
to
big
do.
man on campus.
He wants to show that he can be the guy. He's worth the number 1 overall pick. That's what he wants to show.
Yep. Yep. He definitely want to be the big man on campus. That's for sure. But I mean, would you? I mean, you know what I'm saying? He was all that in college. He get picked number 1, and now he's relegated to the back of the bus.
Not only that, he got picked by his home team, and they doing
And his
both.
home team. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. Unstoppable. He got picked by his home team. You're right about that.
So
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, he want to bounce. Where he gonna go? I don't know. I like for Chicago to get him, but it's what
I
they gonna
just
have to
don't
give
know
up
a
to get him.
team in the league where a center is going to be the franchise player.
Well, shit,
Philly.
Joel Embiid, the
Yeah,
center.
Philly.
Yeah, but
No, I mean
he's
an available team. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know a team available. You know,
like listen, centers like Ayton, like you don't play them type of centers to be your star player or your be gonna build around this type of player. Like he ain't Embiid, he ain't them type of centers. And he ain't no defensive center like Rudy Gobert, so it's like I wouldn't have paid him either. Shit.
He got some stuff in his package though, no panic. You just not you
that's
can't
his
see it
point. No
because
panic. He's trying to say
CP3 not
that
feeding him.
he's not allowed to show it off because of the system that he's in, but he really is like a Joel Embiid type player. That's what he's trying to show. And he's saying he can't show that unless he's on his own team. So I wonder what team is out there for him.
I feel like
y'all gotta be ready for Aiden to become a Laker.
I mean, the Pacers would have been one because the Pacers would have been the best fit. One, if it's the time like what they trying to do, because Aiden's still young. He would have been able to grow with Tyrese Halliburton, and two, basically the Suns would have got back some capable players like Miles Turner that can play defense. Actually, he plays defense better than Aiden. He's not a better rebounder, but he plays defense better than Aiden. So, I mean, it would have been a decent trade-off. I mean, that would have been the best fit for him.
Yeah, Evan Turner kind of turned the offense off. He can shoot the ball. He ain't a
Miles
shooter, but
Miles defense was shooting. Miles decent. He keep you honest.
Yeah.
So he just I just don't like his rebounding. He got to improve on that, man. You can't be 7 foot averaging 6 rebounds. That's not good, man.
Hey, Dex.
Yeah.
Damn.
So do you think? So do you
Yeah,
think
man. Look it up, man.
the
Miles
Lakers?
Turner only averaged like 6, 7 rebounds, dude. It's bad.
Do you think the Lakers gonna give up those picks to get Turner and Buddy Hield?
I haven't really been hearing anything about that, so I'm not really certain.
Do you want them to?
I think we should hold on to our picks. Yeah, I think we should hold on to our picks unless it's like a Titanic situation where it's so dire that we just got to make a move. Other than that, I think they should hold on to them picks. Better talent will be coming through the NBA, and they could be used more wisely then.
What's it? Kendrick Nunn looking good in training camp.
Hey, no panic. Just want to let you know the most rebounds that Miles Turner has ever averaged was 7 rebounds a game. That's it.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's 7'1". That lets you know that there's no type of physicality to him. Now he's good at good.
He's a shot blocker. That's it. That's all he does around the rim.
He's good at chase down blocks. But when you're
who Miles Turner?
But when you're physical with him, he doesn't like physicality. That's his biggest weakness. So Joel Embiid, if he's trying to play outside on him, Miles Turner has a bit of advantage because of his wingspan. But if Joel Embiid or Jokic get him on a block, he's done for.
Damn. I do like
what it is.
I like Halliburton game, but shit.
The Pacers gonna have their work cut out for them.
I mean, the Pacers gonna be bad, man. They go up for that boy from overseas, Victor Wibben, who's your mama, or whatever it's Wibben, who's your mama. They going after him. The same thing. The Spurs going after. Spurs going after him. Pacers going after him. Matter of fact, there's another dude across seas. He's supposed to be 6'7", 6'6". He's supposed to be another great wing player. So those are 2 players everybody's shooting for. The 1 and 2.
Like Wembanyama, I watch him and Rudy Gobert been playing the 1-on-1 game. I don't know how serious it's been. I mean, he could have very well been playing at a pace that looked like they were playing for real, but I mean, he been kind of taking Rudy, taking him to the basket, pulling up on him. But we'll see.
Oh dang! Wow, the ball got stuck. Ball got stuck in the top, in the middle of the backboard at top.
Yeah, what you think about Halliburton? You think he good?
Yeah, Halliburton's good, man. He ain't better than Lamelo, but he's good.
Yeah, I look at him like Lamelo light.
Is he better than Fox?
Definitely.
Nah.
Hell no, bro. You tweaking, bro. Stop it.
Nah, he's not better than De'Aaron Fox.
That's what I'm saying. De'Aaron Fox did not get his respect.
Y'all gonna see.
I done seen Halliburton, fam. He's not better than Fox at all. Not yet.
No, not yet.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna take him. 2 things got to happen. Fox got to get the hell away from out of Sacramento. I mean, and he got to get a team, fam. He get a team and showcase what he can do, then he gonna get his respect.
I mean, he got a better team than he's had in years this year. So
yeah, Foxy on the team. Shit, he got a better team than the Pacers.
Shit, man.
He ain't gonna be. He ain't gonna be.
They got a chance to get a playing spot in the West this year.
Slimming, hell no, bro. West is
a lot
too
of
damn
people.
deep.
A lot of people. I got him. I
agree.
The Lakers for the play-in spot.
Damn,
they're not beating Bron. Stop it.
Hey, I got Lakers top 4 seed.
Hey, that sounds so. That sounds 6'9". Hey, Nico, that sounds so familiar, man. I remember did you say that last season?
Hey, man, that dude.
We talking about before or after they went down?
That dude.
You said it didn't matter. He was still getting
bro, man. The Warriors, man. They know how to draft, man.
Oh, it's on Patrick Mahomes. Yeah,
I told you, man.
That dude
you think Buddy's
Klay Thompson ring number 5 on the way.
You think so?
They got Kenny Atkinson.
Oh, of course.
Hold on,
I
Nico.
like the Warriors.
I want to know this, fam. Will we get those 70 points this season? Because you said it's
Possibly.
happening.
No, I could see it happening because Klay Thompson is tired of you niggas talking crazy.
Hold on, say that again.
Yeah, but hold on.
Dude got
Hold on.
Wiseman,
For the people,
Moody,
for the people that
Baldwin,
don't remember,
That's a
Kaminga.
fact.
Man,
Nico said when Clay came off the injury
Trevon
that he
Williams.
was
Oh my
dropping 70
God.
points,
I said
and it
60 or
did
70.
60 or
Nico saying
70
that we
points.
already
Warriors
know
is
that just him wanting that to happen. Ain't no
Warriors
way.
gonna be sick, man.
Hey, listen,
But
if Klay Thompson give me 50, I'll be shocked.
You're
Warriors make
right,
me sick,
exactly,
man.
bro.
Yeah, he's gonna be much more healthy this season.
Man, listen,
yes,
that boy be doing a hula hoop with his
They won a
lips
champ. He
twitching.
wasn't even 100%, and they won the championship.
It ain't because
exactly.
of
you,
him.
you,
They won
you
in
know
Remember,
why?
spite of Klay.
Because you had
Nah,
Poole stepped up. Andrew Wiggins
he
did his
clearly
thing,
wasn't himself.
and you got Curry, fam.
Man, they win in spite of Klay. Klay
Uh,
almost been the reason why they lose. Remember now, Jalen Brown been
Whoa.
attacking him all
Whoa.
series. Look, no,
Whoa.
look.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Listen, Jalen Brown. Remember
Whoa.
them games that the Celtics been winning, and these this games that the Celtics actually win. The main thing been Jalen Brown been attacking them. Once they rotate out and put Gary
that's
Payton
not
center
true.
in more. Look at the game. Jalen Brown.
That
Jalen
hey,
Brown
Jalen
been
Brown was
way too
attacking
fast.
Draymond Green, buddy.
Man,
No, that was Klay. When
Jalen
they put
Brown was a
let
freaking
me
turnover
ask
machine
you
the
this.
whole
No, sir, it's
series,
supposed to
man.
be a
I mean,
turn.
he might have been turning them over, but he been going to the bucket. Like he been getting in on their defense, and then when you got Draymond as your last defense, like shit, what he gonna do?
Listen,
Shit,
He
he
been
a defensive
averaging
player of the
50
year.
and
What is
10.
he supposed to do?
I'm to
Like,
the
Hey,
point. I'm to
Nico.
the point now where I can't even discredit the Warriors. They're just a good team, man. There's nothing you can
Good
say
defense,
about them.
7 to
Baldwin.
8
No, he
rings on
is
the
a
way.
good team,
Hey,
but shit.
Nico. You think James Wiseman gonna be healthy this season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Sure he
healthy
better
last
be.
season. Just didn't need him.
He been gone like 2 years, right?
I mean, he playing now. I'm watching him on the
Yes.
What's up,
TV.
brother? I hear you.
You know, they preseason game on now.
I forgot about that.
They played in
Yeah.
Japan tonight.
Yeah, the preseason
I
game on
hope he could be
NBA
healthy
TV.
because he
Is
was a
Curry
second pick,
playing?
right?
Yeah, Curry played early in the first half.
He was
They
a
sent
second
Curry
pick, right?
down. Right now, basically, it's just the young dudes playing. That's why I'm watching Trevon Williams, Jonathan Kuminga. They done put Baldwin in. They got
Let
Moody
it
in right.
refresh.
They
Let it
don't put
refresh.
Moody in. Matter of fact, Moody just got beat on the backdoor cut for peeking too much. But Moody, they got Moody up, man. They got some young players that's coming up on that in that system, man. The
They're
Warriors,
only doing this to get them some burn, literally.
Hey, listen, and them having Kenny Atkinson on that bench, a good developing coach, like that should help a lot.
Yep, he do.
Man.
Can't forget
And
about what he did in Brooklyn.
when Kerr retired, Atkinson gonna take the job.
That's why.
You
Probably
think
what
so?
I think Curry he might
Yeah.
not Curry.
Once Atkinson take the job, there's gonna be a skeleton of a team. All them dudes gonna be probably
I
gone.
think
I think Atkinson gonna take
think
another
Curry get
job
ready to
Yeah,
anyway.
leave.
The
I mean,
Warriors.
they're gonna be young when Curry leaves. I mean
When you
Kerr
think
Curry,
Curry
leaves.
leaving?
So
Curry,
No.
yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
I think
Kerr
he
Curry
get
probably.
gonna
ready
play till
to.
he's 40, by the way.
Kerr probably will leave before. I think Steve Kerr will probably leave before Curry because of his a lot of his injuries and everything. So his illness, he'll probably take a break like Phil Jackson did. But I mean, I think Kerr will probably leave in the next 2-3 years. Probably give it to Atkinson. Curry be old in his, Steve, Curry will be older. Those guys will be with Draymond, Klay Thompson, those guys will be on the verge of retiring. And just let the young guys pretty much grow up like Kuminga and all of them. So that's who pretty much basically they setting it up for Kuminga and them dudes to come right behind them.
The Warriors got 5 to 6 more years.
They'll win 23 games.
I don't know, man. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga, a problem.
Look, Steph and Clay already said they want to play to their late 30s. And
Well,
at
we
this
know
point,
Clay ain't making that.
yeah, he's getting there easily. He's still a great player. The only thing
Steph's got
is,
one more contract in him. Huh?
Great
yeah, no,
player.
he gonna get him another 195, 200 million. But the thing is, I see them getting at least 7 rings or 6 at minimum, and we're about to watch that happen and unfold right in front of our eyes.
Hey, Nico, I think their ring winning day is over.
We thought that last year.
I never thought that last year. I thought that now though. Say that
What
much.
changed?
Cause like when I watch it, it's like shit. Kyrie gonna be Kyrie. Clay ain't gonna be Clay no more. Draymond ain't gonna be Draymond no more. And now, like, even though they got a lot of young players that playing good, it's like I don't see it. Then you gotta pay
Basically,
these people at some point.
basically, you think some of the players is there gonna fall off, pretty
No,
much.
I think they're gonna have to try to. You gonna have to pay some players. You gonna have players that gonna get more money elsewhere or get offered more money elsewhere, so you can be able to keep everybody. Like what happened when Kuminga come up for a contract and he playing good? Jordan Poole about to get a contract. Like Andrew
Jordan Poole already got his contract.
Who Jordan? Yeah, Jordan Poole got a contract now. So, but like Andrew Wiggins, like shit, he ain't gonna be somebody that you can be like, okay, take us there. So it's like,
I
where
think
the rings coming from?
they'll let Andrew Wiggins go.
Yeah, I believe that. But it's
Because
like they ain't watch.
the reason why they'll let him go is because they got Jonathan Kuminga. They'll let Andrew walk.
Nah, bro. No, I don't see
Yeah,
that.
they'll let Andrew walk because of Jonathan Kuminga.
I think the
I don't
Warriors got
see
an
them doing
offense
that. I
that's
think they're gonna keep
flawed.
him, bro.
Nah, they'll let Andrew Wiggins walk for Jonathan Kuminga. If they had to choose long term right now, it's going to be Jonathan right now. Jonathan has a lot more upside than Wiggins.
Yeah, and I
And
think they feel like they can do the
especially
same
since that
thing.
Jonathan can do the same thing Wiggins can do.
Right,
Now
right.
Wiggins is a little bit better because he's older, but Jonathan is going to get there. You got to give him time to develop.
Yeah. But see the thing about it is if the Warriors want to keep running that motion offense, you got to have the right parts to it. Is they gonna be the right parts? If Kyrie, I mean Kyrie's still gonna be Kyrie, but like you need Draymond is a need, like he the point guard of that offense at the end of the day. So like you need people who know how to get around that offense. You need another Draymond Green who can construct all that chaos going on around him. Like I just don't see another championship. I just can't see it, especially not next year.
Oh, James Wiseman got 8 points.
And the problem with James Wiseman is like what the Warriors want him to do, they want him to be an upgrade of Kevon Looney, but still do the things Kevon Looney do. Like Wiseman probably feel like he one of them AD type players. That's how he probably feeling on his
He got to earn his keep
You learn to
first.
listen.
He
Yeah.
got to earn. He won't the ball. He won't Curry. Curry don't mind running plays for him, but if he wants the ball and he
Yeah,
wants
I'm
to
fixing it
show
right now.
that he's that Anthony Davis type of player, he got to go out and do the things that Kevon Looney does well and exceed at him.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
he coming up on a contract.
you just can't. Jonathan, I'm sorry, Jonathan. Not Jonathan, but Wiseman
Wiseman.
just can't come on the team. That's what he tried to do as a rookie. You just can't come on the team and expect basically for you to get 20 touches a game, and everything when you got Curry, Poole, what's his name, Klay Thompson that's eating right now. You
Right.
can't do that. That's not gonna happen. So for him to get the ball, he got to do the things that Kevon Looney does well and exceed at him. If he wants the basketball, you gotta earn that, man.
Yeah.
I'm
And the crazy
sorry,
thing
man.
about it
He's
is,
not on a team. He's not on a team that's gonna allow him to do that right now.
yeah, if he had get
Unfortunately.
drafted to like the Hornets, 3rd overall, maybe he could have been in that role.
Yeah, he could have. He would definitely been in that role, most definitely. But he's not. He's not on a team that's like that. Yeah, he'll get a ring, which he got an honorary ring last year, even though he didn't play. But he's not. He's not right now. Basically, he's not in a position to get 20 touches a game. He'll get the most he'll get is 10, and they're going to be under the rim.
Yeah, I wonder how they gonna play with his contract when contract time if he's still doing the same thing.
Shoot, man, he gonna. It depends. It depends on how you develop. If he comes out hitting, he'll get $80 million or higher because you got to remember it's the Warriors. The Warriors
Right.
don't mind paying above the luxury tax because they know they're gonna get that money back because they got a strong fan base.
Yeah.
So it's like they're gonna get that money back on the backside of it. But if you're not playing well, they're definitely not gonna give you that money at all. He'll get a $60 million quick.
Yeah. And see, that's
He'll
my
go.
issue. That's the issue I run into when I thinking about them winning another championship. Is like all these players playing good. Like you have to pay all these players. Somebody gonna jump ship because he's gonna be like like I can clearly see them trading Wiseman if he have a good season this year and he kind of worth a good multi-year contract, like considerable money, like a good rookie extension contract. They gonna have to trade him. Like ain't no, because if you keep him, you got to get rid of a lot of other players that probably could be part of your future core just to try to get off. Like Klay Thompson, I don't think they ever gonna trade Klay Thompson. I think they're gonna keep him until he retire. But I mean, shit.
I
Money can
mean,
only go around by so much.
knowing Clay and the type of player and man he is. I mean, he's the type of guy, man, where once his game diminished, he the type of person, man. He'll be like, listen, I come off the bench for a couple of minutes. That's just the
Right.
type of player Clay is. The type of guy Clay is. He don't mind coming off the bench, especially when he's older. And, you know, he can't do certain things anymore. But as far as, you know, right now, man, I mean, they're gonna, especially right now when they're winning. If they're winning right now, they're gonna pay the luxury tax. But in terms of basically, you know, in the future, yeah, some of those guys going. Yeah, I agree that some of those guys gonna go. Someone's gonna leave. Somebody's gonna get moved on from and everything. Like Wiggins. Wiggins is that dude
I
that
think
just
it's gonna
might
be
be.
Green, bro.
You know, I mean Green too.
I think he out of there.
I mean Draymond Green is one. And Andrew Wiggins is one. You gotta remember, man, they got a lot of young talent, man. Look how many rookies they got on the team. How many rookies and second year players they got on the team that's talented, like Moutier, Jonathan Kaminga. They still got what's that boy that white boy we just talked about? That
Matt,
can jump. Matt
Matt,
McClung, Matt
Matt.
McClung, they still got him on the team. You know, they got Baldwin. It's a lot of players. It's a lot of players on the team, man. That's young. That's coming up. You know that they even got Williams, Trevion Williams. So I mean, they got a lot of players on the team that they're gonna move on from. So that was a bad shot, Kaminga. You was not in rhythm to take that three.
Yeah, like
Shit
I
keeps
always say
working,
with
huh?
this shit, when it comes to Curry, like at the very worst, Curry can be a catch and shoot player. So I mean, outside of that, like the older players that's on the Warriors now, I don't see them going into their golden age like that to be no factor.
Man, I think Curry gonna stay there till he retire. Clay might. I don't think Draymond. The only two players I think that might go before they retire is gonna be Draymond and what's his name, Wiggins. But I think Clay and Steph gonna stay there till they retire.
Yeah, I can see that.
So and that's when the young players gonna come right after them and take that spot.
I feel like they first got to find another
Oh,
Draymond Green type
Wiseman coming
player.
back in the game, y'all. Wiseman coming back in the game. He's probably gonna play the rest of the game. So let's see how Wiseman does. You know, he playing against some NBA team. He's going to be guarding Taj Gibson.
And be real with you, we really don't know what Wiseman does because, like, I mean,
I
everybody
mean, he
down
hasn't
here high
played,
school.
man.
And he
He
get to
hasn't
college, he
played.
only playing like a handful of games.
If y'all want to watch the game, just go to NBA TV. He's on NBA TV right now.
They playing in Japan, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Matt McClung with a dunk. Matt McClung got a dunk.
Hey, Matt McClung averaging damn how much you been averaging in the G League? Like 25, 30?
Yeah, he got G League Rookie of the Year last year. That's
So
nice, man. I'm just surprised he hasn't really made a NBA roster, man. Nobody trying to give him a chance, man. A lot of times they be biased.
Right.
You know, man. That boy can play, man. So
I saying we were talking about Jello earlier, whatnot like that, but man, I be trying to tell like there's a lot of players in the G League that you can look at their stats or you can just watch their game and be like, damn, this should be in the league right now.
Sure, I'm glad Jello getting this opportunity, man. You know, go out there, show out, man, so
you can make the team. You know, it's not a guaranteed deal, but still, man, at least he get an opportunity. Go out there and compete, man. Hopefully they play him a little bit
I
in the
still
preseason.
say they full of shit, bro. If they wanted
You
that
know,
man, they should have signed him.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you know how non-guaranteed deals go. They sign them, they
Yeah,
cut you the next day.
yeah,
So
I know, but it's like, yo, why you doing buddy like that? You know what I'm saying? It's like y'all putting through all this or whatnot, and you call him up, you finally call him up. It's a non-guaranteed his ass. It's like that's just bullshit to me. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully he get it. But it's just, you never know with the
I
damn
mean, so
Charlotte.
my question to you is what about the other four players that they signed besides because they signed five players, signed
Mhm.
Jello and four other players. Were those other four players did they get guaranteed deals?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I think Crumper he didn't get a guaranteed deal.
And Dennis Smith Jr. You get a non-guarantee.
Yeah, so I mean
And
they all in the
Um,
same they all in
and,
the same boat with Jello right now.
but two is like, well, with Jello being like you seen a lot of burn from him. You know what I'm saying? Like practice with y'all and all that. Like you to me, it's like if he can be an asset to y'all team or not. That's just how I'm looking at it.
I
You
mean, they
know.
should, but I mean, they probably want to see how he does in a real live NBA game, in the preseason game. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just glad he got the opportunity to go out there and hopefully they play him, so he go out there and compete and show what he got.
Uh, we'll
I mean,
find
it's
out tomorrow,
unfortunate.
bro.
It's unfortunate. We don't control the money. That's Mitch and Michael, but I'm just glad he getting an opportunity.
Well, I'm gonna know. To me, I'm gonna know come these preseason games. To me, you get an idea they on some bullshit because he should play the preseason. These games not gonna count against your record or any of that, and you can see what you need to see through these preseason games. If they don't play him, they on bullshit. That's gonna tell you everything right there.
But I mean, they gotta play him though, because you gotta think about it. Like the starters ain't gonna play about so
Woo,
long.
Jonathan Kaminga.
You kind of need
See,
that depth to
that's
come in
the
the game.
that's the reason. See, no panic. If you would have saw what Jonathan Kaminga just did, that's the reason why they gonna move on from Wiggins.
Yeah, yeah. I say. I mean, everything you say, like shit. I feel they gonna move on
That's
too,
well,
because
who was
Kaminga bring the
unstoppable? You
same
said
thing.
that.
You think about it.
What
Yeah,
Jonathan Kaminga just did just now. If you go
I
back and
just
go
missed
watch it,
it, fam. I missed it. I
yeah.
took
If you
my
go
eyes
back
away
and
from the
watch, they
screen
should
and
show
missed
the replay right now. Whoop, took that boy off the dribble, floated on him, floated on that boy. Yeah, yeah,
it. Oh yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's the reason why they will move on from Wiggins. No problem. And plus, you got to remember, Jonathan Kaminga is the same build, 6'8", 6'9", long wingspan, higher upside, more athletic, can play defense. That's the same thing Wiggins can do.
Yeah.
And with the higher upside, they will move on from Wiggins quick for Kaminga. I'm telling you, man.
Hey man, I say keep them both. I say get rid of Green and keep what's his
Mm,
name? Andrew Wiggins and
shoot, they
Jonathan.
gonna shoot, they gonna get rid of both. So get Wiseman some touches. Get Wiseman some touches, man. Let's get Wiseman some touches. Taj foul Wiseman on the rebound.
But yeah, no panic. Nah, bro, they can play the starters. They don't have to play them a whole lot of minutes, but they can play the starters. But
Yeah.
I'm
No, I
saying in
know.
this preseason stuff, it don't count against your record. So it's like you shouldn't have no excuse why you ain't playing Jello, especially if you want to see how he
Come
do.
on. Come on, Wiggins. You should have pumped fake
Yeah,
to the
he
thing
gonna
to
he
the
gonna he
rack,
gonna get
man.
some
I
run.
mean,
He gonna get some run
Wiseman.
because like the starters, the the 7-man rotation probably gonna play most. Then in the first game, probably most of the first quarter. I mean, the first quarter and some
Get
of the
that
second
rebound,
quarter.
Wiseman. Get that
And
rebound.
then after that, you pretty much
Let's
working
go,
on your
Matt.
bench.
Let's
Maybe
go,
like
Matt
maybe the
McClung.
third or fourth preseason game is when they kind of
Oh, good
let
thought, though.
the
Good thought,
starters
though.
play the
Good thought, though.
longest. So
Good
like if
thought, though.
Jello don't get in the first preseason game, it's like shit. They really ain't got no plans for him.
That's why I
Whoa,
said
look at that step.
these preseason games gonna let you know
Whoa,
if they
good thought,
full of
though,
shit.
Matt.
Right.
If
Speaking of
he
the
don't play
preseason,
in the preseason, they
Hey,
they
yo,
just
man.
wasting his time. They
speaking
trying
of
they
the
using him.
Speaking of the
man,
preseason,
that boy Matt McClung is a baller, man.
listen, we're gonna get into the preseason tomorrow. We're about to get up out of here. Everybody pull up in a few hours, man. We're gonna be pulling back up, man. It's Flight Sports TV, man. Shout out to all y'all, man. Salute the Decks. We got preseason basketball, Hornets, Celtics, Jello, Mello. You already know what time it is.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.